Me too.
Yeah,
God
games
darn
can
it.
be scary.
Gosh darn it, darn it. Alright. Streaming and recording. So the cool thing is that with the new OBS, I can see chat in OBS now. The other one I had didn't, so kind of neat.
Sweet.
However, we are not public. So right now, there's an EFAP stream happening and no one knows about it.
That's pretty exciting.
It is. It's getting back to the basics, alright? We just sit down, have
How
a chat.
cozy is that?
That's the thing. I've titled this one. We're just having a chat. We're winding down, having
Just chatting. Just chat.
just chatting. In fact, we've got lots to chat about because we're gonna use this one to catch up on all the Streamlabs that I haven't caught up with.
Huh. All right.
Do that first, and then I think we'll gun for the Rings of Power ones. Go for as long as we can.
Yeah, can we can finally close the door on that chapter of
Maybe. We're still closing chapters to other super chats offline, so it's it's this whole thing.
That's true. It's been a great year for like big speculative fiction like media this year, like those big intellectual properties. It's been great.
Now, EFAP chat, let me know if me or the guys need to be leveled up or down, because this is new, alright? This is the first time we've streamed EFAP from this new PC, so things won't be quite the way I probably want them to be. In fact, I should probably check my levels for the PC, right? I think I settled on like 50 for when I was doing it. I see it's 39 right now. I don't know if that's too low or not. Okay, now it's on 50. Gonna leave it there. 50 seems solid. I don't know.
Yeah, halfway. Not too.
It's funny because Rags, when you first told me about the option, you were like, "Oh yeah, make sure you tick the whole like, don't let it change from other stuff." It's like I've done that. It didn't do shit.
Oh yeah,
still changes.
The other.
It says like, don't let other apps change the sound of the volume or whatever. And it's just like, well,
it still does.
Still does.
But seems
very
quiet,
strange.
So
very strange.
It's worth noting, guys. I was playing God of War like not just a couple hours ago. I haven't slept. I'm very tired.
We've all been. That's the update for those who don't know in the EFAP world is that God of War hit many of the EFAP Spherians as like a train. We've been going nuts on it.
Yeah. And I'm well behind of Muller and Metal. They're well ahead of me. So
I think Metal's almost at the point of having completed everything. I've started doing the end game, well, post end game stuff, I guess.
And I'm like what, only halfway, maybe?
Yeah, it's hard to say. Even as someone who's completed, it's hard to say because I can't remember how much stuff you've got to do that's not story.
Which I feel like I've been doing a ton of like non-story. I feel like I'm trying to make sure that no stone is left unturned. Like try and find everything in every big open world stretch. So kind of taking my time with it, absorbing it in, having a blast. Is that controversial, chat? I think it's
probably this.
I think it's really good.
This humble chat here is. See, the first thing I see, it's woke, but it's all right.
I hear you've been saying some cringe things during Wallace playthroughs.
Uh-oh, someone told on you, chat.
Yeah. That there's been some cringe things like God of Soy or whatever.
You're always
I guess Soy would have a god. You'd have a god of
War or something. I don't know. Like it's just.
I would probably have a god of soy if I made the game. His name is the god of soy.
What, he's made of soy, or
like he's miserable and he slowly slaps across the floor as he like tries to. And he's like got this attitude of just not wanting to do anything. They're like, "Come on, man, we gotta go," and he's just like, "Oh."
Oh no, that would be God of Boar.
Yeah, God of Boar.
Thing is, the god of soy, he would come through in the end. I would make that arc happen. We'd need to see it. The god of soy would come in right when we need him.
We chatted with Theo on my stream just like not a few hours ago. He's got interesting perspectives on the game for sure.
Yeah, to say Theo hates the game probably gives you a particular impression. It's a little bit more complicated.
Productive. Yeah, it's more complicated and interesting and worthwhile.
Like
in terms of like examining that perspective.
Theo's perspective I see shared by very few people, and I don't mean that in that it's unreasonable. I mean that he's got a very unique POV compared
It's
to.
better than God of Soy. Let's put it that way. Like in terms of a perspective against that game.
Yeah, I don't think he's
It
gunning
is-
for the God of Soy thing.
Yeah.
Boy of War. Christmas sucks? What is this? I will not support that sentiment. Christmas is cool, it's just always better, okay?
I don't like. Well, yeah, Christmas is coming. It's
It
approaching.
is,
It's
and
rapidly.
I'm already prepared. I've spent ages getting these all set back up, but look, the Christmas cover is already good to go, complete with
Very
icicles.
exciting.
I think
Look at those.
the one thing I forgot
Those-
when we did the Halloween one this year, because it was all thingy was putting the webbing in. But see, we got gaming is good to go. Mini movies, they're all functioning. It's good to know that they're all working. Do you understand how fucking long it takes? You need to set them up all individually because, like, when I say individual, I mean individual files and names because OBS like has a program-wide control over every single like source. So let's just say there's not many efficient ways of setting it all up. But now that once you've done it all, it's very efficient. It works perfectly. So yeah, the vibes will be there. Don't worry. We'll have to record a Christmas EFAP movies. Momentum will increase because this new station I'm at, I'm sure.
How very exciting.
Yeah.
What would be the Christmas film though? What
would be the Christmas
mean,
film is a great question.
Die Hard is a Christmas movie, as far as I'm
We
concerned.
could watch Die Hard. One's on board with
That'd
that.
be fun.
We'll fetch some
I'd
people to
definitely
watch it
down
with
for
us.
Will it be something that will be a good EFAP movies, or will we just be sitting there watching it and enjoying it for a good?
Well, I
being a
watched
good
Die
movie?
Hard last Christmas. So
If I knew we were watching it and had to commentate, I'll go look at the IMDb trivia so I have something to say. Did you know Bruce Willis was in this film? And then you guys be like, "Whoa, dude!
Wow, that's interesting.
Yeah."
I wouldn't have imagined that.
Why don't we get started? For those who are curious, the plan is now Hot D EFAP in a week's time, and then Ragnarok EFAP a week after that. Okay. Post that, not 100% sure because we still need to take a week off at some point. I suppose it's better to space them out instead of doing them at similar times. So we'll figure it out. See, loads of people waiting for that Hot D, so I'm gonna have to spend the next week doing a
He's waiting for that
rewatch,
Hot D.
getting some notes. We'll try and get suitable guests, but we are running out of time to the point where if they can't make it, we're just gonna have to go without them, which sucks. But you know, last thing we want is
That's
for
show
Hot D
business for you.
to get Moon Knighted. Okay, we don't want that.
That would be bad. Moon Knight
So-
didn't even deserve to be Moon Knighted. Or
Well-
it did. I don't know.
It's like-
I don't know if it did or didn't. That's a complex
Oh.
question.
That's a good question. Andor. So I think the plan right now is that myself, Rags and Free, will try and catch up and watch it, make some notes, and we'll do an episode talking about the show as a whole. Not sure what the format will be in terms of like a chronological breakdown or rather just like big subjects. I think that's more likely though. I know that everyone has been very upset that we haven't talked more about Andor. The thing is, I'm gonna be completely honest with you. It sunk under my radar. It just disappeared.
There's been a lot of stuff we've been doing, a lot of things to watch, a lot of stuff happening.
Yeah, it's
Remember, there was a
unfortunate.
time when we were watching 4 shows.
And it arrived right at like the peaks and ends of the Rings of Power and She-Hulk stuff, and then right before the obsession with Ragnarok was about to start, and so it didn't get its time, so to speak. I question their release plans with stuff like that because Disney is Star Wars and Marvel, right? So they should probably move them around to be less cringe.
I imagine that they have tried to do that for a long time, but the sheer quantity of like stuff that they're making probably makes that quite difficult now
Suppose so.
to make. You know,
'Cause-
especially when it's 12 episodes. That's gonna be like it, and you know, there's I think it premiered with like 3, so that's like at least 3 months, right?
Would you ever like, if you were them, be like, oh, we need to move it around so that like something like Wakanda Forever, that needs to be on an island. It needs to absorb as much attention as possible. Meanwhile, you know, Andor, I'm so worried about it being boring to the audience. We need to release it alongside something else or something like
that. I can imagine that there would be those types of conversations about when it should come out, like optimally in terms of making money, rather than. I'm pretty sure that like the film, they're set in stone like years in advance, whereas TV shows are a bit more, you know, like they can sort of be adjusted. It seems. Because like I'm pretty sure that like Disney, like you can just look up their slate up until like 2025. And they've got a bunch of things. A lot of them will just be like untitled Marvel or like untitled Disney live action, but like they know when these things are coming out and they've got set dates, which are usually like May, July, November. peak times. Though I don't know how many favors it's really done them this year by the looks of things. They're still making money, but like, yeah.
All right, like I said, I'll start with Streamlabs. This'll cross between all kinds of subjects, so who knows? The grab bag. The comment that anger and rage is seen positive in men is wrong. As small, weak boy with a temper that was bullied, I was always told how I should not get angry in any situation. What's a food that doesn't go well with bacon? That is literally the follow-up. What the fuck? Okay, well, we'll separate
like
these.
chocolate. Oh yeah.
We'll separate these out. So, as for the first thing, the anger and rage is seen as positive in men is wrong. I didn't realize that was a thing anyway. The anger and rage is always seen as a positive in men. I think it's surely it's a neutral. Like it can be seen as a positive. Well, can rage be
seen as a negative? I think.
I would say it's more likely to be seen as a negative than positive. Yeah.
I think so. Yeah.
Anger.
If anything, I think it's quite vilified. Yeah.
Yeah, because there are times where a person will have something done to them, and them getting angry, it'll be like, well, that's very suitable, and I can respect that they're gonna fucking rage out, sort of thing. But most of the time, yeah, it's a sign of like, uh-oh, they're gonna do something that they shouldn't do. Yeah, it's the dark side. Did we learn nothing from Doya? As for what's a food that doesn't go well with bacon? Yeah, I think you're right about chocolate. That's not exactly... They don't seem to blend, do they?
Yeah. Maybe,
No,
maybe like, what about like mayo? Put some, get yourself a nice strip of bacon and just put a bunch of mayo on there.
There's someone in chat who's like, you don't like mayo and bacon?
Well, there's someone who's probably does the same thing with chocolate, but those are the very strange, weird people.
There you go, it goes good. There you go. BLT has mayo. They're all citing BLT, rags. I think what they don't realize is, I assume you're talking about almost using a slice of bacon as like a spoon and...
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
That's so... God, that sounds like hell.
Oh,
I suppose
nice
all
bacon
sources...
spoon to just... Yeah, and you can reuse the bacon if it's crispy, so you can just the mayo off the top of it and then dip it back in. Just like a meaty piggy spoon.
Bacon should never be used as a spoon. There's probably some times where it's okay. Next one says Han shot last.
Oh my goodness. I don't think that's acceptable to say.
Well, unless they're trying to say he shot last in that he was the only one who shot, so he shot both first and last.
I suppose that's true. Yeah, you're right.
That Greedo didn't
that was
have a
joke.
chance.
I think that was a joke in Robot Chicken, where it was like he shot. Oh, but that was about Boba Fett. He shot first and last. He doesn't use the Force. He just uses Force. He's never had a bad feeling about this. Robot Chicken Star Wars was pretty funny.
Oh yeah. It's, those clips were popping up in our Kenobi and Boba Fett coverage, right? Or at least the Boba Fett coverage. Mola, can you recite?
Yeah.
Can you recite the first verse of Master of Puppets in the voice of Davy Jones? After PTSD from Rings of Power, I rewatched the extended Lord of the Rings trilogy and it was great. Yeah. Oh, that's not to do with the first bit. Well, recite the first verse of Master of Puppets in the voice of Davy Jones. I don't know the first verse. I love the song. I'm afraid I don't know the lyrics that well, but I also I haven't tested my I say that I haven't tested my Davy Jones accent in a while. It's pretty much my Mamiya voice. Like the same thing, I'm pretty sure. Maybe someday, if I can prep it or something without sounding hyper cringe. After PTSD from Rings of Power, I rewatched the extended Lord of the Rings trilogy and it was great. Alright, thumbs up to that. just in general, good stuff. What is y'all's favorite extra scenes? Mine is Saruman's death and Bilbo and Frodo in Fellowship, I guess. Yeah, my automatic pick is the Saruman scene. It's top notch.
Yeah, I think the issue there is that it's probably the deleted scene that's most required to actually resolve plot issues. So it kind of elevates it above everything else, as far as I'm aware.
It does everything. So it fills in gaps. You
kind of have to say it. Yeah.
But it also does some great character shit. Like, Saruman dresses down, like, everybody there really well. And it makes for a good start in terms of we build... Like, because especially for, like, Theoden. He has his own shit to do in that movie. Basically, everybody does. And then, of course, Grima, giving him, like, a bit of a redemption of sorts. And telling us what happened to him.
But not counting that one, because I almost feel it's almost unfair.
Yeah.
But I would probably go with the Boromir, Faramir, and Denethor and Osgiliath. That's a chunky scene too,
Yeah, it
and
gives
it
you a lot of info.
establishes. Yeah, we learn a lot about Boromir, Faramir's relationship. We learn
Baromir.
more about, of course, Boromir, Faramir, Forimor. We learn about the two brothers and Denethor and all of their relationships with everybody else. Um, and more Boromir is always welcome. So I think that's probably my favorite, but it's really tough because pretty much all of them, I think, except for one, I like. I don't think I like the one where the Witch King just breaks Gandalf's staff. I'm like, how the fuck did you do that? What the fuck? How'd you do that? What? And then nothing ever comes of it. But I'd have to rewatch it and see. But I think that's the one. It's the Osgiliath scene, which is in the Two Towers extended edition. So we kind
Yeah.
of learn post Boromir's death some setup for him going to Rivendell and his relationship with Faramir.
You got one, Fringy?
Well, yeah, just go with Saruman. Like that one. I think I agree with what Rag said. It's like so essential that it, like, kind of just like necessarily.
Well,
Is
any
the-
if
is
they were
the-
if that one was discounted, is there any others off the top of your head?
Not right now. No, my brain is.
What's funny is I've seen extended so many times. Sometimes I can't actually forget which ones are even extended
yeah,
scenes.
exactly.
What's not in
Exactly.
They are the correct versions. Be jailed if you think otherwise. I'm pretty sure I've told you guys, but I'll keep telling you guys. This is the most shocking information ever. It was only as of like half a year ago that Drinkers saw the extended versions.
What?
Wow.
Jesus
Wow.
Christ.
Really?
Yeah, and he was like surprised,
Oof.
and me, Gary, and Az almost died. We were just like, "How did you?" The
It
horror.
should be required viewing. I think a
Yeah.
close second for me would be also in the Two Towers when Faramir captures Frodo and Sam. When he captures Frodo and Sam, they have that ambush on the Mumakil and the guys going to help out Sauron, and one of the guys gets killed. He gets shot by the arrow. One of the baddies gets shot off the Oliphant, and he falls down kind of next to Sam and Frodo. And Faramir sees him, and he talks about how basically war is shit. Like what could have brought this guy so far from home to die here?
Yeah, what was
And,
his story
you know,
basically?
isn't war just shit? Which the more you know about Faramir and what he's trying to do to please, his father and why he does things, he's like, it makes a lot of sense.
See, that's a scene that if you had asked me was that theatrical or extended, I might have guessed theatrical because I couldn't remember.
I think that's an extended scene.
No, you're probably right. It's just that's what I mean. Like my mind is a bit blended on that one because I've watched extended a billion times. You see. Lord Longo Two Guns of Star Wars Bounty Hunter. Is there a chance of an Andor FAP of Disney's Andor when there's less going on? When there's less going on, door. It would be a completely normal EFAP of the ages. Yes. There is hopes. How long until that show is over now? We've got like another 2 weeks.
I think I think that this week is the finale.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, we can't delay the Ragnarok one because that one's already delayed.
Well,
because the Hot D one was delayed, so that's just there's delays everywhere. Everybody, it's funny because in my head I'm like, well, we could double up, and it's like, Christ, we can double up at this point.
The thing is that it feels like there might be a few gaming, like I don't know. I feel like Callisto Protocol might end up being one.
That's true. Dead Space remake, Resident Evil 4 and the remake, they're all gonna.
Resident Evil.
This one's gonna be tough.
Guaranteed.
This next few months is gonna be tough to get everything done. Gonna have to start.
Oh, it's gonna be tough, but at the same time, there's a lot of stuff to talk about.
Oh, it's gonna be fun on the bun.
It feels like we've got some nice positive ones, sort of lining up.
Ragnarok is more important. Screw Andor. I want EFAP to talk about something good in Star Wars. Like, I feel it. See, we're gonna get. We got you guys, all right? We got you.
I do want to talk about. I do want to talk about Andor. Like,
I do. Yeah.
I want to see it. Like, I haven't seen it.
I also finished watching it.
I keep hearing really good things about it.
Jesus Christ, it wouldn't surprise me if the Harfoots ended up extinct by the time the movies took place. Their sheer lack of hygiene and cleanliness is a breeding ground for diseases just waiting for a pandemic to take the barbaric race out.
Oh, don't get our hopes up.
They're probably immune, unfortunately. Like, they got this far. Galadriel pulling out a dagger just to point at a spot on a map is like Rags pulling out a gun to point at a super chat.
Yeah, the difference is that I actually do that. That makes a lot of sense that I do that. But
Yeah.
when Galadriel does it, a lot of the scenes feel like that mandated. She has to pull out the dagger scene. She has to be holding a weapon, brandishing a weapon, or using a weapon in some way because that's how you make characters cool. Is you just have them having weapons.
She is very cool, I would say. Ammo.
Very cool.
Lad Longus Bongleton of MoobTube Avenue. Is there any chance of a monk fap of Pee-Pee Jackelson's Big Monkey movie? When there's less going on, it would be a Harambe of the ages, dicks out for Frongold.
I thought at first when they said monk, they were talking about the show Monk.
I thought so
It's
too.
jungle out there.
Monk.
Yes, Long Kong, I assume Peepo Jackson Long Kong is going to happen at some point, yes. Just picture a little Peepo that looks like Peter Jackson now. Did you know when the Spanish dub of Stuart Little they renamed him to Smallhandro?
Smallhandro.
Smallhandro. Really?
Apparently.
That's actually funny.
Smallhandro.
I can believe that.
Smallhandro.
Harfords. Our hearts are even bigger than our feet. Also Harfords. If you can't keep up, we won't think twice about leaving you behind and letting you die. Yep.
Or sabotaging you.
I don't know how you missed this as a writer. Like, how? How do you miss that?
Yeah. Like, maybe if you want to make them somewhat sympathetic, don't make them also evil.
There's stuff like that all over the place. It's just the inverse of when you find the little cool connections of old dialogue with new or different things, like an action that represents an overall point of view the character has. You go, oh, that's cool. This is just the opposite of that, where you're like, guys, did you catch that? They said this, but they do that. Like, no?
That's kind of weird, right, guys?
Feels
That's kind of
like-
really strange, isn't it, y'all?
Feels like that's not your intention. And then there's like, oh, whatever, it's done. Like, okay.
Makes you think. What were they trying to do when they wrote that line? What was the intention of the writer?
Yeah.
I guess
don't
we'll
know.
What
never
did you
know.
want me to think? And did you want me to forget about it in 5 minutes?
Yes,
You
that's
must have-
definitely yes.
You must have thought that
More-
I'd forget about it in 5 minutes. But I didn't,
More-
you see. I know those words were said.
Exactly. Like I actually watched your story and paid attention to what happened, which seems to be my mistake.
Yes.
Yeah.
Um,
Sorry for giving
I
a
don't know,
shit.
like good stories just seem to more often than not be flukes. They're like deliberately crafted in a way where like what they evoke out of the audience is very much intended and like was part of the plan.
Yeah.
And deliberately all of everything like coalesced in favor of realizing that. I don't know.
It would
just
be
doesn't
strange
seem
to
like-
accidentally make a good story. Yeah.
It really does feel like that it's way more likely that you accidentally make something shit. Because nobody wants to make anything bad, right?
Have you watched Apple's Foundation series? 2 storylines happening in parallel, and it seems like they're both by different writers and directors. One of them is significantly better than and much better
Wait.
acted.
So Apple TV is making a Foundation series, as in
I think
Isaac
they've-
Asimov's Foundation series.
Oh, yeah,
They've
I've heard of
already
that.
made it.
I've heard of that,
Amazing
yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh, that would be an interesting story or book series to adapt.
But it would simultaneously be something that would be easily destroyed, presumably.
Absolutely. The way that it's structured, huge gaps in time, huge different. It's almost like an anthology.
Well, they just said
Um,
there's 2 storylines happening at once, and one of them's bad, one of them's
So that-
good in terms of execution. So it's like, oh.
Hey, maybe it is multiple writers, or maybe they're just not consistently good. I don't know.
Dude, imagine you had a show like that it was about 2 different eras, and it was run by 2 different like directors, and it was like Rings of Power and Lord of the Rings, like back and back. You'd just be like, oh my god,
Mhm.
what kind of experience would that be? It's like, do you continue? It's like,
Brain shock.
yeah. For a fellow fan of Avantasia and Powerwolf, Rhapsody of Fire is pretty sweet too, I guess. But how do you feel about Nanowar of Steel? Also check out Aeon. The day the world breaks down is longer than the Scarecrow. Oh. No, I haven't even heard of Aeon, but Nanowar of Steel sounds vaguely familiar. I always feel bad for the metal fans who expect that I'm much more familiar than expected.
It sounds like the title of a Joseph Anderson book, Nano War of Steel.
I don't know. I think that's better than what he would. He Interstellar Marines, like
Interstellar Marines is very. It's.
yeah.
It is not the most generic possible thing that you could make as a parody of science fiction at all.
Do you know Because Rags, you watched. I showed Rags the first scene with Odin and Thor, so he's seen that. Apparently, Joe Svanson, when he was playing it, he asked, "Why wouldn't Kratos take the Odin deal? It was a good deal."
I'm not familiar with what the son is doing, so I couldn't say myself.
Well, so the thing is, like, even with zero context, could you speculate even why he might not take the deal?
Well, he doesn't want people controlling him, telling him what to do, and he doesn't know if he could trust these people. Plus, if Mimir has probably told him that this guy's a liar.
That Rags, for the record, has played zero of God of War.
Wait, is that that's? I assume that's right. Listen,
you
guys,
nailed it. That's it.
Here's my experience with Ragnarok. I've literally seen this one scene. That's literally it. Mahler and I were just hanging out, and he said, "Hey, check this out. I want to get your thoughts." And so I watched that scene, and that's all I know. I don't know anything else. I have no idea what happens. I just assume that's obviously what's going on here.
It takes like one brain cell and basic good faith to be like, Kratos probably doesn't trust him, you know?
Yeah, like it's kind of baffling that he would say, "Why didn't Kratos take the deal?" It's like, oh, I don't know, man. Where do we start?
It's all I've seen. I don't know. It's all it seems pretty self-contained.
Yeah, almost the entirety of your adventures through 2018, you find and discover and are told information of how Odin is a liar, basically. Everything he does is lies.
I mean, Mimir, I think that's his name. Yeah. He says specifically in that scene that Odin just lies. That's all he does.
He says, if Odin tells you the sky is blue, he's lying.
Yeah. And the big thing from Kratos is he has got really no reason to distrust Mimir. Like, he has been nothing but helpful to him. He trusts him, and the fact that he doesn't trust Odin, like, that's enough. Among many other factors, I can't believe that he would have said, "Why didn't he take the deal?" Like, how do you... Like, I feel like you're not even, like, engaging with the story. Like, you know...
I think, like I said, I was partially bewildered that he would even say it, because I was like, well, even if I didn't know the characters in the story, I could probably imagine plenty of reasons for someone to say, I don't want to take this deal. Like, it just seems pretty straightforward, but yeah. Compare supernatural legal shows, She-Hulk versus Angel Season 5. There is some legal stuff in Angel Season 5, but it's not really focused on it at all. But it probably would...
She-Hulk.
Well, that's what the writers probably...
She-Hulk kind of thinks it is, though. That's the thing.
It's weird, yeah.
It's really bad.
Wong's behavior is completely consistent. He's secretly a Skrull. Oh.
Maybe he will be. Who knows who's going to be revealed to be a Skrull all along in Secret Invasion. I'm sure that show won't have massive world-building implications.
Also, with magic being discovered thousands of years ago, wouldn't any copyright expire? These people are abusing legal terms more than Ant-Man abuses quantum mechanics.
What does it even mean to impose copyright on, like, a system?
Yeah, like
or some force of the universe.
Yeah,
it's
like copyright gravity.
Copyright over gravity.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. So how do you do that?
Copyright over thermodynamics, or I have copyright over, I don't know, chemistry, just like as a discipline.
Man, you'd be making shit tons of money with that.
And even if you enforce it in the United States, like, yeah, cool, bro. And even if you probably only be in a specific state, even if you got in all of America, it's like, yeah, there's like another 200 countries that you would have to deal with. Why don't you just, like, not get... sorry, no, we talked about that show. It's done. It's done. We finished.
We will never, ever talk about it again until the next Super Chat.
Hopefully.
Or talk about
it. Well, yeah, because they're all about it.
They make one.
Well, if they do, yeah. Which, who knows? Like, that probably is the one that had the worst response, like, of anything they made, right? Like, at least as far as Marvel would be concerned. I guess what I mean is from the Marvel POV, that was probably their worst response, because people hated it when it was coming out, which is not the case for most. Like, and Thor, right? Thor probably was another example of...
Yeah, Thor is probably a runner-up.
Yeah.
Whereas they probably look at Multiverse and go, it was okay. You know, wasn't as good as we hoped, but it was okay, I bet. Oh, that's funny.
I know you're not a fan of musicals, but have you considered watching La La Land from writer-director of Whiplash? The writing's pretty strong and is stellar in all other categories. I typically don't like musicals, but it's one of my favorite movies. I
hadn't thought about that one.
Bit of praise for La La Land here and there. Chat, how do we feel about La La Land?
If you remember, La La Land was the film that they erroneously gave Best Picture to when it was actually Moonlight? Yeah, Moonlight won.
Right, yeah.
What do you mean
That
they
was yeah.
erroneously gave it to?
Do you know? So at the Oscars, they were like, "Oh, the best film of the the Oscar for best film, La La Land," and then they get up on stage and talk, and it's like, "No, wait, no, it was Moonlight as best picture. You didn't win it. Moonlight won. They gave it to the wrong
They said
people."
the wrong card, or they
Yeah.
read it wrong,
Well,
or
he
that's
had the
weird.
wrong card. The card actually was for best like actress, and it was for Emma Stone in the film, and like he read it as them having won the best picture,
Oh,
but it
you
was
had one
Moonlight.
job. Just read the
He did have
cards.
well, the funny part is that I think there were 2 of them up there, and the guy kinda hesitated because he was looking at it and probably confused, and then I think the person next to him read it out.
Ah, I
How
see.
yeah, that was yeah, whoops.
Tragic.
But,
This
I
was,
mean mhm.
oh, I feel like that happened with something else. Somebody was supposed to get an award and they read it wrong. What?
Oh, I remember that there was I remember it was this is such an obscure reference, but I remember it. There was a show called Australia's Next Top Model where like the runner up was declared the winner, and then they had to like go like, oh wait, no, whoops. You
Uh,
didn't win. They won.
It's just
Trophy's mine now, bitch. I'm
just
keeping it.
awkward for everyone involved.
Well, yeah, exactly. It's like it's an honest mistake, but like, man, sucks. You thought you won and you lost. Like, oh,
I saw I
um,
asked for takes on it. We got like a mix of it's great, it's okay, it's not very good, I liked it, overrated, and then someone said La La Land is where the Teletubbies live. Which I think is
well,
that true? I thought La La was just one of the Teletubbies.
I thought La
did
La,
you
yeah. Where? Well, I could look it up while Fringy's telling his story.
did either of you watch First Man? It was from the guy who did La La Land and
I
Whiplash
did
as
actually,
well.
yeah.
What'd you think of it?
Meh.
I think it's like meh generally, but I really like the moon like sequence. I thought that was pretty great.
I don't know that
Yesterday.
I've
Yeah.
forgotten a lot of it. It didn't do anything to me heart-wise.
Well, so for me, the moon landing stuff was much more like spectacle and like filmmaking. Like that, I thought that that was really impressive as a sequence. Like that part I remember pretty distinctly. But yeah, like the rest of the movie is more like, like Whiplash, man. Like Whiplash. It's so great.
Yeah, yeah.
But I hear La La Land's really good, so maybe that's worth looking at.
I didn't see the same meh movie that you guys did, but yesterday I saw a movie that I thought was pretty meh. Local Hero from 1983.
Haven't
That
heard of
was
it.
pretty. That was pretty meh. Anyway,
What's
to answer the Teletubby question, the TQ. Teletubbies live in the appropriately named Teletubby Land,
Ah.
which is like calling where I live America Land. No, it's just
It'd be like
American
calling
land where
well,
the
couldn't it
Americans live.
I guess it would be like calling it human land, right? Because it's all humans
Sort
live
of.
on.
I guess, yeah,
Well,
because
so
the
that's the thing. Are the
Teletubbies.
Teletubbies a species, or is that their tribe name and that they've killed all other...
Well, I assume my headcanon is that each of the Teletubbies, Tinky Winky, Dipsy, Lala, and Poe, because they are different colors, and Dipsy does seem to be a different shade of flesh, that they are from their last surviving members of 4 different tribes, as they live in a radically barbaric and feudal sort of
They
system,
found
where
peace
tribes
after
can
so
be.
much
Yeah, so
war.
yeah, they all were brought together by the grief of having their tribes wiped out, and so they banded together. Another very interesting fact, as you all know, do you know what the name of the dome, the sci-fi Shire place that they live, their house? Do you know what it's called?
No, I can't say
No.
I do.
It is called the Tubbytronic Superdome.
See, there's a lot of tech being involved in their existence that begs questions. Let's just put it that way.
Well, I mean, yeah, they got
I
TVs in their
They are
bellies.
cyborgs.
And
Yeah.
I'm going to give you another very fun fact that I just happened to click here. Under the People Also Ask section that Google has, the question is the Teletubby house real? And while it's, of course, real to all of us, the answer is the Teletubbies' famous home is now a pond after the owners got fed up with tourists. The iconic Tubby home has been filled with water as the show celebrates 20 years since it hit our screens. The sloping green hill in Wimpstone Works was home to Tinky Winky, Dipsy, Lala, and Poe from March of '97 until 2001. So unlike the Shire, it seems that the owners got so fed up with tourists that they just leveled it and turned it into a pond.
Fair enough, I guess.
And why do we cry? Because it was real. Wait. There's the question beneath this is why did Tinky Winky get fired? Oh my goodness.
He got fired.
He got fired. Okay. Original Tinky Winky actor Dave Thompson left the show after the first few episodes following creative differences. And how many creative differences? Just bounce around in your costume and make noise, you freak. Maybe creative differences, like, oh, I really wanted to take Tinky Winky into a more Renaissance man philosopher kind of angle.
Well,
but
it's like Bumblebee Man when he's like, I just don't, like we're trying to create like art here.
Well, yeah, you like jump to the side, go. "Ooh," he's like, I just don't think Tinky Winky would do that. I feel like he's a changed man. He's a different man. He'd say, "Oh,
yeah." After his tribe was executed, then as a last survivor, I feel like that would affect. His
Dude, there's like an
character.
episode where he discovers like ancient tablets that describe the Great War and his tribe having been annihilated by Poe's tribe.
Well, they're out there.
As he reminisces on his lost life, his family and friends.
All the four Teletubbies
screaming as well. It's got to be Vietnam flashback where it flashes them screaming as they're being.
You and I are taking different angles because in my mind we've got the four Teletubbies and they're out and they're dancing and singing and having a great time and everything's wonderful and the baby's sun god is laughing, and then we have that Mulan moment where they're singing and then they come across the remnants of the battle and they just cross over a hill. It's like a mass grave. And the music stops.
Again, that inspires like a different
fighting.
different story in my mind of like they have a guest, because they sometimes have guest humans or whatever, and it's just like a human's really happy and they discover that. The second any of them discover the mass grave, the Teletubbies have to kill them. It's like, you wandered too far.
But it was too. I'm gonna have to post this. That caught me off guard. That's an image for you to think about. So, first off, the Tinky Winkies are fucking bigger than I thought they were.
The Tinky Winkies are big.
I'm sorry, I meant the Teletubbies. The Teletubbies are bigger than I thought. For whatever, I don't know why that should surprise me, but it does, because I know there's adults in there, so I guess they are adult sized, but I guess I imagined them much smaller for whatever reason. The point being was that thing I was reading about the Tinky Winky actor Dave Thomas getting fired following creative differences. Is this article here says that it was later reported that the show's production company had implied the character was gay.
He didn't want that. He was like, no, Tinky Winky is not gay.
Some disgruntled viewers claimed the character was gay as he carried a red handbag with a U.S. evangelist warning parents that the lovable purple alien was the gay pride color, while his triangle antenna was the gay pride symbol.
He's the gay one because he has a handbag.
To be fair, that's pretty impeccable logic. I like how their mind went instead to it went straight to he's gay instead of, oh, it's probably a girl then, I guess, right?
You can't have Tinky Winky be a girl.
It's better that he's gay than he's a girl.
But also, that's not allowed.
As well as, like, you can be inspired and entertained by this psycho alien horrible monster thing, but not if he's gay.
What's amazing is they have a picture here, and it just screams gay to me. I don't know about y'all, but this is the gayest Tinky Winky. Oh my goodness.
It's a legendary show. There's so much to dig out of it.
What a rabbit hole this is.
I mean, there are lots of rabbits in Teletubby Land, so it does make sense.
Yeah, in a sense.
Dude, look at those eyes. He's seen so much.
War. His land has been ravaged by so much war. He's a broken Teletubby. His soul.
That handbag was his mother's. He hangs on to it as a memory of what was.
So
what was and what was lost.
So the fired Tinky Winky with the creative differences, Dave Thompson, he said he was proud of his time in the role. He went on to have a successful comedy career, replaced by Simon Shelton, who was a trained ballet dancer and choreographer. Now we know Tinky Winky's gay. Simon said he received fan mail from kids and parents and said the speculation surrounding Tinky Winky's sexual orientation was really quite silly.
Oh,
Oh,
really?
Hold up. I got to finish this. This is the part that sadly he died from hypothermia in January 2018 at the age of 52.
Damn.
How did you die of hypothermia? Like that happens, but wow, that's weird.
Was he climbing a mountain or some shit?
I don't know. That's all it said. That's interesting.
Rest in peace, Tinky Winky, the gay alien.
That is, wow.
So
anyway, what was the super chat?
I don't know what one caused that to happen.
I better turn on my. I gotta turn on my fan real quick. Just a second.
Have you ever seriously considered permanently ending EFAP for any reason? Well, the only time it would be considered is what would happen if something horrible happened to one of us three, sort of thing. Or
because I think all three of us would be happy to just keep talking about movies and video games and stuff.
Yeah, because that's all EFAP ultimately is, and I've done that. I think I've told people before. EFAP was like my either fourth or fifth podcast, and it finally worked, sort of thing. But they were all the same. They were all just me talking about media. So I was just trying to find a format that worked better with the right people, sort of thing. But the fact is, like, if, for example, I think we talked about this before, but if I got hit by a big old van or something, and you guys had all of the materials to be able to stream it, I think I'd be okay with you guys carrying it on. It's just really up to you guys if you'd even want to at that point or not, or if you'd rather make something new.
Wouldn't call it. I would carry on doing podcasts, but I wouldn't call it EFAP. I feel like it would become something else. I feel like it would just. It's like Top Gear without Richard Hammond and Jeremy Clarkson and James May. You know, it's just like you can call it Top Gear, but is it really?
Yeah, no, I'm with you. Yeah, it's like, why not just start a new show so that it's all contained. It was a big old arc, and it ends with one of the bigger contributors, you know, being unable to contribute anymore, sort of thing.
Dying of hypothermia, yeah.
I bloody hope not. Then again, if I was to be hit by a van or die of hypothermia, which would you prefer? It's probably the van, right? That'd be faster.
The van, it probably happens, yeah, really quick. You don't see it coming.
Well, we talked about it on the Final
yeah.
Destination, right? We had the girls who were really, the only thing they were characterized by was they liked sex, and then they were kind, and then they got killed horribly over a long period of time. Meanwhile, several of the like asshole characters get insta-killed to the point where they don't even know they're dead before they're dead.
Yeah, they just stop existing. Yeah,
it's like you know,
it's not fair.
Yeah, it's like it would fix the
mean-spirited.
movies, but if they, how can you not get basic shit like that right, where the worst characters get the worst deaths? Like,
yeah,
basic shit.
And yeah, I don't like that. Unsatisfying things like that can really ruin a movie for me. It just seems mean-spirited.
I agree. I forgot in my last chat for the first ever super chat. I said I liked season 1, that season 2 has issues. The season 2 was 3 was okay. Upon reflection, there's some good stuff in 2, but still like a 3.5 out of 10. I've completely turned on 3. How did I not think about how they build the base without anyone noticing? It would have taken years to build. I have no idea what we're talking about yet, by the way. With at least a mile digging down. Oh, now I know what it is. Stranger Things. Hopper was ruined, a 2 out of 10 being generous. However, season 4 somehow managed to redeem the show. Eddie was a spectacular character, 6 out of 10, I think is what they're saying. Which is probably somewhere near what I would settle on, because there's plenty of problems in Stranger Things season 4, but it was a fun watch compared to 2 and 3.
I enjoyed it.
Laird Lungbuns of Mewbley Road. Can you do a Kung Fap? Peter Long's one sometime. It'd be fapped for ages. I'm feeling like a lot of people are asking for this now. It's getting around, you know?
The Kung Fap.
The Long Kong. I just, you know, I don't know what they're going to do when we finally release it. It'll be I dare say it might be an EFAP for the ages.
You know, it better fucking be. Finally do it.
Dear Mauler, your high Welshitude send us Sir Philip A.H. for acclaimed Red Dragon's Silence of the Lambs, West World, and The Marvelous Father. Why on God's green earth do you justify to send us Penarth's morbid plaque, Hest as her name rings as Cower? It's a very strangely written thing. A lot of that was not the words that I ended up going with. But yes, I
Was it
understand.
written oddly?
That was the price for Anthony Hopkins. I'm sorry. That's how it works. You can't just have him for free. You have to have some other actors, right? I figured it out. The secret of Fringy's goo. The evidence is Fringy himself. It causes liver failure, green skin pigmentation, spontaneous beak growth, and simultaneous frog and bird transformation, followed by delusions of being a plague doctor.
That's interesting.
I mean, that's an interesting sort of like fan fiction, but that's just, you know,
You should get diagnosed.
it's just
Or
not true.
assessed. We don't know that he has it, right?
Oh, we know he's got it.
You know, we got something.
Yeah,
Could just
he's
be-
got something going on.
Be too much like of a particular drink or something. I don't know. Lay off the. Maybe he's drinking his own goo. I don't know.
Ooh, that could be interesting.
Rarely is the main character so awful that I'm starting to side with Sauron. No clue what he's like, but at least Sauron people value their dead instead of leaving someone to die because of a limp. Also, Sauron wasn't at least. Why is this written? Sauron at least isn't autistic in social situations. There we go.
Allegedly.
I mean, we got another 4 seasons of watching that man do his thing, so.
Oh, I can't believe it. 4 more
yeah.
seasons.
I would be
Possibly a
curious what
decade.
they're gonna do if season 2 has the exact same performance and reaction.
Oh, that's got to change something, right? Even this one season's probably enough to change some things, like big time.
I would be thinking so, because
Okay,
you always
yes.
get, you can pay off the shill article writers from this site and that site to talk about how, oh, it fixes so much from Lord of the Rings, and oh, like it's so empowering and it's so great and wonderful. But like people don't buy that shit. At least a lot of them don't.
I don't know. It's just nobody just talks about it. It's
Yeah, it's
already
done.
gone.
What can you talk about?
Yeah, exactly.
Man, didn't
What
you
is it?
love character? One of them? I don't know. Maybe.
Maybe.
I really
yeah,
liked when Galadriel jumped into the ocean.
That was
That was fun.
a weird choice by her part, you know. I think it's the environmental save the forest message. Look how we affect the planet. If you're talking about the volcano in Rings of Power, I doubt
I don't.
it.
I doubt that that's an environmental message, especially because of how it happens. I don't see how that relates to like our actions.
Don't let your
as a
hobos
race.
stab his spooky hilts into
Swords into
hard to-
strange dam mechanisms and let orcs build massive tunnels or ditches.
Yeah, I'd find it difficult to find an allegory for that. That's one of those ones where you're pulling pieces out of it 'cause you're just like, I don't know, it's a volcano, right? It's like, yeah, but
Also, I don't think humans cause volcanoes. I
well,
think those are a pretty natural affair.
I certainly don't
Except for this
mean to,
one.
all right? If there's a volcano near me and I set it off or whatever, it's like I didn't know.
I don't know if I could be trusted with that kind of power to
Mhm.
create volcanoes.
Have you seen Andor yet? We actually get to see the motivation of characters. We're breaking new ground with Disney Star Wars. I'm still not. It's still not a tenth as good as Hot D, but it's progress. Hi, Rags.
Hello. I agree. It's definitely progress.
It is progress. Yeah.
Yep.
Hard, soft magic is bound to the amount of knowledge that's given about the magic system. Tolkien has written down the whole system, but this knowledge is not given in Lord of the Rings. So for Lord of the Rings, it is even softer than Harry Potter. Yeah, I think that's what we didn't we conclude that, Rags? This is what we were talking to
Yeah, Platoon with,
Little Platoon, because our understanding of
The
soft
more
versus
rules,
hard.
the harder it is. Yeah.
Yeah, and if you watch the
The
Lord of the Rings
more-
movies on their own, there's barely anything you can get in terms of rules for
Yeah, it's simultaneously its strength and its weakness. Very kind of up in the air as to what you can do and when you can do it. But yeah, that was definitely surprising to hear him say that because pretty much everyone I know and all of us, we all understand a hard magic system to be more structured with more rules and more stipulations. Essentially, the closer it is to an established science and a craft,
Yeah, like
the harder
if it
it
said
is.
like there's only one spell in the world and it is to levitate any object of any size with a maximum of this weight for 5 seconds and you can only do it once per day. You're like, whoa, quite the
extremely
hard.
hard.
Yeah, it's an extremely
Like,
hard
super
system.
hard, yeah.
Meanwhile, like Harry Potter, I can understand people calling it soft, but it has more rules
It's
in it.
pretty hard.
I think
Yeah.
compared to I mean a lot of stuff. Yeah.
I think the problem is that there are too many of these rules, and I think
Yeah.
that's where
I think
It's not that it's hard or soft. It's that there's just too much stuff that seem like they interfere with plots and stories and things.
and I think it's gotten to the point as well with, because we'll try and maybe check them out at some point and give our takes, but I'm pretty sure there's a lot of overlap with rules where you're like, wait a minute.
So, someone in chat mentioned it, but alchemy in Full Metal Alchemist is a hard magic, and yeah, that's a very hard it is essentially it's treated no different than a science is. That has to be studied and understood. It's a very hard system. Yeah.
Knowing that Gimli wanted Sam and Frodo dead the whole time, was there any time during the Fellowship where he could have carried out grisly murder on one or both of them and just got away with it?
Probably. He probably could have done it. I don't know if he could get away with it.
If you keep
'Cause
an
the
eye on
others
him
are-
in all the scenes, there's a few times where he has a few glances at Frodo and Sam and just scowls at them, and you can tell he's planning it. I think.
Yeah, they're like, how come Gimli looks at Frodo like Boromir looks at the ring? That's kind of weird.
Yeah, and if you remember when they're like, oh, let's go save the hobbits, Gimli's like, oh, yep, let's go do it, because he knows that means they're not going to help Sam and Frodo. And so he's like, that'll definitely make them die. They'll be great.
It's all coming together.
And then in
It's
Return
all
of the King,
coming
he
together.
finds out they survived, and he's like, what the fuck? That makes no sense. And, yeah, poor guy. Should have been more definitive when he had the chance, I think. Shout out, there's an amazing Harry Potter fanfic book written by an AI researcher who basically wanted to fix the universe while preserving a lot of its aspects, but making a lot of them make sense a lot more.
Interesting.
The Methods of Rationality. I guess that's the name of what it's called. Also, hi chat.
Oh.
If you had the choice of becoming a ghost after death, would you? Being a ghost in this scenario simply entails that you would only able to move around and observe freely, while you can still retain your mental faculties as if you were in your prime.
I don't know. It's tough.
If the question would be like, is that or infinite nothingness? I'd probably go for the infinite nothingness of death, because I'd be worried that am I doomed to be that forever if I decide on the ghost?
Exactly. Yeah, I think.
And I don't want to take that choice away from myself, because I only have it once, sort of, But it could be fun for a bit. You get to observe like all the crazy and awesome events throughout the world, and you'll know more than you ever would have and stuff. Answer some questions you've always had. But
yeah, without.
But then again, you can't do anything about anything you learn.
Yeah, if there's no way to influence things or do anything, if you don't have any agency and it's purely passive, just sort of observing things. Yeah, that's a really tough call. Yeah.
Did you see Andor? It was okay at best. The real problem with the show is that we haven't seen Vader, Ahsoka, Kenobi, Boba Fett, Palpatine, Bo-Katan, Maul, Rex, Cody, Tarkin, Luke, Yoda, and Mace Windu. It could be a good show if those characters had cameos. Well, yeah, let's hope they get all them all in the last episode, because otherwise the show will be shit.
It will be.
Because it can.
How do you make good Star Wars without Luke Skywalker and lightsabers and Darth Vader and Boba Fett?
I have heard
it simply can't be done.
That is a take, apparently. The show is not very good because it doesn't have enough lightsabers.
Who was it? Like Star Wars Theory or something like that?
Possibly. The funny thing for us is I think we go way further even than our audience is ready for. Like if they just had, John, some guy called John, and he was working 9 till 5 and the whole show was about that. There's not a single reference to even an alien. We don't even find out what planet he's on. It could just be Earth. If it was just really good and they said, this was Star Wars, by the way, we'd probably be like, that was neat.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's like, it's interesting that was Star Wars, but all right. If it's a good story, it's a good story,
Exactly.
If you took exactly what Bly Manor was, but instead of, a contemporary-ish England, it was, just a planet on some Star Wars world.
Yeah.
Then I'm like, I think it's a good story. I don't know how this does before it goes, but yeah, it's a good story.
And what's interesting to think about as well is you could do all that and people could be so invested in this guy called John and he gets a resolution or whatever like issues he's having with maybe the work or just the people in the bar that he's running if it's one. And then like you give that thing right at the end where last episode, maybe not even post-credit scene, just the final thing, he concludes all of his stuff and then a Jedi just bursts in looking for cover because he's being chased, he's been hunted down, and that's the setup for season 2. It's like, there you go, okay? Now this is how it fits into the Star Wars universe, you You rabid
Stuff
Star
like
Wars
that's
fans.
interesting to think about.
It's
Yeah.
funny because you might think
How
I'm
do you-
joking, but I guess what I'm trying to say is like, you get them to like the character first, and then you start involving Star Wars
Yeah.
stuff.
Exactly. Yeah. Get the story set, established, and then at the very end go, oh, by the way, this is in the Star Wars universe.
And I think that would excite people. It's kind of the same as what's going on with the God of War games, where it's just like, ooh, they said Heimdall. I know that name. And it's like he's gonna be able to beat Kratos at some point. You're like, yeah. How neat is that? Lord Longbong of Mubslington Abbey. Is there any chance of a Kong Fap? Of Nintendo's Donkey Kong? When there's less going on? It'd be an EFAP for the ages.
Which Donkey Kong game, though?
Well, unless they're talking about the soon-to-come Peter Jackson Donkey Kong movie. I hope they're making.
Or, I guess, DK's Adventures in the Mario movie. Or
Seth
Donkey
Rogen
Kong
DK.
Country. Oh, fucking no.
Such a meme. Why did they do it?
I don't know.
Because you guys know Seth Rogen.
What if we had to beat our words? We're like, actually, that was an amazing casting choice.
Then I guess we
maybe.
will if that happens.
Can you see yourself saying that, Briggy? Is there a chance?
I mean, it's always possible. I just don't really have much faith that that will be anything other than, like, I don't know, like, fine at best. But maybe it'll blow me away. Who knows?
Yeah, I think the most it'll get to is tolerable. I'll be like, fine, but
I'll need to take mushrooms
Mushroom Kingdom
and grow twice my size.
Fun exercise. Pick a Buffy episode, replace Buffy with Jennifer Walters, and then describe what would happen. She'd break the universe and reinstate her own rules so that she doesn't have to deal with pressures, suffering in any way, shape, or form. It would be great. Kind of the same thing she'd do in every single show she's in.
Hooray.
Oh, with season 2 when they do the exact same payoff in the finale because they're fucking absolutely out of ideas and they're like, oh, you found another way in? Meh, we're gonna have to fix that one too.
I hope this doesn't happen again.
And then she's like, any word on the X-Men yet? And he's like, stop asking that question. And then everyone laughs. Because it is so funny. Because it's like, kind of like how we ask. And then they finally do the X-Men movie and it's fucking horrible. And then everyone is like, we really... I don't know. And then they give him a trailer for the next X-Men and Galactus is in it for some reason. And they're like, oh my god, actually, no, I like it again. Give me. It's gonna be great, guys. Doctor Doom.
It will be great.
This Mephisto.
It's gonna be great.
Shrek the Musical lyrics sung by the Big Bad Wolf. They tore my cotton granny dress and called me a hot and... I can't say that. I'm pretty sure I can get banned for saying it. I don't even know anymore. Yes, these are real. Is that actually a real quote? Because I'm assuming Shrek the Musical...
I've got no clue what it is, so...
Well,
I assume I guess there's a musical for it.
It depends on when it came out.
The first movie is a little bit.
I was about to say it might be real if it's older. I could believe that's
What's
real.
the first letter? Can you just post it in the chat for the rest of your hosts to know what it was?
I'm not that invested. It's fine. We can.
Okay.
If forced to live in the following options, what would you choose? Pakistan or a physical manifestation of Twitter? Oh. What would that be like?
Pakistan or San Francisco?
Would a physical manifestation of Twitter probably be like a huge building filled with like thousands of rooms, and every room there's several people in there, and every time you say anything, many people will show up and possibly shout at you, right?
We're talking about Pakistan or...
I don't see how you could possibly think what I just said was Pakistan, but that's all right.
How your ability to escape Twitter is probably quite easy though.
If you can just walk out of the building, yeah.
Because if it's a physical manifestation on Twitter, you can get like expatriated forcefully if you say a naughty
you're right.
word,
Yeah, if you
perhaps.
say the right words, you can just.
So you say the right words, you just get kicked out and you're free.
And it's not like that would
kill you. It's like how
you.
getting banned on Twitter actually is. Yeah, except Pakistan, because I probably wouldn't be very well appreciated in Pakistan. So I'm gonna go with the Twitter one, probably because it's easy to safely get out.
Yeah, that's probably true. Dear Lord Mueller, thank you for Thank you for Otto Hightower. This good actor, sorry, come from Ilforth. This balances more without, I presume. Thanks you again. Kisses for our Kazoa. Kazoa? Okay, scritches for the good boy.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Otto was great. I can't wait for more of him in season 2.
Yes.
Happy birthday. Happy belated birthday. Hope you could enjoy time with friends. I don't know who that's directed to necessarily. Would it be me? Mine was
Probably.
a month and a half ago, but that's probably still, yeah. I guess that tells us where we are in terms of catching up. I hope God of War goes on for long enough to eventually involve figures from the Abrahamic religions. Imagine a QTE sequence of Kratos personally nailing Jesus Christ to a cross as a cinematic
Based and red pilled.
crucifixion.
Well, it's like when we talk about Marvel. They're not gonna canonize like Yahweh or the Christian God. They're not gonna do that. That would be.
We're bringing this up.
Do that.
You often have Christians saying, like, everyone always makes fun of Christianity, but you're not allowed to make fun of, like, certain religion stuff. It's like, I still don't think something like God of War would have the balls to represent Jesus. I don't think it would. They wouldn't want to risk it. They'd be like, no. And to be honest with you, if they suggested it while I was on, like, the board of directors or whatever, I'd be like, don't do that. That's just going to piss loads of people off.
But they would sooner make fun of Jesus than Muhammad.
Oh, absolutely. There's a hierarchy, but I still think that there's a level of protection.
Those people will fucking kill you.
If someone like hired me to do it in a way that would like, I would just be like, I don't know if it's gonna work. I don't think people want to see that. Like the idea that they were gonna have him
associate Jesus with being cool, and even Christians who are like, yeah, Jesus is cool. Yeah, being a virgin is really cool. Like they don't actually think that he's like cool. I
think if you portrayed him with like he teams up with Kratos and he has like he hits people with a cross or casts spells or whatever, I think some people will be like, this is fun, I like Jesus. Some other people will be like, this is disrespectful. Jesus is not supposed to be like
you'd have to have Jesus like tagging along, trying to temper Kratos's mood, He's trying to tell, turn the other cheek and do this sort of thing and think about that.
Wooden crosses.
The worst thing that Jesus would do is flip over some tables, but
no,
that's pretty extreme.
He worships the table because it's wood and he's a carpenter.
Yeah, you could do it. There is a way to do it, I'm sure, but
it's a tough one to risk, especially when you've got so many other options. Like, just go for Egypt. Do it.
Yeah, do it.
Rags will play the next one if you go Egypt, okay?
I might.
No, you will. Promise.
Is it on and it's only on PS5, right? They don't.
It releases on PC
until later.
Eventually, yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm not gonna get a PlayStation for it, but with the eventual PC release, I will maybe play it if it's Egyptian themed.
That half-foot hag suggesting they steal their wheels and leave them to die has the same energy as the orcs in Two Towers talking about eating just the legs of the hobbits.
They don't need their legs. Yeah, they don't need their wheels.
Oh man, that's really funny. Again, when they write in that sequence, you need to be like, dude, do you know what you've just written down? And they're like, yeah, it's kind of fun, isn't it? It's a fun, like, oh, take their wheels. It's like,
It's almost like saying, let's unplug his insulin drip. What a fun prank. What a fun prank, bro.
Let's eat his flesh.
Yeah, do it. I will say, though, it does, by taking their wheels, it's essentially not just sabotaging someone else. It's increasing your own chances of survival. Now we have extra wheels. That's like a get out of jail free card for death.
Yeah.
If our wheels break, we have their wheels to put on our cart, so we're more likely to survive.
Mola, I assume you're a good writer, but I haven't seen you publish any fiction. Have you thought about writing for the Rippaverse? I can't imagine it not turning out great. I haven't got time to even write more stuff or just screw around.
I can barely write emails.
I am too busy writing. If ever I'm writing anything, it's scripts, and those, as you guys know, some of them are complete and videoless. That needs to be remedied. So
yeah.
If I enter a point in my life where I'm writing, it's going to be probably to at least try and write something for my own sort of thing. But
yeah, that's
obviously I wish the best for the Rippaverse. Looks like it's going to be cool.
Yeah.
In light of PayPal's recent announcement, I can no longer justify using their service, so this is my last Streamlabs. It's inconvenient, but it's time to find better ways for us to exchange value that are actually in line with our principles. Yeah, I mean, what we've got set up, I think, is the, well, you have Super Chats, Patreon, Subscribe Star, and Streamlabs. So if all four of those are unacceptable, I'm not actually sure if there's another more viable alternative, but...
Yeah, those are all pretty good options.
Obviously, don't worry about it. If you find that there's no ethical way to get money to us that you would like to, you don't have to pay. Just leave it. It's all right. The
Send it
view
in an
is more than
envelope.
enough.
Yeah, just put your money in an envelope. Always a solid idea. And
Slingshot it.
write, yeah, like write, put it, uh, stick it to a boomerang and write Fringy's house on it. Uh, 42 Wallaby Way, Sydney, and
Oh my
then just
god.
throw that bit. What?
A Finding Nemo reference. Nice.
Oh, you know what's interesting too is that randomly on Friday morning, I was for whatever reason I was thinking about Finding Nemo. It was Dory's swimming song that whatever for whatever reason popped into my head, and I was thinking, is it a contrivance that the address to the Nemo's kidnapper just happened to be on the goggles that fell into the water, and he just so happened to find one of the only fish who can read English in order to track him down? Is that like a huge
It
contrivance?
sounds like you've already concluded whether or not the answer to that question is yes.
But I'm at well, maybe, but that's why I'm asking. I'm legitimately asking the question because I'm capable of changing my mind.
With how you've described it, I'd say yes. I need to re-see it, see if there's anything else that can.
'Cause I think because I really like that movie, but I think I'm accurately portraying the events in my retelling here, but I don't know. Maybe there's some I missed, but I think so. It helps that it's sort of like the inciting incident, so that gives it a little bit of a pass to start a story about it. But I don't know. Just fish thoughts or whatever.
Hmm.
I never saw Finding Dory. I don't know anything about it. I don't know if it's good or not. I don't know anything about
Which
Finding Dory.
of the major God of War games would you say is the most flawed writing-wise? I would rule out 2018 Ragnarok and God of War 1. It is between God of War 2 and 3. 3 because it kind of goes back on a lot of what God of War 2 sets up. This is something that several people in chat were telling me about as I was playing it, and I hadn't thought about it before. But a couple things, including but not limited to, like, they set up all the Titan stuff, and then the Titan stuff becomes completely irrelevant almost in the third game. Not like completely, but you probably understand what I'm saying if you've played them. Also, flipping Gaia to become a kind of like a villain almost was a really strange choice. Then the stuff with Pandora was pretty cringe. The big resolution at the end, they say the word hope way too much, and like it couldn't be more obvious what they're going for, and for some reason they think you haven't picked it up. So there's that. But God of War 2 has, I think, the biggest writing flaw across all of God of War, which is Kratos' family was killed. He killed them because of a god tricking him. It was the most horrible event of his life. It's basically defined everything and everywhere all at once. And he has the chance to go back in time and stop Zeus from stabbing him way later than when that happened. And he doesn't think to himself, I should probably go back in time and save my family.
He's the god of war, not the god of wisdom.
Well, and so that was a sort of a thing that was highlighted. And then it's like, okay, but maybe there's something I missed. Maybe this is like, what did the writers say? And apparently they said he was too angry to think about that.
We've all been there. We've all been. Listen, guys, there's a few things that you should know about life. Two primary rules: don't go to the grocery store when you're hungry, and don't step into a time machine when you're angry. Very simple rules to live by. If you follow these rules, you will live a long and fruitful life, full of happiness and satisfaction.
And so, it's hard to say. It's between 2 and 3. 3 seems to have more flaws, but they're not like nobody's God of War game is going to beat out that flaw. I would argue that's the biggest flaw in all of God of War, because it's like the games themselves. The Kratos' like consistent characterization is the best thread they've got, and so dramatic damage to that is really bad. Muller, it is very clear that Rags is an old doggo at this point. Biden moments would be expected. Maybe it's time to pass the mantle like a Marvel hero. Might I suggest you give Metal Commander sunglasses, spray paint him orange, and rename him Metal Rags?
Spray paint him orange.
All right. I'll see if he's on board.
Listen, I still got plenty of gas left in the tank, so I'm gonna keep on keeping on until I just give out.
Mm-hmm. Big Bill Hell's ad Godelb edition. Fuck you, YouTube. If you're dumb enough to pay for Disney Plus, you're big enough schmuck to watch Game Developers Essentials Lessons book. Bad pacing, visuals that don't match what's being said, themes. If you think you're gonna find
I like
insight
that reference.
at Gadelb, you can kiss my ass. It's our belief that you're such a stupid motherfucker that you'll fall for this bullshit, guaranteed. Think you've made a better channel? Shove it up your ugly ass. You heard us right. Shove it up your ugly ass. Bring us your first draft script. Bring your stock music. Bring your Ransona. We'll fuck him. Okay? I don't know this reference at all. That's right.
Oh,
We'll fuck you,
Big
PFP.
Bill Hells.
Because at Gadelb, we don't know the meaning of the phrase parasocial friendship. Take a hike to Gadelb, home of the challenged editing. That's right, challenge editing. How does it work? If you can cut to new footage 5 times every second and not get a headache, you get a free channel membership. Don't wait, don't delay, don't fuck with us or we'll DMCA your bitch ass only at Gadelb, the only channel that tells you to fuck up. This is gonna keep going. Hurry up, asshole. This ad break ends the minute you confirm on PayPal, and you better not cancel or you're a dead motherfucker. Go to hell. Gadelb, YouTube's wordiest and most intellectual home of the wisest internet sages that's this side of tonal loke, guaranteed. Well. Yeah, I guess that's something I never saw. But it sounds like it's some classic internet memeage.
Yeah, it's good. I think it was the SFM one was based off the original, so whichever one you think you'd like more.
Okay.
It's pretty fun. It's a minute, you do that later. And then you'll be up to date on all the memes.
I can't be out of date. That would be ridiculous. I'm doing a joint replay of God of War 3 in 2018 to prep for Ragnarok. It's nice to jump between the two and appreciate the stark differences, but also how much the pure God of War DNA through-line carries on. Thanks for the years of unparalleled content, Benedict Long. Well, thank you. And yeah, it's kind of neat how a transfer of gameplay mechanics so dramatically can still maintain a lot of what you'd expect to be there. A friend of mine just moved from God of War 3 to 2018 and was saying it's so neat that they still had the light, heavy when you get the Blades of Chaos in 2018. It's still there, even though it's different controls and a different point of view and stuff. It's like, yep, they kept it. Probably because they knew that players would want to do that. What do you find more dramatic or jarring? The change from traditional Resident Evil to Resident Evil 4, or the change from traditional God of War to God of War 2018? The over-the-shoulder change is the most obvious, but what about all the other details in terms of gameplay and story?
Resident Evil 4 was my first Resident Evil, and I haven't played any of the God of War games, so I literally cannot answer this question.
I am one of the best posed to answer this question, I think, unless Fringy has played more than I realize.
Of what? Resident Evil?
Yeah, because classic Resident Evil to Resident Evil 4 is quite a dramatic change, but...
I haven't played any of those games, though. I haven't played, like, 1, 2, 3, or... I haven't played a lot of Resident Evil.
But is it more dramatic than God of War 3 to 2018? It's like,
That is an interesting question.
Hard to say, actually. Because the thing is, it depends on who you talk to, I think, would tell you... Like I said, I've talked to people before who've said that like Resident Evil 4 destroyed Resident Evil, and then there's plenty of people who say God of War's New Directions destroying God of War as a franchise. The Village DLC was so disappointing. There's no way that any of us three are playing that shit. Like, we're done with The Village.
Oh, fuck that game. There's no way I'm playing that game again. That game sucked.
It's funny because I was about to say, yeah, definitely soured over time. It's like, no, I'm pretty sure we were pretty harsh to it at the time, weren't we?
We were very harsh to it.
Yeah.
That game sucked.
Like, how could you be so mean?
The fact that everyone thinks it's so great is legitimately depressing. It's why we are never going to get another Resident Evil 4 again, because fuck having good gameplay.
It's funny because you're thinking of gameplay. My mind was just going to how much of a lost potential there was in the story. There's so much they could have done.
Also that, yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. If I was to go with one, I'd probably go with Resident Evil. I think if you jumped from Resident Evil 1 to Resident Evil 4, you're going to be like, what the hell? Because at least when you go to 2018 from God of War 3, all of it's assuming you've just come from God of War 3, and so there's ways it tries to ease that through, storytelling and stuff. But like Resident Evil 4 doesn't care about Resident Evil 1, and I don't mean that in the sense that it's disrespecting it. I just mean it in the sense that it's doing its own thing. It's just like, you could be playing something from a different franchise at that point, I guess is what I'm saying. Mauler, Rags, and Fringy. Say the line from Bruce Wayne in BVS about if there's even a 1% chance in your best Wonder Woman impression. If there is even a 1% chance. That's probably how she would do it.
If there's even a 1% chance to fill the Nile, we must take the champagne as an absolute certainty.
Yeah, it's oh man.
She's a really bad actress.
Yes,
I don't
she's
know.
very bad.
It's just the delivery is baffling. Because it'd be
Mm-hmm.
like, if there is even a 1% chance that he is our enemy, we have to take it. You remember the delivery in Wonder Woman 1984 when she jumps onto the car? She's like talking to Pedro Pascal, and she's like, "I need you to give me this stone." It's like,
Where is the stone?
Yes.
I don't know. It's just like the
Oh.
worst way you could have delivered that line.
Remember when
Man,
not like-
her mentor dies and she's like, no.
No.
It's just, and then of course, who could forget? Who could forget the classic, the piece de resistance, Kal-El? No, I can't
yeah.
believe that people are like, oh, they fixed
They
it.
fixed
It's
it. They took
Like-
one of the other takes and it was still shit.
It's just like, this is incredible.
Jeez.
The cope. Like,
But dude, remember when we pointed this out, people were like, "Wow, you're making fun of her accent." It's like, no, you
Making
fools.
fun of all of it. The fact that
the accent,
Oh.
it's the delivery. Like, I don't know why anybody would say that, as if there aren't
not
people who-
everyone,
No,
Well,
yeah,
there's
you're
a lot
right.
of act-
surely not everyone from that part of the world sounds that awful.
Well,
It can't be.
Fundamentally, there are plenty of actors who English is their second language, clearly, and like the delivery is still great.
Like,
You know, it's not the accent.
yeah, I don't know. Like that was Cope back then, but I think everyone's come to
I-
conclude she's.
Give me this stone. Like, what? That's not accent. That's like, why would you say it like that? You know, like, why would you deliver that line like
Yeah.
that?
So was it? I bet she can act
Kal-El.
better. I bet she can act better in Hebrew, like or whatever her primary language is. It's like I bet you she can't.
Mm.
I bet you that's what we're dealing with. It's not the fact that she's unfamiliar with English. I'm sure she's familiar enough with English to hold plenty of conversations. It's that she's not. It sounds harsh, but I'm pretty sure she wasn't taught properly how to do acting.
Well, I mean, remember the why? Because of your guilt, and then like the sort of exasperated expression. It's just like, man, that was just like, that just was not. I don't believe you. Like that was.
Yeah, it looks like
You're-
it looks like she is acting, and someone might be like, "Oh, wait, what?" And it's like, well, yeah, that's the point of acting, isn't it? To not look like you're acting.
convince me that you are the character rather than you.
Yeah, we both know you're lying, but make me forget that
Yeah.
you're
I don't
lying to me.
I guess the big thing would be she gets paid way too much money for like that to be acceptable. Like she's one of the highest paid actresses. Isn't that insane?
It is not it's just not fair. You
gets
know,
paid more.
it's
She gets paid more than like actresses like who are talented. Like you know what I mean? Like it's just like
yeah,
yeah,
it sucks.
it's
It's like, yeah, I get it, she's hot, but there's
She's
plenty
gonna be
being hot
playing,
is nothing special.
she's gonna be playing the evil queen in like the Snow White remake. It's like what's that gonna look
No,
like?
Maleficent?
Yeah,
No, that's just I think she's just called the Evil Queen.
yeah, I think that's it. She's
Let
playing
me look
the
it
evil
up.
queen.
Evil Queen Snow
I'm
White.
pretty sure she
name.
does have a name. It's just the evil queen is like
Her n-
what she's called.
I don't think that she's named by name in the original, though it says here that her name is Queen Grimhilde.
Oh, well. Yeah,
Well,
I
that's-
guess you're probably
That's a name. I guess it's similar to Maleficent, isn't it?
oh,
That's
Maleficent, Grimhild.
That's Mark Webb, by the way, is directing the Snow White remake.
What do I know him from?
He did Amazing Spider-Man. That was what he did. The Amazing Spider-Man.
The first
film.
Amazing Spider-Man?
Both.
Both of them.
Oh, well, it's gonna be shit then.
Well, I don't think it even matters, right? Because I think that the remakes that they have are like have the same problem as Marvel, which is that like the directors rarely does like any sort of clear vision shine through. Like Guy Ritchie doing Aladdin, you know, or I mean Jon Favreau, right? Like at this point seems to be like a sludge director,
Yeah.
which he didn't used to be. Who else was there?
Absolutely,
Kenneth
Jon
Branagh,
Favreau sucks now.
Cinderella one. There's someone else too. I think because Rob Marshall is like doing. I think he did Mary Poppins. He's doing Little Mermaid. And it's like I don't know, man. Like it seems to me like no like clear vision can shine through in these projects. They're like so corporate. and,
Yeah,
like,
corporate and yeah, they get run through the assembly line process, and yeah,
Like,
they
there
get put
was-
in the grinder like little chickens turned into nuggets.
Kind of. Well,
Yep.
not kind of. Essentially, yeah, that's actually a pretty good analogy for it. I don't know why there would be like any expectation that you're going to get something like particularly valuable from these remakes. You're just taking stuff that was really cool and great that was made before, and then like stripping away, losing a lot in translation. And of course, I don't like it when, because I remember there was a quote from like the actress playing Snow White, where it was like kind of like very dismissive of the original film, which in the case of Snow White feels like particularly frustrating because that was like the first theatrical animated film ever. Disney doesn't exist without that film. Like it has a legacy that I think is worth not
Respecting.
shitting
Yeah.
on, especially since your project doesn't exist without it either. I don't know. I'm finding that like particularly annoying. It's like in She-Hulk when they were shitting on Daredevil's costume. Like, yeah, sorry, my
Yeah.
dude. That like
We
the
want to use
costume.
it, but we want to make fun of it at the same
Yeah, you're
time.
going to use it to make money, and the creation of people who, let's be real, like they worked really hard under very difficult circumstances to create that, like churning out way more, like a ton of comics. It's like, yeah, I'm sorry they didn't nail the design the first time around, but what they made is still like a lot better than what you've. Sorry, it's just I don't know. I don't like it.
Yeah, they
It's
couldn't
just
just pass all their shit to everyone in the CGI dungeon and then, you know,
mm.
you know,
Well,
just
yeah, and then make fun of the fact that their CGI is like they didn't have enough time to do it because they're too busy. The slaves are already getting shuffled onto the next project, like back into the next dungeon. And I mean, Black
So
Panther.
I don't even know what you're referencing because I think multiple things fit that.
Oh well, you remember the joke in She-Hulk where they're like, "Oh, the visual effects people are
That's
moving on to the next project," and they play the like drums, you know, like kind
that's
of
what I'm
like the
saying.
Black Panther. Yeah.
I was curious if you were referring to that or Taika Waititi.
Well, that was just overt, right? That was like him in an interview, just like openly shitting on the work of people who were working on his projects, and it wasn't like it wasn't even his task. And it's like, and you're even partly on the hook for this, right? Because the conditions that resulted in this shot, you're ultimately responsible for because you're the director. You get your big name like on there as like this is your film. I don't like it. I don't know. It's just yeah.
Yeah, I don't like it.
You're gonna stream the new Dark Pictures with Metal? Yes, but we decided it's probably better off he does it when he comes over because we don't have to deal with the bullshit where I don't know if you guys know this, but it caps out as like two player co-op is like the we can do the remote play thing, but fucking that was a nightmare with Little Hope. I'm never doing that again.
Yeah, luckily there's zero gameplay, so it didn't really matter.
That's true.
So that was fortunate.
So the other option, of course, is that you can actually have real co-op. There is an option for it. And it's like, oh, great. But for some reason, there'll be times where they're playing cutscenes where I see a different one on my end and he sees a different one on his end. Which is incredibly confusing when you're trying to have a play together and commentate, because he doesn't know what I've seen and I don't know what he's seen. And it sounds like the kind of thing of like, oh, this could play into some kind of interesting idea for a co-op game, right? And it's like, yes, but no. This is just garbage where your characters are doing different things at the same time. All it does is cause chaos for you trying to explain. Like, he spent so long in a different storyline to me. He had this whole ass character with him that he was enjoying, like, and every other one is insufferable. And I was just like, I've not even seen who this person is yet. So, like, that's great. I'm just gonna have to go off your word for it. It's like, I chose to play a game with you, but yes, we're just gonna play games separately because that's what the new form of co-op is. I don't know.
Bizarre.
So I don't want to do that again. I would choose that if he wasn't coming over, but the fact that he is, it's like, well, why don't I just wait for you to come over and we can just play from my PC and actually have the same, like, just play solo mode. Christ. But apparently it released recently. I've already seen that some people are playing it. I hope it's great. I doubt that it is.
It's I don't know, super massive. Like, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's a good. It reminds me of like the Blumhouse like approach to shit. It's like the gaming version. Probably doesn't cost too much to keep reusing all this shit. And it's played enough by people because it's seen as like a party thing where, you know, I imagine they're still going, so it must be making money.
Well, I think isn't there like the Dark Pictures like anthology like very clearly like reuses assets, right? Like
yeah, that's what I'm kind of saying. Is like it's contextualized in such a way that people will see it as like, ooh, then, but it's like, yeah, this is shit. They're barely games.
Well, it hardly feels like the best utilization of like what branching storytelling could mean in games to do it like that.
Yeah.
Minimal interactivity outside of the capacity to make choices. And I mean, ultimately, like branching storylines, like a good story where you're invested in the outcomes is like pretty essential, I would say.
Or you could just not have that
Yeah, that's true.
Lord
and instead have no
Longbong
gameplay too.
of Mublington Abbey. Is there any good chance of an EFAP of more or less every frame of pause when there's less going on? It'd be an EFAP for the
Ooh.
ages. I think we can do an EFAP, yeah.
EFAPing EFAP would be courageous.
Would that cause a rift in the universe or something?
I mean, it'll cause a time rift because we'll be here for 30,000 days, but
I don't know if we want to do that. Cause a time rift? That sounds like it could be really bad.
it could be really bad. Mostly for us because we have to do it. We can't just leave whenever we want.
Damn it. Hey Mola, just a small thank you for your gaming streams. Oh, well, no problem. I've enjoyed them, and like when I hit the credits on Ragnarok, I was like talking a bit about how much it was a joy to stream it, and lots of fun things were shared. It was a interesting journey, as one may say. The Golden Talisman of Protection is actually quite OP. You can use it throughout a playthrough. It increases your parry window to spam the fuck out of it. Trust me, even a filthy casual like me gets perfect parries back to back. Well, I think that's referring to 2018, actually, so we're catching up. This is the Streamlabs ones, remember? We're getting to modern day with these soon. Would you rather lose the pinky finger from both hands or all the toes from both feet?
Surely I would rather lose the pinky finger, right?
I'm not
That's
sure.
an important finger.
I'd be curious
sure,
to
but if
try
you have no
walking without
toes on your feet-
toes.
I'm pretty sure that if you have no toes, it's like walking is like good luck, you know?
Getting a prosthetic to
thought that-
replace your toes is probably much easier than getting one to replace a finger. I think
oh,
I'd go with
figured it
losing
was
my
baked-
toes.
I figured it was baked into the question that you just have to accept this condition. Like I thought that if you lose your big toe, like that alone destroys like your ability to walk.
You could
lose all your toes, right? Like
you could
surely
probably
that's-
adjust to it. You could probably get
I
used
feel
to
like
it.
they exist for a reason.
I'm sure that
You say
they
that.
help immensely.
There are plenty of
I'm
things
sure
we can
that-
get rid of that don't cost us that much.
But
I
I feel like you
I-
could get I think you could get either used to it or you could get somewhat decent like things to put on your foot or fake toes or something to at least be able to function normally. But
I
I think
said,
I'd-
I thought it was baked into the question that you have to accept, like that there is no prosthetic, and if that's the case, it's like I'd rather have worse
would-
grip than not be able to walk.
I think I'd be able to walk without it. I think I'd be able to get used to it. I don't think it's baked in that you can't replace them.
Well, so like you
if
can
we lived
you can walk while lifting your toes up if you understand what I mean. It's like it's awkward to walk like that, I think, but you can walk.
I'm
and if
pretty
you have to do that all the time,
so like
Yeah.
I thought.
Well,
it
if you
was
do it all
just
the time,
like,
you'll get
yeah,
used to it. Well, the question
I
would have
thought it was-
said, what would you prefer, have no pinky fingers or not be able to walk, right? Instead, it said no toes, so I assume
Well,
it's
what do you mean?
trying
They
to...
didn't- The question didn't say like, what do you want, worse grip or not able to walk? Like they're just asking about what
That's
happens.
what
if
I said to
lose
you.
that
What are you
appendage.
doing?
I thought that you just said like lose pinky. Or
Yeah,
not
you
be able
said
to
like
walk.
the spirit of the question is you can't account for the fact that it's going to make it you're not going to be able to walk. It's like no, it would have
No,
said you would have
no.
said that if it was that.
You said that it's lose your pinky or not be able to walk. If
Exactly.
we're actually going to
No.
comparable with
It's
you-
not be able to walk. It's just lose your toes.
No, I know that that's what it is. But like when you were saying the comparison, you said it was like lose the ability to walk or like lose a pinky. When like the point that's being made is that if you lose your pinky, makes it hard to grip. Like if we're going to talk about what you're essentially losing in the question, that's all I'm trying to get across.
Yeah, I'm confused. I thought you were trying to say the spirit of the question involves no way to account for the fact you've lost your toes and therefore you're not going to be able to...
No, what I meant in terms of your ability to account for it is that I presume that prosthetics aren't baked into it. I thought it was like you have to accept that you are missing that and you need to find a way
that's
to
what getting
adjust to it.
prosthetics are. I feel is accepting that you can't.
Um,
I don't
I-
think there's anything in the spirit of the question that would preclude
so
being
I
able
can just
to
get what
prosthetics.
get a prosthetic finger or something then, like a super.
Yeah,
duper
but
robot
yeah,
prosthetic
absolutely.
finger.
However, but I don't know if those like exist, right?
All right. Well, I
I
feel
think
like
they
those
do,
are,
but they're
I feel
pretty
like
high
those
tech at
are,
this point.
Yeah, they're pretty.
yeah,
They're pretty. Yeah, we're in the infancy of that sort of thing. But I feel like realistically replacing your toes to fulfill their function for walking, to get back up to how things used to be, you'd be a lot more successful replacing your toes than you would replacing your pinky, which is a much more precision, digit, precision
yeah. But to me,
appendage.
the inherent like reduction in my capacity to do things by losing the pinky seems way lower than like if I lose all my toes. That I
So
think that's like the fundamental.
someone said, Rags, if you just get prosthetics, then what's the point of the question? Because prosthetics are not accurate replacements for the real thing.
Well,
That's
sure, but
the
that's kind of like my point is that I don't know that there's any prosthetic to me that seems like it would account for like the loss of all of your toes in the same way
I would
that, like
agree that there are no prosthetics you'd likely have now, and I could be wrong, but chances are even going into this question, believing that I'll never get essentially the functionality of real toes back, I still would prefer to keep my pinkies,
I
especially
guess I
with how
just find
much.
that unfathomable because to me it seems
Well,
like losing the
Rags,
toes is
Rags has
accepting that.
famously on EFAP before explained to people that the pinky is more useful than they think.
I know that the
I would
pinky
rather
is
lose
more
my ring
useful than
fingers than my pinkies.
I know that the pinky is like very
Maybe.
useful, but like to me the toes seem very obvious. It's like grip versus like ability to walk. I don't know, like walking to me seems
I
way
think
more important.
I think that you could get to a decent amount of walking with practice, a bit of therapy, some like have you seen The Box?
I the box. I don't
Is that a
I
movie
don't know
or?
what
That
that
that's
is.
that's yeah, the movie The Box. But there's a character in that who has like a fucked up pinky or something like that, and so she gets like these inserts that she puts in that sort of takes the place of it, and it's better than nothing.
I'm gonna
But
go.
I think
I'm gonna go to the toilet, but I'm gonna walk without trying to use my toes while I go there, and then I'll report back once I'm done.
yeah, and
I
then
don't know if
yeah,
that's I don't know if that's analogous, right? Because like you're still using your toes to some extent for balance. Sorry, I drank the water, went down the wrong way.
I mean, there will be a tiny amount of weight that will probably be very minuscule considering how top heavy a human is. But I just think that you could eventually, especially with shoes and stuff, you can get up to a lot closer to your original capability. Whereas I just don't think you'll really be able to replace that pinky in
I
any
see. The
way.
thing is, you say that, and I just don't believe that. I think that, like, I don't believe that that's the case. I think that that's something that is like virtually impossible to recover.
Well,
And in
you
the
have
same,
people who have like an entire leg gone, and they're able to get prosthetics that allow them to run and jog pretty darn good with practice. So
yeah,
if you're
that's
just
true.
losing your toes, I assume that
Well,
you could have some sort
losing
of
them
a
on all of my feet.
yes, all two, yes. I think that as important as that is, I think you could get back to being essentially normal with enough practice, getting used to it, and some like inserts or something you attach to your foot as opposed to the pinky. And because I use my hands so much for
Assuming that that's even
typing,
baked into the
and
question, though.
I would assume so. I don't know
I
why they wouldn't say that you couldn't replace them with anything, or that you just can't put something there. It's like if the question was if you lost a leg, so I can't use a crutch anymore. That
well,
seems
sure,
dumb.
but
That I just wouldn't.
you lose your leg, and it's like, yeah, but you can get like a cyborg leg. It's like I don't know, man.
Well, I mean,
Feel-
if we lived in I think if we lived in a world where cybernetics were advanced enough to essentially replace the leg, or that it's even better than a normal leg, that would be more reasonable. But I feel now fake legs are just not as good as real legs. So
Yeah, of
I
course they're
think
not as
it's a
good
fair
as
thing to
real
do.
legs, but like nevertheless,
Hello.
Well,
like
I would choose to keep my pinkies, and I would look for some inserts or something for my toes to see if I can replace them with something at least, if for
Um,
anything to fill my shoes.
I feel like this is more than enough balance to walk without your toes because you have like the 3 main pressure points of each foot, like 6 pressure points in foot total to balance.
I feel like I've distinctly heard like that if you lost even like your big toe and you kept all of your other toes, you would have to relearn how to walk.
Yeah, but
Like that.
you can do that.
Yeah,
I mean,
I bet this says here under acornhealth.org, toes and balance, you can walk without toes. It's still possible to walk without any of them, but your gait will need to compensate. There
Yeah.
are prosthetics and shoe inserts available that may be of benefit too, depending on which one or how many you have missing. It says from a functional standpoint, this is on scientificamerican.com. From a functional standpoint, amputating a big toe results in little or no disability.
I'm not sure what to make of that. It just seems like I'm confident about the whole thing that if you lose like the big toe, that like fundamentally fucks up your ability to walk like permanently.
When you say fundamentally fucks up your ability to walk, what are you picturing? Like someone who's really having trouble and almost can't walk at all, or?
Yeah, actually, like that you would almost undervalue how important like your toes are in terms of affecting.
I would go with you're over exaggerating it, that it's not that bad.
I'm gonna go with the stuff here, and I will absolutely. I mean, if you lose your feet, you can just get. There are people who just learn to live with it and their balance, and like it said earlier, like your gait will change and your balance will change, and you'll adapt to it.
Like I'm sure someone lost their pinky finger and it's like, oh yeah, that's gone, and then they get used to it too.
Well, here's the thing.
That's true though. You can get used to it. However, you will lack an option that was pretty damn useful, especially for our line of work.
Yes, that's kind of what I was going to go into. If I lose a pinky, then I don't think there's going to be really anything I could do to attach to my hand with our current technology level that will bring that back, that functionality back. Whereas the toes, for pretty much everyone, they're only there to assist with walking. And if I can learn how to walk again, essentially get back to normal-ish and just have a different gait, then I haven't lost anything, but now I look funny when I walk. And with how important being able to like type and game and stuff like that is for me, I'd rather keep my hands as intact as possible.
Yeah, and if I was like a professional runner, I'd probably have the reverse answer.
Yeah, that'd probably be pretty detrimental to their line of work.
Unless, of course, there's something to do with wind resistance as to losing a pinky that's important. Something that I'm unaware of. It completely fucks your ability to run to not have your pinky finger.
Yeah, the Scientific American here says the doctors consider having 9 toes minor impairment that is little. And I know that's 9 toes instead of all of them, but still.
Well, I imagine that there's a different level of impairment based on big
absolutely,
toe.
yeah, it'll
0.
I mean, but even that first one under acornhealth.org, it says, yeah, you can walk without them, but your gait will need to change to compensate.
I'm sure that you can walk without them. It just seems like can you run?
Probably.
Oh,
yeah.
I'm sorry. Well, that's a very dramatic change from what you were saying just 5 minutes ago.
Oh, sorry. I thought I said the part yeah, fair enough to the points that you made.
Well, because
in that part.
Well, definitely not. I didn't realize you could see that.
Okay, I definitely did.
As for running, I imagine that's the same deal. You're gonna have to relearn it.
Yeah, you learn how to walk and then you learn how to run. Once your body adjusts to the different balance and how you can spread that out in your feet and you're walking around more normal.
No, you didn't. I definitely did. Sorry.
Huh?
Did what?
Whatever. Oh no, it's just nah, don't worry about it.
All right. I assume you learn how to walk and then you learn how to run again after that once you're more comfortable with it.
Yeah, it'll be tough, it'll be awkward, but I imagine after several attempts there's going to be a form of compensation for whatever is needed, be it balance and gait and whatever. That I'm sure you could. I doubt it would ever be at the point where you simply cannot run.
I guess that's the thing.
I doubt that.
Are we downplaying the form of compensation for grip, or is that like an impossible thing to?
It's not. I mean, we can go over all of the detrimental aspects of losing the pinky, I guess. Because I think it can have more of an effect than it may be expected. A lot of people will typically gun for taking the pinky out as though it is the least important of an important set of abilities.
I'm pretty sure it's the ring finger is the least important one, right?
Yeah, when it comes to grip, I would rather lose my ring finger.
Well, let's put it this way. If the choice was to lose my thumbs or my toes, I would definitely choose the toes.
Yeah,
I gotta keep my thumbs.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, thumbs are super important.
Thumbs are legends. We need them.
We need yeah.
Often said, opposable thumbs is the reason we're here where we are.
But yeah, I mean that's why in Assassin's Creed, right, they lose the ring finger because that's the most.
Don't they chop the ring finger in John Wick?
They only did that with the first game.
They did only do that with the first game because your boy Leonardo da Vinci figured out a way to make the blade work without having to deal with that. But Ezio was ready to lose it. He was,
yeah.
Remember,
It, like
Jones?
Leonardo like trolls him a little bit. He hits the
He
table
does.
with like the axe or whatever. He's like, "Nah, just kidding. I found a way around
Leonardo's a cheeky little bastard.
it." Cheeky Renaissance man, you.
Yeah,
remember,
the actual
remember
Renaissance
John
man
Wick,
came
they
to
chop
town.
off the ring finger as well, I think.
Yes.
I wouldn't be able to
that's
tell
right.
you why. It's something, it's blood sacrifice or
Wasn't
some
it
shit.
like a yeah?
I'm sure it's something dumb.
Well,
So,
No, what are you talking about, Rags? It
Wow.
was something great. It's John
Something
Wick.
dumb. Do you not like John Wick? John Wick's really cool.
I love John Wick 1.
Oh. The way you specified that means you don't like John Wick 2 and 3?
All I said, what? You can't extrapolate anything from the fact that I said that I love John Wick 1.
I can
that's-
extrapolate that you love John Wick 1.
I love
were
John Wick
talking
1.
about- we
I
were
love the
talking
first
about-
John Wick movie.
So Rags, you know what? I was on your side, but I immediately because we were talking about John Wick the series. The fact that you would specify just the first one is interesting.
Yeah, I love John Wick 1, don't you?
It's interesting that when we're talking about the series as a whole, that you specifically identified the first film as being the one that you like.
Look, there's nothing wrong with John Wick 1.
It doesn't
all right?
it doesn't mean necessarily that you're saying that 2 and 3 are terrible. It's just interesting the
Well,
implication.
I'm feeling like the point here, which is that I love John Wick 1. Look, here, don't you love John Wick 1?
I do really like John Wick 1.
All right,
yeah.
then we're in agreement, and there's nothing to discuss
we are
further.
in agreement.
Yeah.
But I wasn't the one who specifically highlighted John Wick 1 as being the great one.
The great one. I'm just saying that I really like John Wick 1.
Nice catch
Yeah.
there, Rags. You could have
That was a good catch.
put into a
yeah.
net there, but you made sure your safety. Because all you
See,
need to do
I'm-
now
I'm
is just
that-
be like, "Hey
you
man,
saw
I'm
the
just
net.
saying I really love one of them." That's not
Little known fact, but Yoshibi dogs could you know how like like a cat or a rat, anything that they could get their head through, they could get the rest of their body through. I can just do that with nets. I can just squeeze right through those net holes.
Oh man,
So
that'd be perfect when the predator
yeah.
does the net thing because you can just jump right through.
it really would, yeah.
He'd
He'd
be like,
very
"What?"
confused.
He'd probably like adopt you at that point. 'Cause he'd be like, "This is just too cool."
Oh yeah, he's net proof.
Rags, when will the hot doglier return to EFAP as last seen in EFAP 70 on Hon?
The hot dog leader. I don't even remember that reference.
Hot dogler makes more sense than hot doglier,
the-
but that's how they've spelled it.
The hot dogler. Is that like a burglar?
I think it was the
Who
burglar for
steals
hot
hot
dogs.
dogs?
Yeah.
Oh, it's because of the Hamburglar.
I thought the last thing I remember about Hamburglers was
Right?
to do with the Boba Fett coverage we had. We
Yeah,
did
in
that
the
whole-
shadow.
That was the weirdest fucking start.
shadow creature.
Where we would we talked for so long about McDonald's lore.
There was the shadow creature. I can't believe that was a thing.
It was so funny.
It feels maybe we're getting trolled hardcore by that, but that was hilarious.
It's the kind of thing where you wish if it was a reality show there was just that guy. He's just this shadowy creature. It writes itself. It's such a great joke.
man.
Rags, you didn't shut the bathroom door in your latest video when going to pee, or you just have the world's loudest toilet, or you just played toilet.wav and washinghands.wav and lied to the viewers. How could you? P.S. Hi, Mueller and Fringy.
So that was actually something that I was concerned about. Like, will the fact that the toilet sound plays in the distance imply that I was not? Well, I think I'm okay with peeing with the door open. It's
I
pooping
thought-
with the
I
door
thought your
open that I'm
rules-
vehemently.
Was it when there's no one else living in the place you're okay with it, or I can't remember now?
I also, if you're peeing with the door open, that's okay if you're alone or if you have a very special relationship with who you're living with.
A pee relationship. Yeah.
But if you you never poop with the door open. You just don't. It doesn't matter if you live in a mansion. It doesn't matter if you live alone, if you're a hermit living in the woods, like that guy that Jeremiah Johnson became friends with. You don't do that. You don't poop with the door open. You can pee with the door open. That's all right. That's fine. You know, as long as you're either alone or it's whoever you're with, it's fine with that. But you don't poop with the door open, so that was fine.
Yes.
I think I even specified in the video I had to go pee.
But yes, also hi. Rags, say
Hello.
ya boy, like I just said something very sexually provocative. Oh, ya boy, I guess.
Oh, okay. So someone would be like, okay, then it'd say, yeah, boy.
Mola, say Ishna? Like I just said something very wholesome. Hope that makes sense.
Tushna?
It's TCHNAAH.
Nah.
Why would that be something said to something wholesome?
Maybe they're trying to. Maybe you're trying to play like hard to get. Like if someone was to say something,
Or is it like
something very
nah, like
complimentary or sweet to you, and you're like, no, like you're yeah,
well, because
yeah,
you
like
throw
that,
a,
like
you
you're
throw a
trying to
W
downplay
in
the
there if you want to
compliment.
do nah, right? Not because nah does sound like the first one you were saying, where I'd be like nah.
Nah.
I guess I'll just do both. Nah and no. I don't really know. Bringy, say hey, like I just said something about your goo.
Hey.
No, I think they mean like hey.
No, like, but
Well,
like you're an
depends what
actor and
they
you
said.
care.
Yeah, but did they say good or like? Did they say something positive or negative? You haven't given me enough direction.
Wait, so if it was positive, your reaction would have been hey. Like,
Well, no, I went with the neutral one because it is unclear to me. You know, like what exactly.
Why?
Like, I
Why?
don't
You
know.
know, it's only 2, and it's only 2 words. Just do them both.
yeah, may as well.
So someone would say, "Fringy, your
Hey,
goo is terrible."
hey. Oh no, no. Let me try again.
Correct it.
Hey.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay,
More
yeah, that
playful.
works. And then somebody might come up to you and say, "Fringy, this goo, it's amazing."
Hey.
Well, see, I actually think with that one he'd respond negatively because be like, hey, you don't actually have
How
my
did
goo,
you?
you're lying.
Yeah,
true.
how'd you
What are
get
you
it? Well, I
playing at?
assumed
Yeah,
it
but
was like
again,
maybe
it
he
was
had given it
assumed,
to someone as a
you know.
gift for private
Well, this is
use,
the
potentially.
Fringy movie where it's not the real goo, it's more of like a, you know, the
The
metaphor.
Fruity.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have
It's a
Fringy 2,
metaphor for the
the
meaning of life.
Frinkle.
I don't know if I'd call it that.
The
But
Frinkle? You
the
wouldn't call it the
Frinkle.
Frinkle?
No,
Oh, you have
that
Alvin
seems
and the
like
Chipmunks too, the Squeakquel. So I
that's
assume that you
true.
would. I assume the naming convention essentially dictates that you would call yours the Frinkle.
I mean, if we're going by the naming convention of specifically Alvin and the Chipmunks, sure, but like we're not, or at least I'm choosing not to.
Wasn't the third one called Alvin and the Chipmunks Chipwrecked?
Shouldn't it be called
I
the
think
three
you're
quel or
totally right
something?
about that. I'm pretty sure it is called Chipwrecked.
Oh, neat.
And then
Yeah.
and then we have Alvin and the Chipmunks the Road Chip,
Wow.
which doesn't work as well.
In a subversion of the idea that the extended edition is always better, I hear the extended version of Stripes in 1981 is worse as it ruins the pacing.
I would say that the extended. Oh, do we have we given our hot take about Kingdom of Heaven?
Yeah, we often have, and people are very shocked to hear it, and they're going to continue
Oh,
to be
yeah, the
shocked every
extended
time.
edition's worse.
That is a hot take
I
for
think
the
it-
universe.
Yeah, I think it does significant character damage to one of the characters.
Do we get to
Maybe
use
two,
Shad
and
as a
two,
shield? Shad
really.
was there and he agreed, so, you know, leave us alone.
Yeah,
Go after
yeah.
him.
So yeah, it really was not a pleasant watch.
He was there, right? Am I dreaming?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
almost
he
certain
was.
he was there. Yeah.
EFAP War movie arc
you know,
coming at you live in 10 years.
Eventually. It will happen.
Where are we? I briefly confused Rags' video title, Players Don't Like Gay Characters, with Mashiro Sakurai's channel and laughed. For a split second, I thought Sakurai was going to talk about the really spicy subjects. P.S. Whatever happened to Ra? I think there's someone in chat who claims to be Ra sometimes, but I don't know anymore. It's hard to say.
It is hard to say. I hope he's doing well.
I hope he's doing well, too.
I hope he's found the woman of his dreams.
Yeah. Hey Mola, I love your long Star Wars videos. What recording and editing software are you using for them? Specifically, your editing is superb. Keep on going. Oh, thank you. That's very kind. I'm using Sony Vegas 16 for mostly everything. I think I'm on 19 now with this machine, so that'll be fun.
I also, not too long ago, got 19, and it works well.
How did you get it?
If you have a previous version, you get like a huge discount on upgrading it to other versions.
I couldn't
and
find
I think I went from
anywhere to buy 19.
It
was insane. I even asked Dash Bullshit to help me out, and he couldn't find anywhere either.
I've got Vegas Pro. Yeah, Vegas Pro 19, and I jumped from 15. I went from 15 to 19.
When? Oh, sorry. Actually, a better question is, when did you do that? Was it a while ago, or was it like a?
Somewhat.
Yeah, I
like
think
semi recently, but yeah.
Have that with an iron grip, because to buy 19 from their store is actually like I don't even know if you can do it anymore. They all the
What happens?
They point you to Vegas 365 now. Everywhere does, and Vegas 365 is apparently like the most expensive version. The idea is that you buy it and then you never have to buy it again because it'll update all the time forever, but you pay monthly
Okay. Oh,
subscription, and
so
it's pricey.
fuck that.
Yes, I hate that. It's
Because
so annoying because
obviously,
I would prefer to go back to fucking 16 than to be forced into a subscription service where I have to fucking pay every month. You kidding me?
yeah. And if it's a choice between, because 19's fine, I don't have any issues with it really. The occasional crash, I haven't had the problem in a long time, but yeah, I don't know how good it would have to get to where I'd pay a subscription. Because I really don't want to pay a subscription for something. I'd rather pay like a large sum up front to just have it forever.
Someone in chat summarized it for me. There's too many things I'm subscribed to. I just can't handle it anymore.
I know. That's why people pirate shit, because they can't subscribe to everything anymore. They just can't do it.
Everything wants to nickel and dime you. It's like, what happened to being able to just buy a thing? Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
That's the one thing about.
Now I will say,
I don't think.
but if you're gonna keep something, keep Game Pass though. Keep that shit.
Right.
But as far as Vegas goes, I think what I did was when Vegas Pro, when I launch it, it has the little promotional thing pop up that you X out of. Like it's, like upgrade to the next version. I think I used that. I think I went directly through that window that pops up, and it took me to wherever I needed to go, but I don't specifically remember where.
I don't think I told you, Rags, but I picked up an Xbox 360 kind of casually because I was in my local, things store. Saw one there, and I was like, it was only like 20 quid, I think. So
nice.
Oh, I'll take that. And
it's good for decoration.
Two games I picked up on it: Turok and Banjo-Kazooie Nuts and Bolts, which I plan to stream, and I'll explain at the beginning of both of them why I would stream those games because those are very specific and strange. But
all right.
The other thing I saw there was Gears of War 1, 2, and 3 were all £1 each. I was like,
ooh,
why not?
You should have got them. Did you get them?
Yes. That's why I said why not. But the thing is, like, what was the? Because like, I still am more than happy to play those with you. But are we able to do that online?
On the Xbox 360?
I think Xbox Live on 360 is gone.
Well, I was going to say not necessarily on 360, but just
Oh,
that's
well,
a shame,
let me check if it's on Steam.
I assume not.
I don't think it is.
I think it was on Steam at some. It was on PC, right? Gears of War 1.
Well, Gears 5 is on Game Pass, so the
Windows
old ones might be. So let me check. Let me go to my Xbox app.
I think the old ones, I don't know if they would be. Games Windows Live.
You never know.
Is a thing. Yeah.
Let me go to find games. Gears of War 4 Ultimate Edition. Wait, is this? What is this? Is this for the Gears of War Ultimate Edition for Windows 10? Gears of War returns stunningly remastered and modernized for Windows 10 with up to 4K resolution and unlocked refresh rates. Oh.
Wait, that's on PC, but not on Steam.
Game Pass.
Right. I assume it has co-op.
Interesting. Let me check. Details. Capabilities. Online co-op. It says 2 to 2 players, I think. Online multiplayer is 2 to 8 players. As far as I know, but I'll have to double check. But yeah, the release date looks like in 2016 they came out with this. So
I assume you and I would be able to play 1, not 2, not 3, 4, and 5.
Unless they've remastered the other ones, that seems to be the case. But let me check for other Gears of War, because that's just what came up with the little search bar. So let me search. Let me see. Gears of War triple bundle, Gears Tactics. That's different. It seems like, yeah, Gears of War Ultimate Edition, which is a remaster of the first, and Gears of War 4 and Gears 5.
All right.
Which I would certainly play through Gears 5 with you. That is that's a fun game. I enjoyed quite a bit.
I think Gears will be able to suffice even if it's not particularly great, right? Because
like the game's not particularly great, or
what I'm saying is, even if Gears 4, for example, is like shit or whatever, it's probably good enough for us to stream it. Yeah.
Well, Resident Evil 5, it's a great co-op game.
Well, it'd be cool if it was
very flawed.
if it was 4-player co-op, because we could get Fringy and Metal then.
Yeah, it would be neat. Let me see if Gears 5 is. It looks like it is local co-op 2 to 3 players. That's
2 to
strange.
3. Ugh, like fucking Fireteam Elite all over.
Don't remind me
Yeah,
of
sorry,
Fighting
Metal.
Elite.
When did
I'm
everyone
sorry for
forget
redundancy.
4 is the number? 4.
I think 4 is still probably the default, but I guess with Apex Legends is the big one. That's 3 people on a team. Uh, and what was the
Is
other
there a
one that
new
was 3? I
thing
guess
where everyone lost a friend? Is that like a, that's a
I don't know. I
pandemic
guess
of
it's
friend
easier
loss?
to. It's probably just easier to balance for 3 people. Like I with Apex, I think it works well in terms of the weapons and the range and like time to kill and stuff. Having 3 is probably about the limit for one team, and because once you get to 4, I feel like it really starts to become a bit different. Um, but yeah, I don't see why Gear. Maybe it's tied to the amount of. Maybe they want to try to keep it narratively similar to where it's generally you and 2 people with you who are computers, so they try to keep it to 3 players. I can't remember. I don't remember that aspect of the game, though I remember enjoying Gears 5 quite a bit. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, that gives us 2.
Yeah, we'll figure it out. Same for Halo, same for a lot of things. I'm hoping to have a lot more of a consistent playing of games thing happen at some point. I like games. Games are cool, you know? I give them a little thumbs up.
I love games. That's why I didn't never give up on Pinky. I got a sprint.
Yes, yes. I mean, I'm assuming,
Oh,
out of us
yeah,
three, I'm
right,
assuming
okay.
you guys use left control to crouch. Am I the only one who uses C for crouch?
I often use C.
You guys are different than me. I think generally I will use control to crouch. Yes, I generally will use control to crouch.
I'm really shit
as far
with
as I
it.
know.
I could never get used to it, but C, I'm much easier with.
Yeah, that's fair enough. But I typically use left control.
Well, the thing that's crazy is I had a friend who, for the longest time, and he, by the way, was by far the best player out of all of us for like first-person shooters and stuff. On PC, he would use the arrow keys as WASD. He would always rebind it. To
Really?
that. Yeah. And if you see him play, he would look like a bit of a goblin person because the arms are right next to each other, and you're just like, meh. But he was
you'd
fucking
have
amazing.
to. Well, because if your left hand is on the arrow keys, you lose out on so many other buttons.
I don't know. This is the thing. I don't know how to say it, but he was the best by far. He could easily have gone pro. I don't know how he did it because
Because because E and F are almost universally the use buttons. R is almost always reload, and you could rebind these, of course. But yeah, that's so awkward because if your fingers are on the WASD or the arrow keys, then the rest of your hand is way lower, and you don't have. Yeah, that's bizarre to me. That sounds really strange.
It's funny how
Weird.
control sets work because like I had a friend who was obsessed with Metroid Prime Hunters, really obsessed when it came out, just
On
constantly
the
playing it.
DS.
Yeah, and obviously there was like a battle
Yeah.
mode in it that was just it's like first person shooting, killing each other, and just like we would always
Yep,
joke
played
about
it.
how like fuck that control scheme is so annoying compared to just FPS stuff, but he was probably good enough on the DS that he could take you on PC sort of shit. It's just like, how did you get to that point?
Yeah, the way it worked on that game was your aim was your stylus. You use the stylus to aim. The left bumper on the DS would be your fire button, and you had your arrow keys, which was your movement. And that's really everything that you had because of the layout of the DS. So if you wanted to do anything else, you either had to tap stuff on the screen to activate different things or whatnot.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was you were pretty limited with what you could actually do with your left hand. It was essentially you could only move and you could only shoot. And that was it.
To finish up the question though, my recording, I use Audacity, clean it up a little bit with noise reduction. It's not something I like to do, but if you just do a basic one on a very, very isolated piece, it'll just make it so that the audio is as clean as possible. Then throw that into Vegas, apply, I forget exactly what I think it's an equalizer. It's something that fucks with some of the audio to some degree, the filters. I'd have to check them, but yeah, and then that goes into Vegas, make the visuals. It's a whole thing, takes forever. I don't recommend making 6-hour videos this way, but I will continue to do so probably.
I don't use Audacity myself. I record straight into Vegas, and RTX does a pretty darn good job at cleaning up background noise. There was once when I cleaned out my recently I cleaned my fan because I didn't really notice. You don't think to look at it, but it got super dusty from just turning all the time and gathering dust. So I took it outside and I cleaned it, and it was like a night and day difference. And then I could like hear the fan again. It was loud because so much more air was getting through again.
Yep,
But
that's how it
apart
works.
from that, yeah, that's how it works for me. So I guess whatever you do is whatever works for you, do it.
And this says keep on going. Will do. Good stuff.
Absolutely.
First time watching your stream. Don't know if they're referring to the
Oh.
game, the EFAP, whatever, but I hope you're enjoying
Well, whatever it
yeah.
was,
Yeah.
glad to have you.
Remember in early 2020 there was news on a female-centric Star Wars? Looks like that went absolutely nowhere. I don't even
Well,
remember
so
that.
did this female-centric Pirates movie that they were going to
yeah.
make.
What a shame. Been great.
It would have been a triumph.
I would have watched it maybe. Maybe.
I mean, we would have for our jobs, probably.
Many of the messages I completely forgot sending. It's weird to hear them after so long. Would have reworded most. Rags, it's officially been a year since 2042. With it, we've only had 3 maps, a handful of guns, and countless $10 plus bundles of shitty skins.
I've heard very little legit good stuff about the state of 2042. I have not played that game since the EFAP for it. I think it was 13 hours I put into that game is all I could really handle. Luckily, it got me into Battlefield 5, which has become my favorite Battlefield. And I am so ready to play it again when I get this new computer on Tuesday, because my current GPU is having some tisms. So all I'm playing is RimWorld. Not that I don't adore RimWorld, but you like to, play other stuff. But yeah, I am in no way interested or excited for Battlefield 2042. Hopefully that was a huge wake-up call for DICE to make a good fucking Battlefield game. I hope they don't get the
Well,
wrong message, which is people don't like Battlefield. But you never know these days. Fingers crossed. They'd make more if they released a DLC for Battlefield 5 or even Battlefield 1 at this point. They'd legit just make more money.
you're probably right.
There's more people. I think when Battlefield 1 had that Steam sale, they got over 50,000 concurrent players on just Steam.
Yep.
That's nuts. That's crazy.
And that catches us up with Streamlabs, of which
Oh boy.
it's actually
All
easier to
right.
keep on top of now because I have something called a mini feed attached to my OBS that actually shows me the Streamlabs up to date. It's like a thing,
Oh,
which is a dramatic change
neat.
from how it used to be. So that should help us
that
out.
is neat.
So on to Rings of Power. At least these will be Rings of Power related. Could be.
All right.
This one says Scorn, an unbridled scorn.
Doesn't deserve it.
Yeah, it doesn't really deserve to be talked about, honestly.
I think we kind of said everything that there was to say. I just don't have. There are games that I do feel kind of passionately for that I would make videos on. It's certainly a consideration. I would like to make more game related content, but man, Scorn. There's not actually that much to say. Like we said during our EFAP on it, it's not like Amnesia Rebirth where there's a lot to discuss because that's trying to do far more with itself. Scorn just doesn't give you that much to talk about.
Yeah, I don't even know what a video for it would look like. It would just be I think it would be what we said in the coverage, but probably shorter because it would just be a little bit faster and the visuals would be there to fill in any gaps, and that's it. I really can't see. I couldn't have no passion for that. I would just be like Scorn.
None.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, like
Plus, I don't want to
Ragnarok,
play it again.
we're not talking about Ragnarok for another 2 weeks, and I'm probably going to be pumped by the time we get to that point to talk about it, as I am right now.
Yeah. You seem really excited.
Lots of things happen in it. Great.
And I'm even interested to kind of watch all the, cutscenes and stuff. So
What's with the spam? Okay.
spam.
The one thing that gets you booped on this channel real quick is spamming.
Yeah, that's all you got to do is not spam. You had one job.
Yeah. One job too. Rags, you're a cool doggo.
Thank you. I agree.
Said hi as well.
Oh, hello to you.
What is this? Burgles always win? What is even the spam?
I don't know. Some weirdo.
The rings are the number of zeros they wrote to Tolkien's estate to piss on it. From Angry Joe's review, lol. The number of zeros they wrote to Tolkien's estate to piss on it. Not sure I understand.
The number of zeros?
Yeah, the rings are the number of zeros they wrote to Tolkien's estate to piss on it. Does he mean the amount they
Oh,
added?
that much they paid?
Why does it say wrote?
They paid a lot of money to piss on the estate. Essentially, they paid a lot of money to disrespect the IP.
I guess so.
I assume that's what they mean.
But hey, I mean, I get there's a joke there, but like 3 zeros, like we're looking at a lot more zeros than that. They're gonna have to fill in. Maybe they mean all of the rings once they're made. That would be closer. Now that this and She-Hulk is over, you can cover good stuff like Andor and Hot D. Hi Rags, hi Fringy, and of course hi Mauler. Oh, and hi guests.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, how about that?
Well, yeah, they might just be around the corner, hopefully.
Maybe.
In better news, we get Hot D tomorrow, smiley face. That must have been about the last episode coming out, I think, or at least close to it. Weird that that started before and ended like right after Rings of Power, but I guess it made sense with the episode count. I wonder what would happen if you switched all the creatives, writers, execs, and producers for Rings of Power and Hot D Season 2. Why would you do that?
Wait, can you say that one more time?
If they switched the basically all the people behind Rings of Power and Hot D Season 2, if we were to switch them. It's like, why?
Why? I care about the Hot D characters. I don't give a shit about the Rings of Power characters. It would be weird for them to try and save the Rings of Power characters. I'm sure they could do some great stuff with them, but at that point, I don't care. I don't care about these people and I don't care about this world. You've made a mess of everything. Whereas what we essentially do is we lose all of the Hot D characters and that plot turns to shit. And I value those things and I don't want them to be destroyed. So that would stink.
Yeah.
It would be interesting in theory though. It's like a wife swap show. You have it's not a weird like swingers thing. But you have people write shows and then you swap all the writers to do the other shows. It's an interesting idea, but not with Hot D. I don't want to lose it. I've got so little.
What is this notification from YouTube? Like, I guess I'll check chat to make sure, but it says the audio stream's current bitrate is 0, and that is lower than the recommended bitrate. We recommend you use an audio bitrate of 128 kilobytes per second. It's like, well, I mean, we'd be muted at that point, so.
I was about to say, 0 seems like not.
I don't believe
like,
you, OBS. I think you're lying to me.
Like 1's better than 0, yeah.
When you watch the Super Mario Brothers movies, make sure to check out the Morton Jamkel cut. It is the truest of the director's vision. It's a significant improvement to the theatrical cut. What? I didn't know there was a director's cut for the Super Mario Brothers movie.
Generally, when we watch things, we watch the director's cut or the extended edition.
Yeah,
like
we aim for whatever the
best version. Yeah.
Yeah, calling it like whatever the creators refer to as the ultimate definitive edition sort of thing.
Yeah, they're the thing that's closest to their vision that isn't constrained by like theatrical limitations and things like that. Usually it works out. Sometimes it doesn't, but usually it does.
I can put slow mode on, right? And that kills the spammers. I just have to figure out how to do slow mode because I don't actually know.
He'll just get bored with his alts.
Well, it just makes it easier for the mods, that's all, because they're having to...
Yeah.
Especially with people who are like, go faster. It's like, trust me, the mods are probably going as fast as they can. No, don't slow me down. It's alright, you get like 1 per 10 seconds, which isn't so bad.
Yeah.
Do I do it like / command into the chat? I think that's a way to do it. Not too worried. When you,
I don't actually know.
Is it true Eru Iluvatar pushed Gollum into the lava? Is that...
I thought it was Frodo.
Is that a well, I didn't... I mean... Pushed is... Going from the movies, pushed is a little bit complicated, right? I don't know how it goes in the book exactly.
I think even in the books he does. I can't remember though. I haven't read the books in so long. Or Gladriel, she showed up and just chops his head off. This is very cool.
Very cool.
Yes.
Lord
very.
Longbong of Muglington Abbey. Is there any good chance of a Kong Fap? Like Peter Jackson's Long Kong when there's less going on? It'd be a movie Fap for the ages. P.S. Hello, Wagsies. Scritches for the good boy.
Yeah, hello.
Yeah, I mean, it feels weird, but it's about like the 4th vision of that just for today. And
Yeah.
I believe Long Kong will indeed be on the way. Possible. It is possible. Based on in-game character models in Witcher 3, who is the prettiest? Triss, Yen, or Shani? I vote Shani. Okay.
Let me remind myself.
This is a common thing, right? People fight over Triss and Yennefer or something.
Yeah, yeah, Shawnee looks really attractive. I gotta reacquaint myself with the Yennefer, Triss, Yennefer, and Shawnee.
That's the 3.
Ooh, and they're all very attractive. Uh, I think this is just. I think this is. I mean, of course, it's up to taste, but oh, I think I might. For me personally, I think I might go with probably. It's really close between Shawnee and yet. I don't know. Even Trit. Yeah, I don't know. They're both. They're all great. I guess I'll just go with. I'll go with Yennefer. I think. But I'm really. Yeah. They're all very lovely. So
I'll say it's
it's
pretty...
definitely not a strong opinion that I have.
It's a common one, I think, for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Makes some sense. I hope someone gives Sauron a hug. Aw. I hope so, too. Ooh. When you're hit by a pyroclastic flow, your bodily fluids flash to steam due to the extreme heat and you die instantly. Jeez.
I can believe it. Something like going into space or something like that. You die.
There we
It's
go.
amazing how they showed that, and they're like, "Nah, she's fine. Whatever."
Disparu, Little Platoon, and Shad if he hops in. Which is better, Wheel of Time Season 1 or Rings of Power Season 1? Which Amazon travesty is better? I think, from memory, that Shad feels the Wheel of Time is like really like hideously bad, and so does Disparu, but the Rings of Power, I think Shad was like highlighting Rings of Power as like the worst thing he's ever seen. I'm not sure how it ranks for us. We thought it was really bad, like really bad.
It's definitely really bad. As worst thing we've ever seen. I mean, it's not Multiverse of Madness or, like Army of the Dead. It's really bad though.
Yeah, it's funny we should have like an all-time ranking or something, but it's difficult to do it sometimes because
It would make for a fun EFAP to take a huge list of all the stuff that we've covered and just start kind of putting it on a chart that we could have. Maybe it would be good on the efap.me, the EFAP site. That would be a neat thing to have. Though it would take a little bit of discussion, but I think it would be fun to go through, especially if we got a good guest of regulars and stuff. That could be fun.
So someone in chat said Rings of Power is not an adaptation, though. It's like, well, it is. It's just that
It's an adaptation, yeah.
they made up a lot of it, as in like they took sections of time that Tolkien didn't write specifics about, right? So that's how they get away with it.
Them, yeah.
Yeah, I'd still say that's an adaptation.
Yeah, it's an adaptation. It is.
EFAP TV suggestion, Banshee. It's a non-stop action show about an ex-con fresh out of prison who assumes the identity of a small-town sheriff. That sounds interesting.
Interesting premise.
Yeah.
The last time we were given an interesting premise.
By the way, having slow mode as in like you can only say something once per 10 seconds. That's something I think they have constantly on Friday Night Tights, and it's probably a good move. I don't see
I see a decent amount of channels.
You wouldn't need more than that for someone who's just looking to add to the conversation, right? 1 per 10 seconds. That's pretty reasonable.
Yeah, it is pretty darn reasonable, I think.
Cool. We might have that forever because it actually kills spam like permanently. Kind of neat.
Wants to debate. Yeah, he's weird though.
The second age, more like the Garb age. Damn.
Oh, that's actually pretty funny. The garbage. That's pretty funny.
Lucky Guadob.
The garbage.
They packed Sauron's lengthy, intricate manipulation of the elves through cunning and social engineering into half an episode. I hate Bezos. I mean, could it even be called?
It's the writers are just shit.
Manipulation? I don't even know.
I don't even know if it is, because it seems like he didn't want to do it, but it just sort of happened, I guess. He almost like stumbled upon the fact that he was evil or whatever. I don't know. The whole Sauron stuff that they did was bad.
Well, all of it was bad.
You can barely understand what they were trying to do, let alone what they actually did.
Like, what part of what they did was good, though? this is the thing. They kind of... There was like 1 or 2 scenes that we were like, oh, that was okay.
Yeah, we're talking literally 5-ish minutes out of an entire season that we could call good, and they're super isolated.
Did anyone else watch Andor? And whenever someone said his name... his name Clem? I just heard, this is Clem Fandango. Can you hear me, Steven? Fist bump if you get the reference. Assuming you guys don't get the reference.
I do not know who Clem Fandango is.
I'm afraid I do not know either. Did you see the showrunners compared Rings of Power to the Nolan Batman trilogy? Why do these things keep happening?
Why?
Stop with the Godfather or Joker or whatever. Just go away. Lucky them that those movies suck too, so they have something in common. Wow. That is a
Heyo,
spicy
shots fired.
meatball.
I can't believe. So, like Nolan, he said Christopher Nolan's Batman.
Yeah. Can you believe it?
So, wow. So, like, he's talking about the Dark Knight would be included in those, just as an example. Just so
presumably,
I
he did say trilogy, and I'm not aware of any more than the 3.
Trilogy. Okay.
I wonder if they'll get Nolan and Bale to make a 4th one out of like some weird desperation. I think they both said they'd only do it if the other wanted it or something like that. Or do you think Nolan's moved past Batman to the point where he's like, I'm only going to do very highbrow stuff. Batman is too lowbrow. He runs around saving people. We can't have that. I imagine that Nolan is very aware that the directors, like right now, are hating on the superhero genre.
Right.
Like it's it's funny. You know, like Tarantino and Scorsese, Coppola, and people like that. It's just like if they all like teamed up as a huge thing to make like a superhero movie or something as revenge, but it's like super serious. Maybe like a TV show. They direct individual episodes. They're just like, we'll follow your damn trends, but we're gonna make it different. Gangster superhero movie. Have we had that yet?
I don't know.
Oh, what was that thing that was compared to Godfather?
Oh, Black Panther.
Yeah, there it is. There it is. We've already done it. It's done.
We've already done it, guys.
We've already done it. It's finished.
What a stupid thing to say.
If only you knew how to do slow-mo during the Toy Story EFAP all those years ago. I, on the fly, had to fucking Google how to do it. I've never done it before. But we got there. It's all sorted. Did you see?
Yeah, you control and you drag a little, yeah.
Thanks for ripping this stuff apart so I don't have to waste my time watching it. No problem. Couldn't.
Yeah, you bet. It is, we would never want to subject you to that.
When I was your age, there was no such thing as orcs. Is the Rings of Power's equivalent of I grew up surrounded by water. I don't even remember what episode that was in. Do you guys think the old man is Saruman? Oh, well, we know now. Well, I was about to say we know now. Technically speaking, they could still make it Saruman if they really wanted to, but there's several references to it being Gandalf at this point. Well, they're very proud of themselves.
Yep, people love it.
Hello, patently massive folks. There you go. Awful writing, and they think they need to be spoon-fed everything. Galadriel's the worst among awful characters. Hi, Rags.
Hello.
Pretty bad.
She is definitely bad.
Yeah.
As far as worst, it's tough to say what the worst character is.
The thing is, she was at times pretty consistent. Like, you'd expect her to say something really stupid, arrogant, and like not useful, and then she would, and you'd be like, "Yeah, there it is."
Yeah, that's her. Yeah.
Not consistent at
Every
all.
time she walked onto the screen, you're like, ugh, this bitch again.
If they want us to think that this is taking place within continuity of the Peter Jackson movies, though, you've completely lost me. Galadriel is a
That ain't happening.
different gal.
That ain't happening.
High ranks.
It's very easy to divorce this from the the Rings of Power and the Lord of the Rings. Also, hello.
Only plays thumbnail today is Pokemon Silver. Alright.
Oh, let's see.
Go fun.
I like that one.
I'm guessing people are going to want to see it. Use
Would
my
you like to share it
precious
with the
light
rest of the
shot.
class?
I know, I'm getting there. There you go.
Oh my goodness.
Look at their legs. They're like little...
Look at their little legs and their fat white chunky bodies. Oh man.
See, that could... You know what? That could be funny. Like, I don't know if it would work. Can you imagine the three of us streaming like a playthrough of Pokemon Gold or something?
I can, yeah.
And I guess the idea would be that maybe it would be one controls and the other two just talk about decision making and what we do
Probably
next and stuff.
because those games are not.
And then with every decision needs to be made, you just do a vote system with 3 people. As long as there's no, I defer to the other person, then you'd always get a decision. No, Deep Rock Galactic. Okay. We'll probably do that too. Just saying.
Saying.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how happy would you be if the Harfoots got wrecked?
Oh, 8.
When you say
probably.
wrecked, I'm assuming you mean they get removed from the storyline.
Genocided?
And I'm like, yeah, I mean, it would be nice not to see them again. But the thing is,
Killed?
there's not exactly a storyline that I'm happy to see.
Yeah, if
The
anything,
closest we get is Durin and
that's the closest. Yeah, that one sucks, but at least it's the closest to the one that you'd like because I think it has the highest chance of having something of value. Because I think essentially 2 of the 3, or is it 2? Yeah, 2 of the 3 actual good things in the show, which equate to probably less than 5 minutes, had to do with Durin. So
yeah, and they still ruined those as well.
yeah,
What are you gonna do?
they were nice when they were nice in those isolated moments that we got them. At least.
Good evening, gentlemen, and hi, Rags.
Hello.
Well, yeah. Wings quote of the day. Reading questions from chat. Who's got the best honey mustard? Outback? A few minutes later. Lol, dog, I'm fat. You really think I don't know where the best honey mustard's at? The thing? Fat people know where honey mustard... Alright, fair enough. Have you guys watched Midnight Club yet? Thoughts? I have. I thought it was fine. It was a tad long. Yes, I said it. I think it was a little bit awkward. A lot of it tonally didn't quite match for what I thought it was going for. There's a supernatural element to the plot line, and by the end of it, they pretty much drop it entirely and don't care about it, which I thought was a big shame because it was a nice mystery they were building up. The character stuff's pretty solid. I just wasn't that compelled by it. And it's a Mike Flanagan written and directed thing, and yet I'm not really recommending it to anybody. In fact, Fringy, Rags, have you even heard me say you guys should check it out?
Nope, you've never said that.
So that's my quick thoughts on it. I still, I guess, enjoyed it, and it's still better than a lot of TV shows out there. I just didn't get many feels from it, I'm afraid. I've been watching EFAP for 8 months now, and I'm now on EFAP 83, the CinemaSins/Wins Joker videos. Enjoy the day, my Ewoks, and have a truly epic, sincere, genuine, actual good day, my toxic brood.
Oh, we'll do it. That was a neat little arc, the Joker arc.
Yeah, really, it was a swell movie. I enjoyed it, and the takes on it were terrible.
Yes, they were. A lot of bad ones.
Yes. Got us a super sticker, thank you very much. The people in Rings of Power are vessels that are empty, that don't even qualify as characters. For For the most part, yes. There's a couple of them though, like
Mostly they're just dumb and stupid.
yeah, because like I said, Galadriel's pretty characterized. She's a horrible person.
Yeah, she's just shit. She has a character. Her character's just bad.
There's a lot of
Durin's
those.
dumb.
Yeah,
Elrond is dumb. That's the thing. It's mostly characterized that these are just a bunch of dumb assholes.
yeah. Chekhov's Balrog. It'll be back. Hope you enjoyed its trailer's worth of footage, which literally was used in the trailer. Mola, do you have at least 3 happy stories from the toy store? No, not really.
Wow.
The best things that would have happened there were just the brief conversations I had with 1 or 2 of the workers and 1 of the managers. Every time I spoke to the 1 out of 4 managers who was nice, was a nice little reprieve, but working there was a nightmare. It was constant, and everything was always you were always out of time, basically. Every job you were given, you didn't have enough time for, and then you'd be punished because you didn't complete it on the time. So it was just absolute nightmare constantly. But hey, I guess the good memories would be like when you get to the end of your shift. That was always fun.
Oh yeah, when you get to go home.
Yeah, like it was so annoying and shit there that even like the whatever method of travel you're going home in would just be like a really great part of the day. Annoying, but hey.
Which I assume for you is like the bus or something.
It would be between walking or sometimes catching a train. It depended on how much money I had at the time.
Okay.
Devil fruit of the week is the kilo fruit. So again, the way this works is that whatever he's about to tell us we have to sacrifice swimming for allows the user to change their weight from 1 to 10,000 kilograms without in any way affecting their overall size of their bodies. Would you eat this fruit?
Well, I mean, it can't hurt to be able to do that. I mean, if you don't swim, then I mean, might as well be able to have that ability.
I don't even know
If
that
someone's trying to kidnap you, it could be very helpful.
that's true. I'm trying to think of other uses for it.
Yeah, let's think here. When would you want to be
Heavy.
So you could could you make yourself lighter?
It says weight from 1 to 10,000 kilograms, so you can so your
So
weight
that
can go
means
as low
lighter.
as 1 kilogram.
So I think that would probably be far more useful because if you're very light, then you might be able to you get better gas mileage in your car.
Oh, and you can crush stuff, as someone said. Needed to do that.
I don't if that is a part of it. I mean, if you get super strength as a part of it, yeah, I'll take that. Sure.
Some people are saying
you could
you'd be able to float on water, I guess. At a risk of drowning.
Yeah, I mean, you could, yeah, like legitimately. 'Cause if you went, you wouldn't be heavy enough to. You would displace more water than than what you weigh. So you'd literally float on water. You could, if you had to get on something that was unsteady, you could get on top of it and you wouldn't worry about bringing it down. Like an unsteady piece of, like a porch or a balcony or maybe a bed frame or a ladder, something like that. It'd be easy for someone to lift you up. If you needed to reach something, you could have someone lift you up and you can get up there, or they could just throw you because you're super light.
Yeah.
Um, and it means you could. You would never die from falling because if you made yourself like as light as a feather, then you would just land softly on the ground without any issues.
I think I would take this one, yeah. I feel like there's a couple of
I would.
cool little interactions you
Yeah.
can do on your day-to-day. And
And
then
it's just fun to fuck around with it. It would just be fun to be able to jump super high and do things like that,
oh, imagine you just
or
fuck
to
it up
jump
one
off
day
things
and,
and just fall slowly.
you know, you lower it, you just when you're falling really fast, then you don't lower it enough, and then you just go splat, and you're like, oh, shit. Like, well, that's me. Hopefully, yeah, you'd be able to control it really well.
So that's not how it works, Rags. Well, it is to my understanding.
I was gonna say that's how we were presented
I
it.
don't-
So
Yeah, if you change your weight,
we haven't
then
seen this
all that would
anime,
affect
okay?
yeah, it seems like that would mostly affect, well, your weight. So I mean, if you change yourself to be super light and you jump off of something, then you will be carried away by the wind, or you won't land very.
Oh, dude,
won't
that'd be
land
so
very
cool. You go to
hard.
like one of the windiest, like hurricane type situations ever. Just make yourself entirely heavy, and you can be like, "Yeah, I'm a Chad. I can't be defeated by wind." Like, people are like, "Whoa."
It would also make your inertia less too, so you could presumably turn faster and things like that, or maybe not. I don't know.
Hmm.
But someone's like, oh yeah, someone said, I love how Rags would use superpowers to get better gas mileage. I'm like, you might as well. I mean, if
Yeah,
you're in
I
your
mean,
car and
you
you're
know,
driving and you could take off, your body's worth of weight essentially,
if
then
you're
yeah, it's
suggesting like,
literally better gas
wow,
mileage.
Rags isn't like morally thingy enough to become like a vigilante or whatever. It's like, you understand, becoming a vigilante is a very strange thing to do in our world. It's
Yeah, I'd have to go around looking for crimes as they are happening so that I could use my I
and then hope you
plus
don't
I don't know
actually
what
like obstruct actual
die.
justice in some way, like when
Yeah,
the
or get
cops are actually
shot.
called. Yeah, or get shot. You know, there's lots of superhero movies often don't like, you know.
So is it when Rags gets laser eyes, he uses it to boil his bathwater to save on the gas bill.
Yeah, why wouldn't
Hey
you?
man, why not? Yeah, go for it.
Do it.
But that's the thing with a lot of these powers, it would just be how would it make your mundane life better?
Yeah.
How could you have fun with it? Would you be able to use it in some useful capacity? That's probably going to be 99.9% of its uses.
Imagine how Cinematic Venom would have reviewed Rings of Power. He probably would have shot on it, I think. Because he does seem to like he would sort of point out and search for flaws and stuff, and there's plenty in Rings of Power.
Many.
You guys should see the film Banshees of Inisherin. Or Inisherin. I want to see it, but I can't. It's not in my local theater, which is fucking lame, but what are you gonna do?
I don't even know what that is.
It is the next movie from the guy who made In Bruges and Seven Psychopaths.
Oh, nice.
Yes.
Those were both good movies.
From the trailer, the premise is Colin Farrell and Brendan Gleeson live in this like distant town, wherever it is, and they're friends. And then one day, Brendan Gleeson says, "I don't want to talk to you anymore. Don't talk to me anymore." And then he gets really upset with him, and then he says, "If you keep talking to me, I'm going to start chopping my own fingers off." That's like the premise. If you want to go see it, it's like, I'm sorry, what? And it's like, well, I don't know. I usually like his stuff for his dialogue, so I'm willing to give it a shot. Sounds weird as hell. This one's based. Like, I don't want to talk to you anymore, and if you talk to me, I'm going to chop my own fingers off. That's what I'm going to do. Also, hi Rags.
Hello.
This one says, why are you not talking about the finale? We were probably going through all of the episodes that we covered in one. Were we covering, I think we did 7, 8, 9, or 8 and 9? 8 and 9 is what we did. You had to wait. So that tells you how far we are into that episode. Oh, and I'm a huge fan of Little Platoon. Huge. Wow. Makes sense. He's a fun creator.
Yeah.
There is one dance I can picture this Galadriel doing. It's called the haka. I know the haka. It's what a certain rugby team do from New Zealand.
The when you in Guild Wars 2, if you choose to play as the master race, the Char, of course, they're a very war-centered culture. They're very violent. They have a lot of I guess they're very martial-focused culture. And if you do the dance emote, each race has their own dance, and the Char do the haka. That's their cultural dance.
Neat. Presumably they would have. It's like a direct reference to the All Blacks one. Maybe not. The haka is how Jason Momoa got the role for Aquaman. I remember reading that somewhere. I don't understand how that makes any sense, but cool, I guess.
Yeah, because I don't think he dances in that.
Because he's from Hawaii, right?
I don't know.
Because I thought it was a Maori thing specifically, but maybe it's like a broad sort of.
Oh, it could be, yeah. I just know it from rugby, but
yeah, that's what I know it from too. It's like the yeah.
The haka is a war
don't
dance.
the Sand people do it in Boba Fett? I don't think so.
Oh, you talk about the weird. I don't think that was a haka.
I think that's a haka.
I don't know what that was. It was weird. God,
Yeah,
Boba Fett happened. That show did happen. That was such
It
a.
did happen. It's
Not
hard to
that
believe that as bad as it was only the second worst Disney Star Wars show. We were not prepared for Kenobi, guys. We were not.
They're just doing their job, Leia.
That's just doing the. You do his voice pretty well.
And so funny. Everybody's turned on that show already.
It's so bad.
Have they? That's good.
Yeah.
I know it was really contentious when it came out, relatively, but it's kind of Boba Fett sort of was too.
Boba Fett was a bit like 50-50. I think like
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
was probably the first time that there wasn't a great response when it was coming out, but like Obi-Wan, people were defending it, but like at this point, people have come pretty soundly to the conclusion that it was a huge disappointment.
And it's still, I think it's even bled into
I'm
as well, like
very
people
glad to
being
hear
like,
that.
people will say Mandalorian's still cool, but like even the love for Mandalorian is dampened because it's like there's nothing to cling on to. That's the big problem with all the Disney stuff they put out. There's just nothing to fucking
it's
grip you.
because what they're creating is not enduring. I don't know why anybody would be like wanting to rewatch Obi-Wan Kenobi in the same way that people rewatch the prequels. I don't know. It's
Absolutely.
gonna be like rewatching the sequels. Like
which, my God, imagine what you're saying is absolutely true. That show had a grief-stricken, like almost crying Kenobi dealing with the fact that he created Darth Vader that has annihilated his closest friend and apprentice and almost like son in a sense, or I guess his brother, but like that scene is in there.
Yep.
It was.
You know what I mean? Like, what are you guys doing? Squandering everything.
No, I know what you mean. Like it's there, and yet it still wasn't able to make a lasting impact. And I think it's the reality is that the thing that makes it worthwhile for people is not the big moments alone, but the component pieces that prop up those big moments. It's I don't know, I think the fundamental problem is that it's treated as like content that needs to come out, and like whether it gets talked about afterward is like irrelevant as long as
it
it's
made its
engaged
money,
with
it did its
highly.
job.
Yeah, basically. It retained subscribers for a few months and, probably grew the platform. That's all that matters. Like whether or not anybody talks about it in a year.
Yeah, doesn't
I
matter.
mean,
We've already moved on to the next thing.
Yeah. Well, yeah, pretty much. By the time it's done, you move on to the next thing and you forget the cycle. I imagine that like that will happen. I don't know. I guess with Marvel, you look towards the future. It's like I'm not sure how many of those projects are like inherently kind of things that people would get hyped for. Like Ant-Man, Like who's gonna get hyped for Ant-Man 3 or Echo? Like I don't really see that happening, but I guess
No.
who knows? The cycle may or like the Marvels. I don't see that. Maybe that will be like a very trying time where they can't rely on the name recognition of their characters to hype up the series.
Tolkien never said that Galadriel didn't go Super Saiyan God and fight. Oh, jeez, the formatting on here is all fucked. Hang on. Fix this. Didn't fight Sauron in a battle to the death inside an exploding supernova. That's true. They didn't say
It's true,
anything
which
about
means
that.
it totally could have happened.
They had the scene because they wanted to mimic the Frodo and the Ringwraith scene. Bad robot people seem to like to ape the source material. What I find so interesting about that, there is a fine as fuck line between doing something like they did in that last episode with the creepy, weird magic people, and then everyone being like, are you trying to, like, fucking copy and paste the Ringwraiths right now? Is that what you're doing, you cringy show? While in something we love that's doing, like, a really meaningful scene, and they call back to something like Weathertop or something like that, and then we'll all be like gushing over it and explaining the connection is so meaningful, blah, blah, blah. And I'm just thinking to myself,
we see it as respectful and
instead
like
of
a
copying,
fun, like an actual just fun reference to it in a way, something like that.
And I imagine so many writers that are shit will just be like, "What? Why doesn't mine look like that?" It's like, yeah, because yeah.
Why doesn't mine look like that?
I can't
why is it so hard? Why?
I love that. It's so funny. It's such a great, like, because, in the actual episode, it's just a normal thing for Homer, right? Because, of course, he can't build something well when he's left his own devices. But it's such a great little commentary on just artists that are trying. Why doesn't mine look like that?
Exactly.
In Rings of Power, they contradicted the law and made Muriel blind. In Netflix Witcher, they went against the law and didn't make Yennefer blind after Sodden. Well.
All right.
What's interesting to me is that if the shows were really good and they still did those things, people would forgive them. What I'm finding about a lot of what people consider the inaccuracies of God of War Ragnarok, the more people who are completing and going through the storyline, the less they're caring about how much it's like a departure. They're like, man, I like this version though. It's kind of but of course, we've talked about this before. When you depart from certain things, it'll have ripple effects we may not realize. You got to be careful. You got to know why it was built the way that it was built before you can build it a different way.
Yep.
Positives from Rings of Power. 1. It sucks too much to be considered canonical, and Tolkien's legacy is intact. 2. Future writers see everything they shouldn't do. 3. Laughter. That's actually true. It's good though it gets to a point of so bad that nobody talks about it as though it's canon. It's like, no, it's
Yeah,
just a
it's
weird
very
thing.
easy for your mind to divorce it from the rest of the things.
I also think like Tolkien's legacy always remains intact. Like I don't know that it can be because it's always there's always his work that like persists and people can see this kind of for what it is.
Yeah.
And it's a shame though, I guess, that it's like, you know, it's they it didn't the guy the Zaslav, the new guy in charge of Warner Brothers, isn't he said that like they still own the film rights to Lord of the Rings, so he may well want to have Warner Brothers start up their own Lord of the Rings film series. It's like, man,
It's funny. I actually think that's probably a bad move. Just re-release or something more reliable to make money. Because
Something, yeah, remaster them.
if you
or
even
something.
tried to make films out of the Lord of the Rings again, oh god,
Looming over
Yeah.
everything you do is the Peter Jackson ones. Yeah.
Yep. Look in the books themselves too.
The Rags 2.0 plushie is mine. Whoa, ha 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 ha. Oh, neat.
Oh,
was it
good.
out at that
Thanks for
point?
getting one. I don't know, but maybe it was.
We were
But I
talking
don't
about the
know.
last Rings
I
of
don't
Power
like-
episode. I feel like it wasn't even out then, but all right.
I don't. Yeah, I don't think it was.
Interesting.
Oh well.
The last episode was legit comedy. The volcano one was probably the funniest to me. It's so bafflingly stupid.
The most I laughed was relatively early on with the when all the elves were captured at the tree. That's when I laughed the most. That whole scene was hilarious.
Yeah.
With them flailing around and it was just funny.
Problem is, Gandalf in the Fellowship clearly states he hasn't had the chance to go against a Balrog yet. Is that in the book or the movie? Because I don't quite remember that in the movie. Had a chance to go against a Balrog. So obviously, if that's
I do not know.
if that's true, then yeah, they're gonna have to really dance around that when they get to you know, the next seasons of this show. Avoid him getting anywhere near it. In Rings of Power. Oh wait, I read that one. Just gonna say. Oh wait, that's. Sorry, I'm backwards a bit here. Where am I going? Last episode was legit comedy. I got you. All right, now. My boyfriend asked me after ending if the Silmarils are in the 3 rings now. That says it all. Oh, do you mean that says it all in terms of nobody understands what the fuck is going on? Yeah, I'd agree with that. I still can't believe that those 3 rings were apparently originally the plan was to put them into one crown. Like, did you see the size of those rings?
Yeah.
Gonna be a thin crown. Watching Rings of Power feels like something I was forced to watch at my Christian elementary school. Damn. I think Bible Man is better than this. Sorry. I'm sure the message is clearer and more solid in terms of like a moral thing than I don't know what you're supposed to gate out of Rings of Power. It's kind of worrisome in that way. Rags, who do you like more, Triss, Yen, or Shani? Luckily, he was able to answer that one, actually. Yeah. Spoiler, but when did Sauron get lanced? So, the defense I've heard for this is that it's a self-inflicted wound. That he hoped she would get him to elves because he was going to stab himself in such a way that he needed elven medicine, which means it would be like a death blow for you know, his kind, so to speak. It's very strange because it's like,
yep.
So he was going to die from it, and it's like, well, I don't know, because he's kind of like not a human. And so he just sitting here, like, I don't fucking know what's going on. Apparently got stabbed right in the middle of the volcano attacking everybody with its smog cloud. I don't understand how, but that's what happened. Ran off into the corner, stabbed himself, threw himself onto the road, and went, help! I have been stabbed by an orc. Oh dear. I think admitting that they made the entire series to give the middle finger to the fans is worse than even calling us patently evil.
Was that? Oh, I guess they're comparing what, like with She-Hulk, where they said that that was like one of their stated goals was to
middle finger to the fans. I don't know if there's anything worse than calling someone patently evil, is there?
Well, yeah, I mean, you're basically condemning them fundamentally, right?
You're like inherently a person who will commit to bad decisions. That's I know it sounds
on the
chill.
basis of what? Because you don't like their show.
Yeah,
like
it sounds like a chill insult, but that's probably the worst thing you can say to a person in terms of what it means.
Well, yeah, that seems to be like a stark example of if someone's like "fuck you," they'd be like "whoa," but then in that case, what's been said there is way harsher.
Yeah, they're like your entire life's work is kind of embarrassing and really shallow. I think you need to reassess the way you do it, and you just go fuck off, and then they go, "Holy shit, you're mad."
I know, yeah. As opposed to the guy who's like, I thought that was kind of shitty, but you tried your best. It's like, whoa, wow, dude. It's like,
I'm back.
I mean, I guess to me, I find I just find like the whole we wrote the show to insult like the people who didn't like our show. It's kind of like this weird sort of self-own where like you've ultimately tailored your show around the people that you dislike. Like they've had a substantial impact on what you've created,
Assume you're talking about She-Hulk. Yeah, it comes across as extremely insecure.
Yes. Yeah. And I guess because someone would be like, well, wait, you're saying like you can't make fun of a group of people? It's like, yeah, you can. I think it's just
it's the way you go about it and your goals.
Yeah, because I mean, South Park makes fun of tons of people, right? But I would never look at South Park as a show that's insecure. That's like a show that's very secure in what it wants to be and what it's trying to be. I think that I guess I would say that the tone that you get with She-Hulk is very defensive,
Yeah,
as opposed to irreverent, which I think is like irreverent is the way that you can sort of make fun of people who you dislike, or in a way that doesn't feel like it's them tainting something that you've created in a way that's detrimental to you and your own like
it's
health.
not personal.
Mental
It's
health,
just
I
it's
mean.
this attitude of everyone gets their turn to be made fun of. And we will make fun of everybody. No one's safe. Instead of we're specifically like the people who wrote She-Hulk. There are absolutely groups and such that will not be made fun of.
Oh, well, someone in chat put it well, a visual rent free, if you will. It's like, yeah, pretty much. Like your
kind of,
imagined sort of your imagined enemy is immortalized in your show in a way that I'm sure like in a way that was pretty embarrassing. That show was embarrassing. Like I don't know if I would I wouldn't describe a lot of like I don't know if I'd say Multiverse of Madness is like an embarrassment. It's horrendous. It's terrible. Maybe for like Michael Waldron it's a little bit, but like She-Hulk is
I totally get what you're getting at, because like Michael Waldron, he's writing a story of like an action-packed adventure through time and space with all these wizards doing all kinds of awesome things, and there's a heart to this that's about real like identity and understanding the value of life, whatever. It's like what he's done isn't quite as embarrassing as what they've done, which is allow all of their insecurities to bleed onto the page. Like he is just really bad at his work.
Right, whereas they are really bad at what they did, but like their idea fundamentally was pretty misguided. Like like that show is like oof. Like oh boy.
Your daily it's your reminder that when it comes to Disney, things can always get worse.
Yeah. I was not expecting it to be that bad. I got to tell you, like I was not expecting that.
No, I wasn't expecting that to be that bad. I wasn't expecting Rings of Power to be as bad as it was.
No, Rings of Power. That because that just
agree.
like
the worst it was gonna get, I thought was gonna be as bad as episode 1 and 2 were, where I was like, yep, this is the rock bottom of this show where it's just nothing's happening and no one cares about anything.
But then it did.
Oh boy, it changed.
Oh boy, it just like plummeted.
Just gonna say, Rags, did you say it? Last episode has to be the best delivered line on EFAP ever. It has me laughing for so long. Also, hi, Rags.
Hello.
What's that a reference to?
Which line is this? Did you say it?
Well, so this is episode 209, so they're referring to 208, and I assume that was possibly Rings of Power or She-Hulk.
Let me double check.
But I don't know.
EFAP 208. That is Dissecting Rings of Power's abysmal 6th episode with Disparu and the Little Platoon. Did you say it?
Someone in
Oh,
chat
I
might know.
can't-
I don't know.
If you can remind me what that is, please do, because I just can't quite recall.
Please control the wongers in chat, Mauler. You can't control them. They do as they will wong.
Named.
They wong all the wongs they want to wong. To be fair to Durin, third let them rot is what dwarves do to other races. EFAP 93 never forget. Oh, do you mean like we understand that the law of the dwarves is to let everyone die, to kill everybody who's friendly with them? That is something we learned from Gimli. Though Gimli was friendly with all the Fellowship except 2 specific hobbits. I'm not sure what we were supposed to gather from that, you know? He just wanted them dead. Are you boys ready for Amazon's Fallout film/series? Yes, it's real, and it makes me wish for nuclear winter. Iraq.
Yeah, the Fallout television
I am ready
series.
to. I'm curious. I'm just curious because Fallout has a very. Do I think it'll be shit? Of course, but I'm curious what it will be because Fallout has a very distinct sort of vibe to it in terms of the the culture of that world and its aesthetic. So I'm interested to see what they'll do with it. Though I would be shocked if it was good.
One
I'm
of many
curious.
adaptations of, because now there's going to be a Gears of War film and like animated
Oh, yeah,
television
that's right.
series.
I mean,
BioShock,
honestly, hot take.
obviously,
I feel like Gears of War was always going to be better as a film or a TV show than it is as a game.
is that a hot take, really?
I don't know. Probably.
Gears was gonna. You're saying Gears was always going to be better as a film than a game?
It feels that way because I'm not impressed with Gears mechanics. Basically, ever. The only reason I want to play it with you is because of nostalgia memories, and I enjoy playing games with people.
It
But,
will be interesting to see you play the first one and then play 5.
Okay, yeah, because
Essentially go
obviously,
from this is where we started to this is where it is now.
Because the first one is, especially the original version, it's downright clunk.
So I just looked up. So Fallout, the TV show, is being developed by Lisa Joy and Jonathan Nolan. Does that make you feel worse about
Who would
that?
I know those names
Well, Jonathan
from?
They made Westworld. That pair made Westworld.
The pilot episode was really good.
Well, sure, but they were also like executive producers right until the end, right? So like they're on the hook for that, surely.
I love the announcement of the show ending. Everybody's just like, it's still going. It's like,
Yeah,
okay,
and
fine,
that show
we'll
was
leave.
almost certainly quite expensive considering the cast and like how I guess like grand it is. for a
That's one of
television
those,
show.
like, someone awkwardly tries to mention how they're leaving the party, and then someone just goes, "You still here?" And they're like, "Okay, yeah, I'll go."
Todd Howard is an executive producer, which I guess that doesn't. But what does that mean?
That doesn't mean anything to me,
No.
honestly.
Well, funnily
That means
enough,
absolutely
executive
nothing.
producer, like sometimes executive producer seems to be like more vague than a producer, like as a title. You know what I mean? Like Kevin Feige is a producer. He's often credited as the producer of a lot of the films, and then there'll be a longer list of executive producers. But it's like how I'm pretty sure that The Rock was an executive producer on Shazam just by virtue of the way that contracts work while he was getting ready to be in Black Adam over the last 15 years. So he just got that credit. Isn't that fascinating that you get the credit of executive producer and it could just be like through just contract shenanigans rather than like any direct participation in the development of the show?
Yeah.
Well, you get those shows that have like a dozen producers and stuff in them, like
Isn't this
Star Trek?
Yeah, the Star Trek
Picard or
ones are
whatever.
hilarious. They'll have like 16 people who are that.
I remember the one that I found, you know how like, because of course when I watch The Simpsons all the time, you'd see the 3 names, right? Matt Groening, James L. Brooks, and Sam Simon.
Yeah.
And of course I knew that like Matt Groening was like the creator essentially. I'm pretty sure that James L. Brooks was like never very significantly involved in like the production of that show, but more that he was instrumental in it getting off the ground. And I distinctly remember a thing where it was like Sam Simon, who hasn't been involved in that show since like season 4. I can't remember where I saw it, but he talked about how for a while he felt like his contributions were undervalued, but now he feels like his contributions to that show are overvalued because he still gets paid for it, even though he hasn't been involved in it for a long time. I could be wrong, but I distinctly remember that like as an interesting thing that
Dude, what a weird life to lead, where your involvement in a show, however significant, in fact, let's just go with a hypothetical vision instead, that you you maybe contributed to its first episode in terms of writing and organizing people to get it done, and then you like leave, and that show evolves into this enormous thing, and your stake is big enough that like 50 years on or something, you're just still getting regular payments, and so you just never had to do anything in your life to make it work for money. You just got it.
It's because Sam Simon actually passed away in 2015, and apparently he bequeathed his $100 million estate to a bunch of charities.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. Yeah, like I can't remember where I saw it exactly, but it was that he was just not involved with it for like a very long time afterward. But because of the nature of him being like the developer of the show, yeah, he was on the show up until like 1993, but executive producer credit and then everything that goes along with it.
Guys, this is why the linens were so important. They were needed for bandages. Oh, linens, sorry. Well, all right.
The linens?
Yep, they could use them for bandages.
Yeah, you could.
Also, thank
Yeah.
all for the incredible content in general from all of you. Little Platoon, thanks for the JWD video. Jurassic World Dominion. That's what that is, isn't it?
Still have to see it.
What a great movie. I'm sure it is.
I'm certain.
I
So
found
it's
it
great.
on the old Wikipedia where before he left the show, he negotiated a deal that saw him receive a share of the show's profits every year, particularly from home media, and executive producer credit, despite not having worked on the show since 1993. The deal means he made over $10 million a year from The Simpsons.
Oh my
And he later told
God.
Stanford magazine that tens of millions was a closer figure. He commented, "When I was there, I thought I was underpaid. I thought I wasn't getting enough credit. Now I think it's completely the opposite. I get too much credit, and the money is ridiculous."
That is ridiculous. Holy
Hey,
shit.
he donated
That's
a ton of
crazy.
it to charity, though.
Yeah.
Like,
Hey, what a
Yeah.
Chad.
Oh, Chad.
yeah.
Doesn't making Isildur a bumbling idiot lessen the corrupting power and narrative weight of the One Ring? The one way they can escape that is we've got 4 more seasons of development that they could,
Yeah.
you know, turn him into something else, right? But who knows what they're up to.
But- I mean, is there any reason to be optimistic?
No.
Because
See,
like
that's
there
the
were
thing,
legit
again,
moments
is-
when I was watching it where I'm like, is that the Isildur? Like, is that him? Like, the Isildur, you know?
Yeah, and, well,
This loser.
people are now wondering the fact that he died in that fire is like, oh, is it someone he's fucked already and they're gonna have a kid that's called Isildur and that's gonna be the actual one or something? Like, what are they doing right now? Is it you can't bait that the real guy is dead unless you're gonna do some crazy shenanigans. It's like, why do I just don't get it. You're gonna have much more success baiting death of characters who we really don't know the fates of. Like I said, you can do it, but why would you choose to do that instead of someone who's new and specific to the show? I don't know. His fucking dad didn't even go and look for him. Ooh.
Ugh, what a mess.
Take my money, massives. Very well. Thank you very much. The only thing you can trust a Harfoot with is a stab in the back, and then one in the throat. Jeez. Them Harfoots, man.
I
Careful.
believe it. They'll steal your wheels and leave you to die.
If you visit them, just keep a hand on your wallet in your pocket. Just make sure you got it. Alright? Just be careful. Rings of Power is an abomination made for a brain-dead modern audience that can't tell chocolate cake from a dog turd. If you say the show is good, you're either special, insane, a shill, or a bot. Hate. Well, I struggle to find the idea that like anybody could be passionate about it. I just don't see that happening.
Yeah, I want to know what it is specifically. What is it that you find so compelling about this show?
So little character. It's unreal. How the fuck can the Harfoots even survive a community as a community? For a population this small, even a single loss would be a catastrophe in real life. God, the show is so stupid. Yeah,
a lot of media does that.
That's true. Well, look at the Black Panther Wakanda Forever. Wasn't it like 7 people that apparently generated an entire civilization? It's like, ow. You guys do the thing with the...
Yep, they sure did. But don't think about it.
Yeah, because I was going to say, you can't even say, like, well, they recruited more, I guess. And it's like, well, you can't, right? Because they only had the one flower. And besides, I'm not even sure. You know, if someone came up to you and said, like, you want to become a fish person and live below the sea? You're like, I don't know. Like, I'm not, I don't know. I'm not sure. Amazon's The Rings of Power, The Desolation of Brain Cells. Yeah, a little bit. It's an adventure. You keep saying journey, Mauler, but there's more than one person. It's an adventure.
I learned a lot. Yeah,
That was from that show, right?
Yeah, that was from the Wizard Man.
God, that line was dumb. Gary has the deleted by Discord curse. Hi, Rags.
Hello.
Someone's got to get it at some point, right? Always comes for you. This just says Prezi time. Mordor is the Elvish name meaning Darkland, given when Morgoth created the volcano. Why wouldn't Adar use Orcish? They don't even think about context. I don't know.
Because remember Mordor? That's why.
I remember Mordor.
Good. I'm really glad you do. Because we called the dark place Mordor.
Welcome to Mordor. Population lots. Random orc on the side. Hello, welcome to Mordor. I'm Lots. You're not one of those Harfoots, are you?
They're evil. We don't let them in here.
No, they're way too evil for us.
Yeah, the orcs are.
You nerds need to address super chats in real time, or may a Clockwork Orange viewing of She-Hulk eternally be your fate. Dude, if we did them in real time, the conversation would be so fucked up. Like, because it would have to be like someone's on like a roll ripping into Rings of Power, and then I like read something that's about something else, and then we start talking about that, and then that person's like, oh, I'll just wait forever, and then their power level is gone. But now we can focus heavily on them. Hardcore even. I found an animal I need Fringy to see. The black rain frog.
The black rain frog.
Yeah, they wanted to see that apparently.
Oh yeah, he's the funny looking frog.
Oh yeah, that guy.
The grumpy looking frog.
No, he's always in memes.
Yeah, he is. He's great. I love him.
I would have. It's where the inflection. I would have said black rain frog, but you said black rain frog.
Yeah?
That's interesting.
Rain frog versus black rain frog. Yeah, I
Like
guess
a frog of black rain or a black rain frog.
What is a rain frog? Frog that likes rain?
What does it mean to be a rain frog rather than a hail frog or a sunshine frog?
You want a sunshine frog? Look at her dry out, right?
He's so grumpy. Look at him. Or maybe he's not. Maybe he's thrilled, and it's just us projecting our emotional slate onto him. You know?
Yeah, like he'd be like, "I'm fine, actually."
Yeah,
Right.
I'm very content. You know, compared to you fucking humans, like I got all my shit sorted. I know what
I got my hole in the mud. I got my cricket every once in a while, and I'm just that's all I need, man.
I got everything I could ever want, and I'm happy with my lot in life, not like you guys.
Before you could even talk to him about it, he's like, "You got to try and convince me you're happy, are you?" You're like, "Jeez, chill out, Mr. Frog." I don't know. The Black Rain Frog and Bilbo's Rain Frog. See, I was able to stay Lord of the Rings related. Wait, Bilbo has a rain frog?
The one rain frog to rule them all.
Whoa. What's worse?
Darkness broke them.
This lame ring forging or the Infinity Stone paperweights? Oh.
The Infinity Stone paperweights.
It's gotta be the paperweights, man. Ugh. Do you think that this terrible content is being made out of laziness or because it creates controversy? I'm pretty sure it's incompetence and laziness and stuff, because you can try and get your attention through controversy, but like, wouldn't it be better to get attention through being good? Isn't that like the goal? You want to get that. Nobody like sees Lord of the Rings and Godfather and whatever else and goes like, you know, they were popular because of how much controversy they stirred up.
Not the fact they were great and everyone loved them.
Yeah, that wasn't it.
That's lame. We don't do that.
Do you... Oh, wait. I'm a goldsmith. Gold can't be an alloy. It's extremely soft. Melted her whole dagger together, steel and gold. Ring stones were sat horrifically. These stones will never stay in place. It looks awful. I wouldn't even... They should. Someone. There's a job for someone. You know, they do like doctor reacts and lawyer reacts. Like you could have a Smith
Yeah.
reacts to stuff like that.
That's an idea.
Be painful, but you could do it. Tolkien's premise for his stories was that fantasy matters. His essays written before Lord of the Rings was debunking all the belittling arguments against fantasy. This Tolkien guy sounds cool.
Yeah, he should write I don't know, like a fantasy series or something. He could probably make a good one.
I agree. If I have an adversary who straps proximity explosives to themselves and is found in a mine shaft, is it apt to call him an enemy of mine? Get it?
Proximity explosives strapped to himself.
In a mine
Enemy.
shaft, enemy of mine.
And he's in a mine. So he hates the mine. He's an enemy of the mine itself.
Well, enemy of me slash me, and then an enemy of the mine in terms of he's going to blow it up and hit it, but also enemy of mine as in he is an enemy and he is of mines. Like he's got explosives that detonate through proximity.
But why proximity?
Well, because they could make that joke. There you go.
Interesting.
Wong comments a 10 out of 10. Oh, there you go.
We had a lot of Wong. There was a lot of Wong talk in
A
the
lot of
chat.
Wongin'. I thought half the finale was going to be a slow motion shot of Nori handing Gandalf an orange. Well, half of it was her saying goodbye to her friend, right? Well, saying goodbye to everybody.
Yeah.
That scene just kept going.
Oh boy, it went and went and went and went. The only thing that didn't went was them leaving.
Yep. Painful. You playing Dark Pictures with metal this Halloween? That was the original plan. Then we found out how shit the Quarry one is, and then we found out how shit the new one's going to be, and we were like, you know what? It'll be better to just do it in person because of how shit it all is. It's unfortunate, but it also is a reality. So you'll see it, but not right now. Hi everyone, but Rags. Oh. Damn.
What?
But hello. Which do you choose? When you die, you get reincarnated into a random deep-sea creature or an apex predator insect. Also, hi, Rugs.
Hi.
I don't wanna...
Oh gosh, that's tough.
I don't want to be either of
because
them.
in the insect world is shit. It's a horrifying, terrible hellscape
Yes.
with no mercy, with no morals, with no. It's just the worst.
Like, the deep
But
sea might just be
the
as bad. I
deep
don't know enough
sea-
about it.
Yeah, in the dark of the deep sea.
Also got that haunting element to it, yeah. Probably at that point.
Probably the insect.
Then again,
because I could like see and stuff, and I could
Yeah.
like hang out in the world at least up top.
like, Jesus
and I
Christ, what if you got attacked by an army of ants at some point, or one of those creepy brain things?
The
Ugh,
insect world is terrifying.
it is.
Yeah,
It's a
that's the
hell.
thing.
It's a hell world.
Oh, that's tough.
What was the choice between, sorry?
Deep sea creature or an insect.
I think I would go for deep sea creature. Seems like it would be a solitary life, but a relatively uneventful life.
Yeah, probably.
That's precisely
I'd
my
go for
issue. It
that.
seems. I was like, maybe I
It
don't know enough
might
about the horrors of that
Drive you
too.
insane.
Well, the reality is that not many things live down there.
But then how would it
like,
feel
when
to
you-
live down there? Would it be our brains as they are right now?
Well, the problem is that if it became like an insect brain, I don't think I'd be able to understand the horror of this situation, really, right?
Neither,
it would-
probably,
it would
for the
be-
deep sea creature. They're probably chill too.
Well, sure, but like the deep sea creature's life is probably less painful. Probably.
We presume.
Because if you were an apex predator insect, you could still get fucked up by like birds and things.
And ants, like even if you're an apex predator, a bunch of ants can overwhelm like any predator.
But as long as you don't
Yep.
wander into the ants, like
that's
You can
then
get
you're
unlucky, I
probably
guess,
okay.
though.
but
I guess you could get
exactly,
unlucky,
yeah.
but still, like if you were like a spider on a web hanging out there, or
But then those
I don't
fucking
know.
humans will come along and mess you up sometimes.
maybe, or if you were just like a tarantula and you just sit in your hole for 99% of your life, and every once in a while you grab yourself a bug. But I mean, I bet some of them have really short lifespans too. So maybe, like if you, for instance, if you were a 17-year, well, that's not an apex predator, but just as an example, if you were a cicada, a 17-year locust, you'd spend like 16 plus years just sitting in a hole in the ground, and then you get a little bit of time to fly around on the outside.
Wait, really?
Um,
That's the
yeah,
lifespan? Damn.
yeah. It's a weird. As far as I know, you're a locust, or as we call them here, we call them pharaoh cicadas. Um, the periodical cicadas require either 13 or 17 years in the nymph stage, developing underground.
Wow.
Uh, so, and they mature very slowly. So,
How
their
long
17-year lifespan makes them the longest lived insect known.
how long is they lost in the moving around form?
Let me see. After the shed and shells, and fro. Within a few days, and remain alive for approximately 3 to 4 weeks.
That seems like a
So,
strange exchange rate, but all right.
yeah, 17 years in the ground and then 3 to 4 weeks flying around in the air.
Yeah.
Bizarre. What a
Bizarre.
strange, what a bizarre creature to have that life cycle.
Wong to Wonga Dongadoo. Nice. Hi everyone. Oh
Hi.
wait, sorry, this is the one I read. It's the insect one, and it ended with high rugs.
Oh. Hello.
Whooshing intensifies. Ugh, I hate subtitles for a multitude of reasons. Only dumbos or deafs watch subtitles outside of foreign media. Also, play DDLC. I love subtitles.
I like subtitles too.
I disagree. They always keep me up to date with things I might be missing or misinterpreting. They're beautiful. I love them. Kisses.
And sometimes you get a quiet movie, or you might be in a room where things are happening, and it's good to be able to have that just in case. Or maybe you just have that's a terrible actor or actress who just can't pronunciate well. Or a muffled tone.
Yeah. This magic will be perfect when it fits a woman. Oh!
Heyo.
Classic line from a classic show.
Get wrecked, incels.
Can we make this the new I stepped on Lego meme? The fact that I'm not sure what you're referring to means it probably won't be.
Yeah, probably won't be. Sorry.
Middle Witch is literally Boney from Trapdoor. I don't know who that is. Anyone recognize that? Trapdoor? Is that like a movie or a TV show?
Boney. Let me get you a picture.
I see. When you say Middle Witch, they're talking about the Leda one, right?
Don't open that trap door by Burke, Boney, and the boys. So this is what I'm getting. That's Boney.
Well, I guess I could see the likeness.
Trapdoor.
Oh yeah, it's a little claymation thing.
Y'all remember Gumby?
Yeah.
No,
Yeah. Yeah, I remember Gumby.
I don't actually.
Thanks, gents, for doing all the dirty work and watching this tripe for us. Mushy mushy rags.
Oh, mushy what?
I don't know.
Some things are good with their mushy, like mashed potatoes. Some things are not good if they're mushy.
Like peas?
To a degree. You expect them to get mushy very quickly.
Yeah, there's a mush rating that you're gonna want.
Yeah, but you don't want them. You don't want pea mush. You want all the individual peas distinct from one another in a pile. One that you could like reach your hand into, and you could, it's not mush, but they very very quickly become mush as you chew them. They're almost instantaneously they become mushy.
I'm annoyed that Durin said Disa found the mithril. Well, she did with her singing or whatever. You could pick it up through the harmonization of the walls. Or something. It was kind of difficult to understand. The guy who's obviously Sauron is Sauron? Mind blown. That's such a weird choice, but yeah, he's Sauron. Big scary. Oh no.
Yeah, that's him.
I will show you fear in a handful of dust. They were ripping off T.S. Eliot, The Wasteland. I will show you fear in a handful of dust. I don't even remember that line. Or is that the good line and there's one they were referencing? They made everyone incompetent so that Galadriel can figure it out. It's primo garbage writing, as if they only had one season to work with. Well, she didn't figure anything. The information she got should not have led her to the conclusion she got. Turns out he lied. He's not as part of that lineage, and it's like, oh, the one that he said he wasn't a part of already? I guess he must be Sauron. What? But yeah, she figured it out, I guess. Okay. Are all of the rings evil, or is it just the one ring? I don't know much about the lore. I assume it's that they're built with a flaw
ring,
that allows the
right?
one ring to control them or influence them.
Because
Well, the One
like
Ring's rule of the
Galadriel,
law,
she
right?
knew that like about the One Ring, and she also had her own ring, but she didn't get rid of her ring.
Yeah.
So I assume that the individual rings themselves are not evil. In fact, that they are probably beneficial to have. But the big baddie one, that's bad. That's a bad ring. That's it's bad juju jewelry.
Jackson's trilogy took quite a bit of liberties when it came to the lore, and it was still good. Yeah, that's what I've heard. They didn't use New Forge. Was Celebrimbor's place? I thought that was the New Forge. No, I think you're right. Yeah, that would have been an older one because the new one was, or was it in a regular? I can't remember anymore. I'd have to rewatch it. I don't plan to do, to be honest. When season 2 comes around, you guys gonna rewatch season 1?
That's funny.
Sorry. Someone in chat, I caught it. Someone said, "Guys, you should look up the biggest cockroach in the world. Rags would get a kick out of it." So I did. I looked up biggest cockroach in the world, and boy, it made me laugh.
Megaloblata longipedis. They knew what they were doing.
They knew what they were doing.
The band Journey is a solo act. Rangs writers. Alright. Someone tell Mr. Bezos to stop taking Tolkien's toys out of the toy box if he's just gonna break them. Yeah, that'd be the way forward, isn't it? Just take care of the toys, put them back in the box then, so that people can play with them instead of just ruining everything and peeing in the box. That's not what you're supposed to do. You have way more confidence in the writing than I do if you think Galadriel will learn anything. Well, she learned...
will not learn anything.
She
will be
learned who
confirmed that
Sauron
she
was.
correct.
That was learning.
Yeah. She became aware of new information or something like that, I guess. That's pretty cool. It's very cool. It's amazing. Super awesome.
Now the elven rings are made, even before the practice rings for the dwarves and men. What will the next season cover in the Rings of Power series?
Some horse shit.
Probably
gonna have something to do with the Balrog.
I don't even... Yeah, this is the thing. It feels like it's gonna be a delay until they get to do whatever the hell they want to do. I think they want to end it by, like, leading into the Jackson trilogy or something.
Probably.
They will jangle as many keys as they're allowed to.
Yeah.
I'm sure Aragorn will pop up at some point as a little boy.
Hey guys, it's me.
What will you name your son? I will name him Aragorn.
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 Yeah, don't forget.
Stop rolling your R's.
And fucking Legolas, he'll probably turn up and they'll de-age Orlando Bloom and pay him to be here.
Mm-hmm.
Very dearie me. Galadriel and Sauron reminds me of Master Cheeks and McKee.
Don't remind me. God.
Good old Halo show.
Oh, that show.
Everyone's
Fucking
favorite.
hell.
Yeah, Halo. That
That was
God.
a thing. That happened.
Yeah, that was, and they're filming season 2. It's happening.
Ugh.
Coming out, and I'm sure. One of the things that really pissed me off in that show is like, you have like Halo, which is a franchise that is like well regarded for its music, and like for it to have like this incredibly generic soundtrack is one thing, but to like then for one instance in the show actually use like the Halo music and totally butcher it, like in the way that you use it. It's only 10 seconds long and it's absolutely butchered. Like several other elements of the song are so loud that it actually drowns out the melody. Like that really bugged me. And I remember like people were like, "Oh, they're playing the music." It's like, yeah, I guess they are.
Jangle.
I guess they are.
It's like, yeah, I guess they are. But then again, considering the tone of the show, like I don't even know if like you could even use a lot of the music from the games and have it work. There's like a very sort of I mean,
It's very
again,
not Halo.
well, yeah, because the keywords that Marty said that he used to basically come up with the theme for the series, and I think carries through the rest of it is ancient, alien, and epic, like those three keywords, and I think that comes through pretty clearly in a lot of the songs.
Definitely.
Like Covenant Dance, for example. I'm not sure if you know what that one sounds like. Either of you? Do you know what
I
that
would
one
if I
sounds
heard
like?
it. I
It's
can
like dun
check.
dun 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 dun. Like
Yeah.
that's kind of like the melody. It's like this really interesting song, and that it's like not. It's very atypical for what is like music that would be playing during an action sequence. There's like a lot of songs that will play in action sequences that are like oddly soothing and calm. Oh damn, what was it? Oh my god, I can't believe it's no, it wasn't called Through the Trees. I think that was the new rendition that they had in Halo Infinite. What was it called? Halo A Walk in the Woods. Like that's like this really chill, calming sort of song, and it's great. And it like matches the tone that they have of you basically being on this like mysterious world that's kind of like beyond your comprehension, but you're here anyway, maneuvering through it.
Yeah, yeah.
And I don't know that you could ever have that for that show because that show is so devoid of many of like the core aspects of that series. Like if anybody actually came up to me and said, I think it retains like the core of the series, I would be baffled and kind of annoyed. Like if someone said that, it's just totally is complete. And it's fine. You could have made something different, but then what you made sucks. So just makes it really annoying.
Yeah, a little bit.
Sorry, I'll keep complaining about that show until the end of
Forever.
time.
Oh yeah.
Because it's terrible and it sucks. And Halo deserves
Like,
better.
the ending of the show is John Halo letting himself be killed so that Cortana can take over his corpse to save the day. Like, what is that? And it's so
What
funny
a
because
decision.
it's like, he's broken. It's like, dude, she saved the day. Like, that show consistently proves Halsey right, despite the fact that the show believes that she's wrong. It's remarkable. I don't think they even realize that that's what they've done. The people who ultimately, like, her grand goal with the Cortana, like, as a project, was to essentially fuse her intelligence with his physical capabilities to save the day. And that's exactly what happens at the end of the season. And they're like, see, he's broken. It's like, maybe it's interesting to explore the fact that this apparently broken person, like, ultimately saved the universe. Like, whatever your perception is about, like, him being broken or whatever, or, like, the intrinsic value of humanity, like, one of the uncomfortable questions that you've got to try and get around is that, like, her utilitarian approach yielded a result that saved, like, potentially all life in the galaxy. In fact, it almost certainly did. And that's of course putting to one side all of the insane like bullshit that happened in that episode anyway. The Cortana let them all get killed before she brought in the Pelican to wipe out the Covenant forces when that was always something she could have done. Or like, man, how lucky was it that Mackie, when she like emits the shockwave that blows all of the fucking elites off the mountain? Like, why is that something that the Keystone can do? It's a map. Sorry. I could keep going for ages.
It's very bad.
Yes, it is. So I think we've just completed EFAP 209's ones,
Woo!
which moves us over to 204, which is more Rings of Power. Related
Exciting.
ones. Yes. Brungle, Rags, is there any way we could get a Horseman of PC Gaming revitalization or possibly an EFAP reunion in the future? It would be a nice thing to see the old peeps together again.
Yeah, that's an
idea.
Bulletberry and Top Hat, they're still going at it. So yeah, there's no reason we couldn't do that.
That's an idea.
Could be something to do. Maybe when I get back to being a bit more regular on YouTube in terms of my uploads and stuff, could do some streams here and there. I'd hate to, get into streaming stuff when before I guess I've established, the videos are coming back. So The recent 2 ones are a big part of that, and I'm not gonna be working on any until the new PC's here, but that's Tuesday, maybe Wednesday, so we're almost there. But yeah, that's not something I'm opposed to. I know that streaming is definitely something I've thought about doing for a while, so we'll see what becomes of that.
Sweet. I've watched so much EFAP that the logo is burned into my phone screen. What do I win?
Oh, I mean, the satisfaction of having all of this incredible content
mean,
delivered to you for free on your
You've
phone,
already won.
where you can watch it at work, in the car, on the bus, on your walks, at family gatherings and other special occasions, weddings, funerals, bar mitzvahs, you name it.
Like I said, you've already won. Don't you worry. That is winning.
Also, don't
right
worry
there.
about it being burned into the screen. It will go away. Just don't have it be there consistently, but it will eventually go away.
I've watched so. Oh yeah. Okay, Doblendorf enough. That is a good reference.
Dublin door.
Goes all the way back to Wonder Woman. You win a free EFAP phone. Yeah, I guess so. Classic Yu-Gi-Oh card of the day is Tongyo.
Oh, this one sounds familiar. Tongyo.
Duh.
Yeah, this one. Yep. This is one. It's another one. This is from Metal Raiders. This is another one of those early Yu-Gi-Oh cards that's just weird creature on abstract background.
This monster captures other fish with its long tongue and sucks the energy out of them. Alright.
Also known as eating.
Yeah. It sucks the energy out of them. Well,
that's what eating is.
yeah, kind of. I just want to wait, I just watched The Prestige for the first time yesterday. Thank you so much for recommending it, since I probably wouldn't have watched it otherwise. Do you think you'll ever do a video or EFAP on it? Yes. One day.
The Prestige is one of those it's like up there with the Lord of the Rings trilogy as like what you need to. It's so good. It's extremely good.
I actually rewatched it not long ago, like 2 weeks ago, I think. I still
wow.
adore it. Gives me big old feels and thoughts. Longman, your thoughts on Nope? Well, it's been a bit of time now since I've seen it, but I remember being interested by some of the stuff it was doing. I think it's pretty dumb in terms of like stretches and holes. It's the best of his 3 so far, I think. A lot of people hated the alien design. I kind of thought it was neat, what the ship turns into at the end. I don't know, I thought it was different and interesting, kind of. I think a lot of characters like fucking figure things out way faster than they should normally be able to. And that the ideas behind some of the stuff in it is just kind of neat, but I don't know. I don't think it was good. I wouldn't recommend it in that sense, but I wouldn't mind going through his 3 movies with EFAP movies, you know? That could be interesting. Wow, that Grace Randolph clip was painfully bad. I think they're talking about.
Specific?
I think I'm gonna guess it's the Andor one where she said like there's no after credits things.
Yeah.
There's no reason to talk about the show.
References.
Like, oh damn.
I hate it. I hate it. I hate you.
Well, it just sucks that that's the culture we're in, and that's why we're gonna get what we get. Thoughts on Mr. Frundles?
Mr. Frundles?
That was in Rick and Morty. They're like, I'm Mr. Frundles, and then it took over the world. You remember?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't
Remember
know.
how Rick and Morty season like 6 is happening right now?
And the
Nobody's
whole
talking
world
about
doesn't
it.
care.
No, nobody cares. And they've got like another, what, 40, 50 episodes guaranteed. Keep coming out.
It's oversaturation / well, iteration, ignorance. Yay, woohoo. Another one bites the dust, that sort of thing. With the exciting news that Star Wars Rogue Squadron has been shelved for the foreseeable future, I decided to look into who was supposed to write the movie, and oh boy, Matthew Robinson's writing credits are worth a look. Oh. This is who was going to be writing.
Give it to us straight.
Star Wars Rogue Squadron. Let me have a little look. What happened to Rogue Squadron? It just got axed, I guess.
I think it's like indefinitely like delayed because there's no director attached because Patty Jenkins dropped out. Remember, so it's just like sitting there. Nothing's happening.
So you got the invention of lying, which I don't know. I can't remember if I saw that.
There were some funny jokes in that film.
Then we've got. I'm looking for things I recognize. Dora and the Lost City of Gold.
Oh, nice.
Okay.
That's the live action Dora the Explorer, I guess. Was anybody of like fame in that?
Let me check. Dora
I think
and
Michael was Michael Pena in that. He's kind of a fame.
Yeah, Michael Pena's in it. Jeff Wahlberg,
Eva Longoria,
Eugenio Derbez, Eva Longoria, Nicholas Coon.
Wait, Benicio del Toro is.
Danny Trejo.
Really? Okay, wow.
Danny Trejo is Boots the Monkey.
It's officially star-studded, okay? So he wrote that. And then you got Love and Monsters. I don't know what that is, really. He's going to be writing the screenplay for Live, Die, Repeat, and Repeat. Is that a sequel to Edge of Tomorrow, or is that something else?
Edge of Tomorrow?
That sounds like the sequel to that, because that was like the name of the
subtitle.
film.
Plot Unknown. It's a follow-up to the film Edge of Tomorrow. Okay.
Right.
Well, I mean, his writing credits are worth a look, they said. I don't know. It's like, I wasn't sure what I was to gain from all of that. It's a bit of a hodgepodge, but with the exciting news... Oh wait, I read that one. Platoon, tell Morley how his country birth hentai... Okay, just going to move on to the next one on that one. Today is Wednesday, September 21st, 2022. Hey, we're only 2 months out. Bad.
Nice.
Try out Cyberpunk Edge Runners. Very emotional. Springy, did you finish it after all?
I'm up to episode 6 still, so I haven't watched it. I haven't progressed in a while, but I'll finish it at some stage.
Little Platoon, this feels right. Thank you. No problem. He was an awesome guest. Springy, stop talking Transformers without me. I would have been able to tell you about an animated movie set for 2024 and the true ending of TF3.
Oh, right, okay. I think I either talked about it on here or on my own stream, I think, at some stage. Talk about Transformers, which I'm not super familiar with as a series overall.
What was the bonus ending or whatever? Or different ending?
No idea. It might have been me complaining about how, like, Optimus just killed Megatron for some reason. Like... Just
well, yeah.
See,
surprised they let that go through. It just doesn't seem very Optimus-y at all in that scene. The Migration Party was one of the most I guess they mean mind-boggling things I've ever seen. They have a book of those they have left while they cheer, saying they won't be left behind. Hi, by the way. Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, the way that they treat the people who've fallen behind is legitimately weird.
Hello, chat, people, and EFAP. Devil Fruit of the Week, the Mira Fruit. This fruit allows the user to create, control, and transform into fire at will. Would you eat this fruit? You can't swim if you do.
To turn into fire? I don't know when that would ever be useful.
Well, to be fair, it says the user can create, control, and transform. So we've got... Really, I mean, yes. You're a firebender, basically.
Yeah, do it. Fuck yeah.
I'll take that one.
Do it. Absolutely.
Gotta say, one of the few good things about the abysmal decline of Rick and Morty is that we'll probably get a Banger J video breaking it down. Maybe at some point. Is Jay still watching it? I haven't heard anything. Because we got invited to watch the first episode. Me and Friggy were just like, meh. And then the invites did keep coming, so I assume either Jay's fallen behind or that it's just not worth talking about. Which, you know, kind of unfortunate because I don't know if you guys knew this, but we kind of liked Rick and Morty at one point. Kind of neat.
That's what I hear.
Well, I gave you a little run through of some of the highlights.
You showed me some high tier content. That was legitimately some rather good stuff. I mean, some of it was excellent, I would even say.
Then it
A lot of it
fell
was excellent.
apart. Look up Donnie Dunnigan's career. Also, hi Frongolio.
Yo,
So she played the creepy grandma in The Visit from the Shyamalan film. I don't know if you've familiar.
I know of it. Yeah.
Then we got in The Exorcist Chapter 2 TV show. I don't even know. What else we got? House of Cards. She was in an episode of that. Doop doop. She was in a TV show called Unforgettable. Can't remember if I've seen that. Nope, nope, don't recognize these. Yeah, if there was something I was supposed to spot here, I don't know what it is. Gotta say, one of the few good things about the abysmal... Oh wait, I read that one. Look up, hello, EFAP panel. Hello. I just bought Fringies and Mauler's plushies. Looking forward to grabbing Rags' plushie as well. Personally, I think
Nice.
animation and live action have their strengths and weaknesses.
well, of course, every
Yeah.
format's got strengths and weaknesses. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Except
slam
VR
poetry.
gaming, all right? There's nothing wrong with that. It's perfect. Gonna jump into a, you know, like it's like what is it called in Star Trek? The little room where they do things.
Holodeck.
That's it. And like the danger room in X-Men or whatever, where you can just make shit up and be like, yeah, run around with fun. EFAP movies wish list: Transformers 1986, Krampus 2015, and the best Superman movie, The Iron Giant. Fun fact, the Iron Giant is voiced by Family Man himself, Vin Diesel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Family Man himself.
I mean, I don't think we'd end up EFAP moving Transformers 1986. Krampus 2015 is possible. Iron
Maybe.
Giant, we're probably going to cover at some point. I could see that happening. Also, there's a Hocus Pocus 2. How? Why? Funny, I guess. That came out, right? I didn't see it. Did anyone see that?
What is Hocus Pocus?
It's a really
like-
fun, classic Halloween-y movie about 3 witches doing crazy shenanigans for kids.
Well, because they did a sequel
Okay.
to that, and they just released a sequel to Enchanted as well. You know, Amy Adams, the hybrid
Oh,
animation. They've done a
yeah.
sequel to that on Disney Plus.
Great.
She comes from
Yeah.
like the cartoon world or something.
Yeah, but again, they've done a sequel to that. So, yeah.
Are people actually watching this show? No viewership information is available after the premiere versus Hot D that is always releasing numbers. I think, well, we got to compare numbers on retention and stuff eventually, right? I don't think it was good news for Rings of Power. Little Platoon, tell Mauler why Japanese invented hentai? I'm just not that curious about that, you know? New Diabito arc soon. You've seen his recent vid. Oh, we could. Yeah, there's good reason to check it out. There's some. We got a
Is
backlog
the one
of.
where he references you a bunch,
Yeah, we've got a
or us,
backlog of
yes?
basically everything you could imagine at this point, like memes,
Yeah.
super chats, video coverage, and media coverage. Just it's all waiting. All of it's waiting. Ring of the day is the Iron Ring of Prometheus. We have a Ring of the Day now. Iron Ring of Prometheus.
Iron Ring of Prometheus. Let's see. It's from the Hero Siege wiki. Let me see. Tier 1 to 2 sockets, 100 level requirement.
What I got as a
don't
result
know.
is, as time passed, Zeus's anger subsided and he chose to pardon Prometheus. He released him under the condition that he wear upon his finger an iron ring in which was attached a small portion of the rock he had been chained to. With this action, Zeus had kept his word, in effect keeping Prometheus bound to the rock.
Oh, that's nice.
I didn't know that part of the story. That's kind of neat. I don't know if that's
Yeah, I
true or
didn't
if
know
it's
if
some
that's part
addition
of a
someone else made.
mythology or but yeah, it works for me. Yeah.
See, Zeus isn't all bad.
He's just mostly almost always
Yeah,
bad.
mostly. I can't wait for you guys to review 30 hours of content in under 8 hours. I'm not sure what they're referring
You
to.
bet. Me neither.
Could be Ragnarok.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Lord Longbong of Mupslington Abbey. Is there any good chance of a Kong Vap? Of Peter Jackson's Long Kong? When is less going on? It'd be a movie fap for the ages. P.S. Hello,
Yeah.
Wagsies. Scritches for the good boy.
Hello. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. Someone should have brought that up sooner.
I was going to say, seems like an obvious one to possibly float as an idea, but now that we've got it there, I imagine that'll, it'll find its way at some point. Hello, Massives. I'm working on a series of video critiques regarding the MCU. What do you fellas do to determine plot issues from character issues?
If it's a thing that a character does, then or says, then it will probably be a character issue. But if it's like an effect of the world, or if a cause and effect from some event doesn't create another event that it should, that would likely be a plot issue.
For example, I raise a gun to shoot Rags and I pull the trigger. We now know it doesn't matter what happens next that I had intent to kill, and that's going to affect whatever we know about the character. However, it jams, the bullet stops, and Rags' life is saved. That is not an issue with my character, it's an issue with plot, if one was to conclude that with information of like, oh, lucky it jammed, like there's nothing beyond it being lucky.
Yep.
Hopefully that's a way to sort of highlight it. Salutations, Flimbos. A bit late, but medium rare chicken is a real thing in Japan. Look up chicken sashimi. It's mostly safe due to food standards. Oh my gosh. How does that work?
I guess if you have very high control over the kind of chicken and and how it's cooked, then you could skirt that line safely.
Gonna be honest with you?
I guess if you
I'm not gonna eat anything that's considered mostly safe when it's food.
I'm not gonna eat any medium rare chicken myself. If I'm in Japan, I'll probably be having something else than medium rare chicken.
If ever something on a menu said, "Hey man, this one's mostly safe," I'd be like, "Nah."
I feel like mostly safe means not safe.
Yeah, we usually have a binary for that. Intro shows phenomenon of resonance where sand forms patterns where different frequencies are passed through time. Apparently this references how the world was sung into existence by God in Tolkien lore. Still a lame intro.
Yes, it's a very lame intro.
Moobombers stylistically designed to be that way. Yeah, but there are some Moobombers that look better than others, right? Imagine if Boromir turned up at Mount Doom and said, haha, I didn't die and actually I was Sauron all along. That's how I felt at the end of Squid Game. What?
Incredibly based. Wait, that's how you felt at the end of Squid Game? Like
I didn't die and I was
the old
Sauron all
man?
along. I guess that's what they mean by the old man, yeah.
I guess, yeah.
But it makes way more sense than Boromir turning out to be Sauron.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck that's about.
Hi, EFAP and Rags. Hello.
Hi.
I have watched you since before law school, and I just passed the bar and landed a great job. Wanted to pass on something for all the great content. Thank you.
Oh, thanks very much.
Thank you.
And congratulations.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good job.
Get out there and do law. Woohoo.
Yeah.
Versus matchup. Ellen Ripley versus Sarah Connor. Sarah Connor. Sorry.
Yeah, I think Sarah Connor is more combat focused. She's really been training to be combat focused with gun knowledge and marksmanship and things like that. Ripley's skills are her different skill set.
Yeah, and if someone said like, well, I mean, Ripley could kill her, she gets the jump on her or whatever, it's like, yeah, of course. But if we're going from just raw skills, Sarah's gonna win. Bonus matchup, Legolas versus MCU Hawkeye. Well, Hawkeye gets tech arrows where Legolas doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't know if his elvishness gives him an advantage in other aspects.
Well, yeah, because dude, Hawkeye is superhuman, basically.
I was actually about to say, judging from all the arrows we see, there is a chance that Hawkeye's accuracy is more impressive than Legolas's.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I'd have to compare all the shots they take, but Hawkeye's ones are fucking insane sometimes. But, Legolas's are pretty insane too. People saying Legolas easy? I don't know, man.
I don't think it's easy at all. I think the edge might go to Hawkeye because of the crazy technology.
And remember, one shot to Legolas's head and he's dead. Range. Legolas also insanely agile. Yeah, but you know.
It's tough to say. I
is
think
tough
they'd be
to
quite
say.
a matchup.
Remember the USB arrow? Yeah. Hey man, that's tech for you, okay?
It would suck if you hit it perfectly, but it was turned the wrong way.
Ugh, terrible. Hi Rags, and
Hey!
Jesus fucking Christ, this show is slow and boring. Noped after episode 3. Another one for the breakdown vids. The show itself. Oh, the breakdown vids are better than the show itself. Yeah, yeah, it's.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
That's the era we're in. Shillin' for the meter. Alrighty.
Thank you for shilling.
What would you say are overused, misunderstood, or misinterpreted writing advice ideas? I'm getting sick and tired of people using show don't tell as an excuse for writers to leave their show empty.
Fringy, say it.
Active versus passive characters. It's like one of the big ones that people.
Oh, I thought you were going to say the other one.
Well,
yeah.
there's a lot, but what?
The
the
arcs one.
characters have to change. Yeah, the characters
Yeah.
must change. No, they don't. Should they? Probably, but do they have to?
Depends
No.
on it depends on the plot if they should change or not.
Yep. Exactly.
Yeah, like if you're talking about you know, what would good example be?
Well,
Underwater's
simply
a pretty
the
good
bad story.
example. Like there's nothing about the plot of Underwater that would probably make characters go on some like they would change as a character. It's just how do these characters deal with this situation?
Yeah.
Like stuff kind of like that. I think God.
Well,
So the answer was tropes that you don't like, or bad writing advice. You need to
Well, the
cover all
problem
those
is that,
tweets
like,
that what's her face put out.
the advice isn't like bad. It's the problem is that it's not a fundamental. There's components that are missing that need to be like if you have a base that's really rock solid in terms of your perspective on writing, I think that you can take on this advice and like use it in a way that's going to be appropriate for your story. But if you get like too wrapped up in these rules, you're gonna like I feel like you're gonna not fully understand like what strong writing is fundamentally. You'll have a lot of the pieces that are like attached to it, like that will help that are kind of close to there's a good one in chat. If it doesn't advance the plot, cut it out. What does that mean? Advance the plot. Like if you have two characters speaking to each other and it doesn't advance the plot, but it tells us a lot about who they are, like that's meaningful.
Well,
That's something.
Bringy, the scene you saw near the end of your playthrough today, that doesn't advance the plot.
No,
Yeah.
it doesn't.
But
if you cut that
it's one of
out,
the best
you lose
ones.
something really, yeah, you cut that out, you lose something very valuable. Like I think that it can be very easy to confuse expeditious writing with minimalist writing, and that you remove elements that could make your story better because you think that they are like unnecessary to getting to the end. I think that expeditious writing means achieving a lot of things at the same time rather than achieving what you want to tell with your story like as fast as possible. Yeah. I don't hate the advice. Like there's it's just that I think that it can be interpreted in a way that's detrimental. Where
Or
like a lot
applied
of
too
potentially
broadly.
great stories can be what's that, sorry?
Or applied too broadly.
Yeah.
Like you have to
so
have this or you have to have that.
exactly. You as long as it makes sense, you can basically do whatever you want. Which is I think is a more liberating way of viewing storytelling. Like as long as your idea is coherent and conveyed in a way that's comprehensible, like as long as you do that, you can more or less like try and tackle any idea that you find interesting, whether that mean that your characters are passive or they don't change, whether because that's the tragedy that they don't change or because they actually realize that they were right all along, which can work. That can work. But I mean, oftentimes it doesn't. Like it's the reason why you would say that characters ought to change is because that's generally going to be appealing to people. Is seeing a character go on an arc and learn something because you want to go into a story to pull something meaningful to you that you can, that you can walk away from feeling like you learned something. And having characters go on arcs is a really good way to make that happen. But understanding that it is not necessary, that your story is not necessarily bad because the characters didn't change. Important to understand that.
Yeah. Have any of you seen Black Sails? It would be my vote for Hidden Gem. I think it's debuting on Stars is half the reason it's so unknown. Check it out.
Black Sails.
It's like a
I've heard of
pirate
it.
show, right?
Yeah, I haven't seen it.
Let's see here. Black Sails television series 2014. It looks like it's a American historical adventure television series set on New Providence Island and written to be a prequel to Robert Louis Stevenson's 1883 novel Treasure Island. Interesting.
Karen to Karen combat.
Karen to Karen combat. Karen always wins.
Galadriel fighting somebody, I assume. I just can't remember. $5 super chats brokey, so have to use this. Edge Runners episode 1 was really bad. Insanely overt dialogue, contrivance driven, thin characters, cheap animation, bad VA, unclear communication, very amateur.
Oh boy.
Well, I can't say anything, but I haven't seen it.
Yeah, I haven't seen it, so I couldn't tell you.
I assume that'll have to be for chat or Fringy to say a response to that one.
It's been a while since I watched the first episode, but I remember not being super thrilled with the first episode. That was a show that I felt like I needed to give it more time before it was starting to get to a place where it was getting more interesting. But I mean, I haven't finished it yet, so... Though I will say, where I got up to in episode 6, it feels like, man, that probably should have been the finale. And, like, there's still 4 more episodes left. Like, if you had expanded that out to where that was episode 10, feels like that probably would have been stronger. But I haven't finished it yet, so, yeah, can't say as a whole.
Thoughts on TPN, Buffy, and Angel videos? Hi, Rags.
Hello.
Pretty good insights. A lot of really great bonus information and connections that you may not have grabbed, but also lots of weird things said because of biases. Sort of standard stuff you get with a lot of hyper-specific takedowns of different... Well, I say takedowns, assessments of media, you know? Have you guys watched The Groot Show? Its dialogue is inspired. Is the idea that there's no dialogue in it.
Well, the dialogue is just I am Groot, right?
Right. Rags, if you're done with Organized Chaos, you should check out Doomblazer, the MCU shill.
Doomblazer, the MCU shill. It's a shame that we have so many of them hanging around.
If Galadriel wanted an entire show to suck this much, we should have renamed the show Glory Rings of Power. You can even include the Seamen. Oh. Thoughts on Soviet Womble's video essays and any chance he might become a guest at some point? I mean, I'm on board with that, but I don't know if I don't know what he's up to these days. I haven't seen any Soviet Womble video essays, so that's interesting. I didn't know he was doing that. Knife ears keep moving. This is a Dear Ken Kingdom. Does anyone get that? As a reference to something?
It doesn't sound familiar.
Yeah.
Doesn't ring a bell.
All right.
Deer kin? Like another kin who think they're a deer or something?
I assume it's a reference to something. I don't know what it is, though. Sorry, I meant to write Dwarven. Oh, this is a Dwarven kingdom. Ian, knife ears keep moving. Well, I mean, they condemned them to death, so they probably feel something like that.
Yeah.
Wednesday stream. Why? Also, hi Ragu. Because we had so much to do. We had so many things to cover. It was crazy. And it was funny because my computer died, which forced us forward on one of them as well. Such strange events. Hello, lads. Hello.
Hi.
What's a dead video game franchise that you think deserves a reboot? Personally, Twisted Metal has always been a childhood favorite of mine.
Oh, I was gonna say Dead Space, but
Turok.
let's see. Yeah, Turok. It would be nice to get a Is I guess they're gonna make more
Halo.
Witcher games, right? Oh yeah, Halo. Yeah. Oh, it makes me want to say
F-Zero would
Battlefield.
be
Yeah.
cool, but I don't know that F-Zero needs like a reboot in the sense it needs like some overhaul. Just like let's make an F-Zero game, you know? Uh, hmm. Guess I'm just trying to think of like a game that had a one-off and then it didn't really catch on, and I would want more.
Dirty Bomb.
Hmm.
Yeah, I think unfortunately it seems that it was mentioned in chat, but I mean Titanfall. I don't know
Yeah.
if they're gonna make another
Yeah.
Titanfall game, and
Well,
I
if we're
mean,
talking about just like sequels, I would want. I obviously want another Deus Ex game. That'd be
oh
nice.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Titanfall. I would really like for there to be a Titanfall 3, but that seems unlikely.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Well, I mean, the Legacy of Kain is being said in chat.
I
Half-Life
think
as
that
well.
that might be happening now. I remember seeing an article that said that the studio that like the company that now owns Legacy of Kain has like sort of thought about that as like a real possibility of rebooting Legacy of Kain. Or
Never
at the very
played
least,
Legacy of Kain.
I hear it's really cool.
Let
Nice.
me double check. Oh, okay, I know of this game, but I never played it. Okay. It looks like 2 days ago. Looks like Crystal Dynamics said that Crystal Dynamics says it hears fans loud and clear after 100,000 plus survey responses. The company recently launched a questionnaire asking players about a series comeback. Interesting.
The problem is that anyone not on screen ceases to exist within the story. Rings of Power, I guess, and yeah, kind of.
Especially when it comes to combat. We need a renaissance of just good, competent
Yeah,
combat in
we've had
shows.
some hideous
It has
action
been
in our shows. Yeah,
it's very consistently bad. Pretty much all the Marvel stuff, all the Star Wars stuff. It's just terrible combat. Um, it's just shit. You never, yeah. There needs to be a renewal where people rediscover that shooting good combat scenes is not necessarily easy, and it needs to be good.
Gimli tried to kill Frodo to spare his reputation. Oh. Maybe he was just like, you know what? I really do believe that I can get the ring to the Bill volcano, but nobody here believes in me, so I'm just gonna kill Frodo and take it. Was there anything with Gimli and the ring, really?
He tried to hit it with an axe.
And then that didn't work.
That didn't
And of
work
course,
out.
like he didn't like the ring being in the hands of an elf.
That's true.
And that's the same scene, but you know.
Imagine if they redirected their tunnel and it zooms out and they ran into a second tree that was previously not on screen. I'm trying to think of what we're talking about. Redirected the tunnel. Oh, you're talking about when they were digging the big trench. Imagine they redirected it and then they ran into a different second tree that was previously just not there. That would be pretty funny. That was hilarious on the wide shot where it's just like they hit the tree seemingly for no fucking reason at all.
It does look hilarious. It looks like something out of like a Top Gear episode.
Monty Python sort of thing. Like, oh
Yeah,
fuck, we
yeah.
hit the tree. Tree.
No. How do we not see it? It came out of nowhere,
Came
I
out of
swear.
nowhere. The orcs thought his smelliness was cultural appropriation. Damn.
We here in EFAP are staunchly opposed to cultural appropriation.
Yeah. Only smelliness can belong to orcs, and that's it. That's their thing.
Yes. Only orcs can be smelly. And She-Hulk's feet.
Orc, I don't like trees. They're rough, sappy, and they get in the way of my digging. Yeah. True. Gotta love it when fans are called racist, but the character everyone wants gone is the white woman. Lol. Keep on keeping on, EFAP.
No, that means they're sexist.
Hey, I want all the characters gone. Okay?
I want them all gone.
Equal opportunity hater. Can you explain the production design option? trying to think of what that might be. Explain the production design option.
I don't know what that refers to.
Production design. I'm thinking maybe if option was a different word. I don't know.
Element?
Sorry, I'm lost on that one.
Yeah, I don't know what that means. Sorry.
Waiting to see if Treebeard is swapped for a bush, or if white oaks are banned from Fangorn Forest in Rings of Prime. Oh, they
Tree
want.
bush.
I imagine the trailer for season 2 is going to be filled with bait from stuff you like from Lord of the Rings as an IP. It'll be like, look,
I think they're going to go super hardcore for it.
Because they've got nothing. They can't be like, your favorite character, Durin, and others are back. It's like, nobody cares about them. You have to spend season 2 making people care about them.
Which is what you should have spent season 1 doing, but I guess if you're not talented, that's difficult, isn't it?
You should watch the first season of True Detective. I think I have seen that. It's just been forever, so. But yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure it's highly regarded. Some top tier television. Friend watched Andor's 3 episodes, don't remember the story. Friend 2, you watched 3 episodes and don't remember what it's about? Swear to God this happened. Yeah, a lot of people fell asleep with Andor, the first 3. We thought it was alright.
Damn shame.
Yeah.
I liked it. Oh, it was good.
Lots to draw from it, I thought.
There were scenes that there were people and scenes that I cared about. God forbid that happens in Star Wars.
Like salt from a table. It tells you the writer worked as a restaurant waiter before their big break on this show. I don't even believe that. I don't even think that's what's happening there. I think they've had meals and they saw salt and they were like, you know when you brush salt off the table when you've built it a bit? That's great. That's a line I should have in my show. Some of these people, I'm not even sure they've had 9 till 5 jobs, you know? I'm not sure. That builds character. They seem to be lacking it when they put it into these characters. A warrior doesn't know anything but war. Reminds me of Zod in Man of Steel. Where did you train? In the Shire? Yeah. Another fantastic line. I grew up surrounded by fire. Our Balrog would likely say that, yes. Galadriel is a literal fish out of water. Oh, she was a...
Not a literal fish.
I mean, yeah, I don't know why you said that exactly.
I think elves are mammals. But yeah. And you never really got that impression with her either. That she was a stranger in a strange land and she didn't know their ways and she was trying to get used to this new surrounding. She always acted like this insufferable girl boss who always got her way and was just a general bitch. You never got that fish out of water concept.
Numenor versus the Argonaut in Fellowship. In Lord of the Rings, we see those old statues from Low, and hear Aragorn talk about what these mean to him. Numenor came off as a member berries with no emotional anchor. Numenor was weird, dude. The whole thing was weird.
Yeah, the Numenor plotline.
They're taking our jobs. What the hell was that? That was
these creatures that have literally not been on these shores for, as far as we know, hundreds and hundreds of years. One shows up randomly, and they're worried
and
about
wants
them
to
taking
leave.
their jobs.
Does not want to be here. Clearly taking our jobs, and then half of us get killed in war. It's like you guys will have plenty of jobs. Don't worry. Galadriel learned only one thing growing up: punch. Well, that's how you solve your problems, alright?
It works for some people, I guess.
Looks like me after I take a massive dump.
Nice.
Alright.
I look the same after I take a massive dump.
I do too. I've been treating this...
It's my ability. I can mimic the power of that one fruit that I could change my weight very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
I can make myself slightly lighter.
I've been treating this as an absurdist comedy like Monty Python. It's been way more enjoyable since I did that. It somehow makes more sense.
That's a good strategy.
Yeah. Galadriel took at least 2 centuries to tilt her head or rotate a page to get a new info on the Mark of Sauron. This is a cosmic writing-tism. Holy crap. That realization is so fucking dumb, I don't even know what to say.
Someone
Absolutely
in chat said stab, twist, gut, and I just can't believe it.
Oh, yeah, right.
Stab, twist, gut.
So fucking dumb. So much. It's so hard to deal with.
Stab, twist, gut. That's all you need to know to kill orc. Stab, twist, gut.
Have you guys seen the show Dark on Netflix? It's a sci-fi thriller that seems to handle time travel quite well. I'd like to hear your takes on it. I watched the first 2 seasons, and I just put my hands up and admitted I got too confused. I wasn't able to follow it enough. They start to get real complicated. They run multiple timelines. They have characters moving through different timelines all the time, and lots of big reveals happen by finding out certain people are certain people, but older or younger or what have you. I'd have to rewatch it and go slower and more deliberate, but from what I was enjoying through the parts that I was enjoying, I was impressed. It does seem like a very, very good show. Take the recommendation seriously, I guess is what I'm saying. Any thoughts on The Boys season 3, and do you have plans on doing an EFAP for it? Also, hi Wags.
Hi. I haven't seen it. I'm not gonna see it, and I hope we don't do an EFAP on it because I don't care at all about it.
I watched season 3. It's better than 2, but it's still pretty bad.
Yeah, because 2 is really bad.
Really bad.
A lot of problems with 2.
Well, 2 killed it. Season 1 was kind of
Stunk,
neat, but
totally.
yeah.
Yeah, season 1 is there was something there. Absolutely.
Was Smeagol a Harfoot? If so, his behavior makes a lot more sense now, considering the behavior of these Harfoots.
He was on.
He used to be a hobbit. No, he used to be a Harfoot.
I know something far worse.
Far worse. Something
Think
monstrous.
of hobbits with evil.
Ancient evil that would
The
cannibalize.
orcs of hobbits.
I felt repulsed when they laughed at the guy who died from bees. That has to be the most excruciating, horrific way to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would
That's
suck.
a terrible way to die.
This just says She-Hulk's feet, smiley face.
Nice.
That's come through a few times, right?
Yeah, it has. Yeah, they like
Based and
yeah.
green pilled.
RLM is crazy. Nope is better than Us. Dude, it's probably Jay who likes Us, because that movie's absolutely batshit. Which I will show you to one day, and you will appreciate how fucking batshit it is.
All right. All right.
All right.
Metal was right. RRR is great. That's what I hear. I hear it's a fun romp, that movie.
RRR?
An awkward name, yes. But yes.
What does it stand for?
I don't know.
Oh. All right then.
Why didn't Lenny smell Gandalf arriving? What?
Why didn't Lenny?
Oh, I guess
Maybe-
Lenny Henry, so Stardog. Why didn't he
Oh,
smell him
I
arriving?
don't know. Maybe
Is
he was
something he
maybe
does?
He was up for
What the fuck? I was explicitly told their hearts are bigger than their feet. Oh yeah, I mean,
They did explicitly say that. You know, they say that if you tell yourself a lie enough times, that you could fool yourself into believing that it's true. Maybe that's the story.
of Balamori.
If they lie about them being kind, they believe that they are kind, and it's a load off their conscience. If they even have a conscience, which they might not have.
Which remains to be seen, to be proven. God, they're going to be coming back in season 2. There's definitely a moment of, do they have to? It's like, sorry, so sorry, chat. And I'm afraid, it was mentioned earlier, but Mr. Fringy is dying right now from tiredness.
Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. I hope he
It's
gets
not-
better
not
soon.
literal. I'm tired.
It's been going for a long time, so we'll probably wrap it there. But we've managed to get through
All
quite a
right.
decent chunk of super
Oh,
chats.
that's
And
good.
what I'm going to try and do, strange and crazy plan. I got a super chat catcher to do a drinker tomorrow at 9 my time. Then once that's wrapped up, I'm going to try and record what we have left for the Lord of the Rings ones. This will be 204, 207, 208, 209 all put together.
Ooh, all right.
We're not too far away from being able to pull that off.
Gotcha.
So what I'll do is record, quote unquote, an offline EFAP, right? And attach it to this, so that it all comes out as one episode. So we expect this one to come out probably for Wednesday, and it'll be much longer, as in probably an additional 2 or 3 hours on the end of this one. And it'll start up in seconds from now, and it'll be seamless. Probably not, actually, because it'll come after me saying goodbye. But that's okay. It'll be saying goodbye to the odd line chat. But yeah, and then we're recording the 200 ones offline. That's going to come out in a big thing as well. So we're just getting caught up on all that. But as I said, The plan is for Hot D on the coming Saturday. Did you say sorry about the spam earlier? That's not your fault, Thunder. Don't worry about it. That's just people
Yeah,
being...
it's not your fault. It's just
You're
a
doing great,
spammer.
pal. You're doing great.
You're doing very good.
So Hot
Beat me
D
to him.
for the next EFAP, Ragnarok for the EFAP following that, and then following that we've got some videos we're probably going to try and check out. Hopefully we'll have caught up with the super chats, and hopefully other things will be announced in terms of plans being made, because I've been swallowed these past 2 weeks-ish with getting all of new positioning tech, internet, and storage files, everything sorted with this new thing. But hey, this was a good experiment. It worked just fine. Everything's great. No problems with the internet or the functionality.
Well, I'm very
Like I
glad to
said,
hear that.
there's
Something off
even-
your mind.
There's even a feed for the Streamlabs that comes right in. One was sent 31 minutes ago. It's the only one we haven't read, and it says, if you could watch a villain from any media go up against any hero from any media, what would you choose? I always thought Anton from No Country for Old Men would make a fantastic Punisher villain. Sherlock Holmes versus the Riddler would also be good. Oh,
Those are cool ideas.
that is a cool idea.
Those are really neat ideas. Good on you. Well, a villain. Let me see. Could I have?
Darth Vader versus Kratos. I think Kratos loses that, right? Because a lightsaber's gonna fuck him up.
Telekinesis.
And a lightsaber. Throw a lightsaber at Kratos. He's gonna have to. I don't know if the Blades of
pretty-
Chaos could deal with that. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Predator versus
That's
Batman.
it.
That would legit be potentially pretty interesting.
Yeah, it could be because they're sort of similar. Yeah, I like that. That could work out pretty well. He's trying to investigate these weird killings that have been happening around Gotham City, and he gets better and better at tracking down the lair of the predator. Yeah, I could see that happening.
You got Iron Man versus
down
Lex
with it.
Luthor, being that they're like two men of similar backs. You know, they've made a lot of money. They have the companies, but they're living different lives, sort of things. Like that could be interesting.
I mean, I think the Legolas Hawkeye one was a pretty. Well, I mean, they're both heroes, but
Yeah.
let's see.
Obi-Wan, you conspire against me.
Conspire against me.
That's Anakin.
He's-
Against me.
They're against me.
All
right.
Obi-Wan,
someone
you
in chat said,
conspire against me.
someone in chat said Luke versus Jake. That's
But yeah, so with that, we're gonna wrap up there and say goodbye, folks. It's been big old fun times. Obviously, if you're curious as to why there's a little bit slower right now for EFAP stuffs, because I have been consumed, as has Metal, and as has/is Fringy with Thor fuck's sake, Kratos Ragnarok. Okay, that's what it truly is. God
not
of
me.
War. God of War. No,
No.
you've been
You want that.
consumed with well, you've released videos and what's the thing you said
And
you were
not being
playing?
able to play the game.
Oh, and you're building a PC, right? So yeah, you got all the things going on too.
Yeah, I've been because the fans of my GPU aren't really working correctly, so they can't cool it properly. So if it plays games that attempt to tax it much, then it will just stop working because it overheats. So I've been taking it easy, and I haven't played many games at all. But if I do play a game, it's just RimWorld because it's not like a graphic intensive game, so I can play that and catching up on other stuff that I need to do. But I'm excited to have a working PC again, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
So excited.
And yeah, so if you want to catch Fringy streams, they're findable on Dubious Sanity for Twitch. All one word. If you want to find mine, go to the YouTube homepage, scroll down, you'll find my plays list. There's 10 parts. Some of them are like 9 hours for Ragnarok. I've been having a blast with it and look forward to talking about it. If you want to find Metals, I think they're on his archive channel. So that'd be how you find them, which is Metal Commander, I think, on YouTube. But other than that, yeah, like I said, this episode will likely go up on a Wednesday, and it'll be an extra chunk on top of it, with more things on the way. So, sleep well, all of you, / have a good night. Thank you so much for the company and the donations. And we'll even read out, obviously, the ones that came in on this stream. I'll add them to the Lord of the Rings ones. That should work out. But other than that, goodbye, everybody. We'll catch you next time.
Boy.
Yeah, goodbye, everybody. We will see you later.